William's and Chiffon's trial had ended, but the half-elf refused to leave the trial grounds. He and the system were busy thinking of ways that they could smuggle the Gondam off of the floor of creation. After having a taste of piloting the giant robot, William was very reluctant to let it go. He was adamant about finding a way to smuggle or recreate the giant robot so that he could use it in the outside world. The system was currently busy analyzing the law of creation that managed the 25th floor. Although the Gondam was a fictional thing, William believed that there was a possibility that it could be replicated if one knew how the laws of creation worked. Zanhast had already left the trial grounds along with his unconscious sister, Marissa. He had given up trying to convince William to leave and allow the other players to use the trial grounds. As a compromise, William took the giant robot at the very corner of the vast plains, in order to not get in the way of the trial of others. Frankly, all the players didn't mind this setup because they were still busy analyzing William's robot from afar. They had seen how amazing it was, and even the patriarch and elders of the Colton family were very interested in it. Host, it is impossible to recreate the laws of creation. I checked the database to see if it could be done, but the ability to materialize things out of thin air is only exclusive to this floor. Can we manufacture it then? No. William was unwilling to give up. He asked the system to check the God Shop if there was any item that they could use to smuggle the robot off of the 25th floor. After half an hour of searching, the two still couldn't find a way to make William's wish come true. Just as the two were about to give up, the three divinities in William's consciousness began to glow. A minute later, a small yet perfect replica of the Gondam appeared on top of the CPU core. The system's monotonous voice became sharper and had more life in it. After the changes had been made, the giant robot faded away, leaving William and Chiffon standing right next to each other. System, what happened? William asked. For some reason, a sense of anticipation was bubbling inside his chest. The CPU core has been upgraded to a higher grade. Importing all preferences from home interface. The system replied in a tone that reminded William of Aeon Man's artificial intelligence. Jarvis, would you like to bestow a name to the system? Yes/no. William's eyes widened in shock when he saw the message on his status page. System, do you want me to give you a name? Affirmative, host. Please, give me a name. The half-elf rubbed his chin as he pondered. The system had been with him since he was young, and it had helped him tremendously in his journey. He had to give it a good name no matter what. How about I give you the name The Strongest System? Host, please take this seriously. Your naming skills suck BTW. William chuckled because not only did the system's voice changed, its interactions had become more lifelike as well. He liked how snarky it had become. How about Aaron? No. Lelouch? No. Saitama? No. Gone. Rejected. Gok? No. Pickac dash. Host, do you want me to electrocute you? William scratched his head. Giving names had not always been easy for him, so he was at a loss on what to do. Suddenly, he remembered Truckkuin that had hit him during the time when he was about to cross to the silver portal that he had chosen. Because of this incident, William was born in a world that was not his choosing. Even so, the world he was currently living in had given him a wonderful family, friends, and lovers who truly cared about him. A smile appeared on William's face as he looked at the head of the Gondam replica that was talking back to him. Optimus, William said. From now on, your name will be Optimus. Optimus. Very well. From now on, you may call me Optimus. System has been bestowed a name. New features added. Systems completion rate, 3%. All stats increase by 50 points. Every time the completion rate reaches a 20% completion marker, all stats will increase by 50 points. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, the system will be able to unlock its true abilities. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, all stats will increase by 1,000 points. Once the completion rate reaches 100%, the title Strongest System will be unlocked. The additional features caught William completely by surprise. He didn't expect that his insistence to smuggle the Gondam would bring out unexpected results. Optimus, how do I increase your completion rate? William inquired. He was very keen to raise Optimus' competition rate as soon as he could. The rewards were quite enticing, and he definitely wouldn't pass up the opportunity to complete it as soon as possible. I will grow as the host grows stronger. Whenever the host makes a breakthrough or passes a certain milestone, the completion rate will also increase. I see. William crossed his arms over his chest. Chiffon, who was standing beside William, was looking at him in confusion. Her big brother had been muttering something every now and then as if he was talking to someone. Also, he would nod his head from time to time as if agreeing to something. Fortunately, before Chiffon could ask if William was fine, the half-elf turned his head to look at her. Are you ready to go to the next floor? William asked with a smile. Chiffon nodded. As soon as the two held hands, both of them transformed into beams of light that shot towards the sky. A new adventure was about to begin, but they were still several floors away from their goal. William didn't know how long it would take until they reached the 51st floor, but he was sure of one thing. Whatever trial was waiting for them there, its difficulty couldn't compare to the previous floors that they had visited. After all, no one had cleared it for the past 1,000 years. Although it didn't show on his face, William was feeling anxious. The trials they had undertaken seemed simple, but in reality they were not. Take the Floor of Partings, for example. If William didn't have the Undying Lands or the Dungeon of Atlantis, there wouldn't be a way for him to use the loophole that the laws of the floor held. Chiffon would have been stuck on the 10th floor and would have to wait for William to pick her up on her way back from the tower. The same could be said for the Floor of Creation. Fighting hundreds of myriad beasts, this was a near impossible feat. William just so happened to know about a giant robot which had the capabilities to turn anything beyond the rank of demigod into ashes. If not for that, they would be stuck on the 25th floor due to Marissa's grudge. Even so, William and Chiffon had no choice but to continue. Their goal was to clear the 51st floor, and there was nothing he could do about it. Whatever dangers lurked on that floor that had blocked humanity's advance, he would have to face it head-on, or risk staying on that floor forever. Cheers resounded in the arena as two fighters stood with their weapons drawn. Prince Jason faced Alinska Lafitte from the demonic continent. The two fighters appraised each other with a critical eye. Anyone that had survived the harsh competition wasn't someone ordinary, and although Prince Jason was arrogant, he knew that he couldn't underestimate the lady that was in front of him. Battle start, the referee declared as he stepped outside the arena. Prince Jason raised his sword and Alinska summoned her spear. A second later, both fighters lunged at each other. Having a longer reach, Alinska unleashed a consecutive barrage of spear thrusts, which forced Prince Jason to take defensive actions. The attack didn't last long because Alinska noticed something wasn't right. She jumped away from where she stood, just in time to evade a metallic spike that jutted out of the ground. Prince Jason didn't miss this opportunity and closed the gap between them. He specialized in metal magic, just like Wendy, but his technique was more refined than William's lover. In order to prevent Alinska from regaining her stance, several metallic spears materialized in the air and flew in her direction. The demonic lady sneered as she twirled her spear, creating a purple barrier. The metallic spears pelted it to no avail, but that was only a distraction that Prince Jason created. As soon as he came within strike range, the prince activated his artifact and slashed the barrier. At first, many thought that it was a futile attempt, but as soon as the sword touched the barrier, it went through as if the barrier didn't exist. Alinska didn't expect the turn of events, and hurriedly tried to block the attack, but it was already too late. With a shout, Prince Jason cut off the demonic lady's arm as the latter bit her lip to prevent herself from screaming out loud. She had forced herself to lean to the side and sacrificed her left arm, in order to survive the killing blow that was meant to slice her body in half. Prince Jason was about to do a follow-up attack, but something unexpected happened. The arm that he had just cut off pierced his right shoulder, which broke his momentum. Alinska screeched and thrust her spear forward, with the intention to stab Prince Jason's chest, destroying his heart in the process. Princess Vanessa, who was watching from the royal seats, covered her eyes as a whimper escaped her lips. She didn't dare to look at her beloved's unexpected demise at the hand of the demonic lady, whom she thought was as good as dead. No one expected Alinska's counterattack to be so fierce. Blood sprayed in the air as the weapon hit its target. A scream filled with pain and disbelief resounded in the arena. Alinska's spear had grazed Prince Jason's waist, and the prince's sword was firmly planted on her chest. How? Alinska asked as blood spilled at the corner of her lips. Prince Jason twisted his sword, completely crushing the demon's heart. Until her last breath, Alinska didn't hear the prince's reply. Prince Jason knelt on the ground as he pressed his hand over the wound on his waist. The demonic lady's spear was coated in a powerful poison that even a scratch was enough to kill a person in minutes. Prince Jason forcefully slowed down his blood flow and tried to slow down the poison from invading his body. The referee hurriedly declared the end of the match, and several clerics standing at the side ran towards the arena. The head cleric ran a diagnostic scan on the prince's body and hissed at his discovery. Venom from the two-horned world cobra. The head cleric immediately administered a powerful cure spell, but he knew that it would only help slow down the poison. The two-horned world cobra was one of the myriad beasts that lorded over one of the territories in the demonic continent. Its poison was very potent, and the only way to cure it completely was to use the divinity of the gods. "Quick! Take him to Amon's temple," the head cleric ordered. The cleric knew that this was a fruitless task. There was no way that Prince Jason would be able to resist the poison until they arrived at the temple. But there was nothing he could do. He could only pray that the emperor wouldn't punish him for his inability to save the prince's life. As the clerics were about to carry their prince, a cold and commanding voice stopped them in their tracks. "There's no need to go to the temple." A beautiful woman with purple hair appeared a few meters away from where they stood. "I will take over from here." Lady Alina," the head cleric stuttered. He didn't expect that the Oracle of Amon's temple would be present in the tournament. Alina ignored the head cleric and pressed her hand over Prince Jason's chest. She then closed her eyes and muttered a short prayer for the god that watched over the Creator Empire. "Great Amon, our Lord and Guardian, hear my prayer in my troubled hour." Alina prayed reverently. "Renew my strength so I might show the world your greatness. Sustain our prince with your power, so he may overcome this obstacle. I seek this of you, our Lord and Savior. Absolve our prince with your infinite mercy." A bluish light descended from the heavens and covered Prince Jason's body. When the light receded, Prince Jason's injuries were completely healed. Although his face was still a bit pale, his life was no longer in danger. The head cleric thanked the oracle as he ordered his subordinates to carry the prince out of the arena. "Too bad," the demon general Zagarl Raneth thought. The handsome demon general with gray hair and two protruding horns on his head leaned on his chair in disappointment. He was Carter's superior and the one responsible for the plan to abduct the talented young men and women of the Hellon Royal Academy. Unfortunately, his plan failed and two of his trusted subordinates had died in the aftermath. The demon general was hoping that the prince would also die along with their disposable pawn. That way, there would be less competitors, and it would also deal a devastating blow to the Creator royal family. Although some of the emperors and kings had gathered in the Creator Empire for the competition, that didn't mean that their rivalries had ended. It was not only Zagarl who felt the same. Several of the Creator Empire's rivals and enemies were disappointed that the Oracle of Amon was present in the competition. If she wasn't, then one of the princes would have died, giving them a reason to celebrate. Some of them glanced at Emperor Leonidas, who was seated far from them in the VIP box that was reserved for the rulers of the central continent. The emperor had a calm expression on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking or what he felt at that time. As if understanding their intentions, Emperor Leonidas smirked as he looked down on the arena. "Only weaklings and cowards scheme in the dark," the emperor said with confidence. "These kinds of people will not amount to anything. They will forever be mediocre." The emperors, kings, as well as the patriarchs of the other influential families were very tempted to spit on the emperor of the Creter Empire. Among all of them, Emperor Leonidas was known as a schemer. This was why he was given the title of the emperor that stood above the clouds. Have you no shame, old man? Empress Andraste wasn't able to take the Creter Emperor's words lying down. You should just retire and wait until the day you kick the bucket. Acting high and mighty doesn't suit your senile face. Emperor Leonidas chuckled and completely ignored Empress Andraste's outburst. Among the sovereigns seated near him, the Amazon Empress was one of the handful of people that could openly berate him like this. After all, the two of them had gone adventuring together when they were still young. They even shared several romantic nights together. It was quite unfortunate that their unions had borne no fruit. This was one of Emperor Leonidas' regrets. The same could be said to the Empress Andraste, who still held some lingering attachment to the man who took all of her firsts. If only a child was born between them, then their relationship wouldn't have become distant, as they parted ways to rule their own empires. This is a surprise. A beautiful elf with light green hair said with a smile. You don't look disappointed. Prince Maximilian grinned as he summoned his rapier. Lady McLean, although we quarrel and treat each other as rivals, the members of our family don't find satisfaction in the death of our kin. I will appreciate it if you remember that. Pearl McLean nodded her head as she summoned her bow. I will remember that. The earlier battle may have ended quickly, but the outcome of the match was something that the spectators didn't expect. One died, and the other one would have also died, if not for the Oracle personally making an appearance. Battle start, the referee declared. Immediately, Pearl jumped backwards and her body floated in the air. The elves were known for their strong magical power and affinity to wind and earth magic. Some of them specialized in spirit magic, which allowed them to summon spirits to aid them in battle. Unlike all elves, Pearl was a prodigy that specialized in wind magic. She was also Charmaine's older sister. The reason why she joined the tournament was to find William and ask him to release her sister. Several of the survivors that had returned to the Silvermoon continent had told her that her sister had been taken hostage by the half-elf who was also the son of the human hero and the saintess. Pearl was out on a mission when the elven expedition sailed to the south. She only knew about the events that transpired there when she returned to the Silvermoon continent. Because of this, she begged the Elven Council to allow her to be one of the elven representatives that would go to the Creter Empire and participate in the Tournament of Champions. The council approved her request because Pearl was truly one of the most outstanding members of the young generation. However, she had been made to swear an oath to never antagonize William. Clearly, the Elven Council didn't want to have another confrontation with William after what happened to the southern continent. Pearl released several wind arrows with deadly precision. Although she could only use wind magic, her proficiency with it was well beyond the ability of her peers. If there was a ranking among the young prodigies of the elven race, Pearl would be on the top 5 because of her uncanny fighting ability. Prince Maximilian's face remained calm as he dodged the attacks that were coming at him from different directions. The elven beauty didn't stay in one location and flew all over the arena, sending a rain of arrows that showed no mercy. The prince dodged and deflected those that he couldn't dodge. The fight had only been around 2 minutes when something unexpected happened. Okay, you are good, Prince Maximilian said as he dodged an arrow that was aimed at his head. I concede. Pearl, who was jumping around the arena, almost lost her balance when she landed on the ground. She was secretly preparing a full-powered attack that was capable of destroying half of the arena once it was unleashed. However, before she could finish her plan, the Creter Prince had already surrendered, which left a complicated feeling in her heart. Are you sure you want to surrender? The referee asked Prince Maximilian for confirmation. The prince nodded his head. Yes, I concede this match. It is Lady McLean's victory. Prince Maximilian gave the beautiful elf a curt nod before leaving the arena. The citizens of the Creter Empire didn't react to their prince's surrender, but the foreign guests were unable to understand why Prince Maximilian gave up on the match. A few minutes later, Prince Maximilian appeared in the VIP box reserved for the Creter royal family. It seems that you met someone very formidable, cousin, Princess Vanessa said in a teasing tone. Prince Maximilian chuckled as he sat beside the girl who had developed a crush on Prince Jason ever since she was 10 years old. Since marrying their relatives was a common practice among the Creator royal family, no one prevented Princess Vanessa from making advances on Prince Jason. Unfortunately, the one she loved didn't seem to be too interested in her. Although they could talk normally, and even spent some time alone with each other, the fifth prince of the Creator Empire never said, did, or implied anything that added fuel to Princess Vanessa's infatuation. Even so, the princess believed that as long as she endured and persevered, her feelings would reach her beloved, and he would, in turn, return the overflowing feelings she had for him. Yes, she is indeed very formidable, Prince Maximilian replied. If I stayed there for half a minute longer, I would have definitely died. That bitch intended to take half of the arena with me. Prince Maximilian's scholarly facade disappeared as he openly cursed Pearl within their VIP box. This room had been engraved by powerful runes, so he wasn't worried that everything he said would be heard by others. For him, everyone in the room was family, except for Ian, who was seated beside Princess Sydney. Even so, he believed that William's retainer was someone that could keep his lips sealed when it came to the secrets of the Creator family. Prince Darren, the second prince, almost choked on the fruit juice he was drinking. Many thought that Prince Maximilian was a strong fighter, but the truth was he was more of a scholar. The other princes and princesses were also alarmed by their cousin's words, because they knew that the eldest among them wasn't someone who liked making excuses. The prince was trained to fight using a sword since he was young, which helped cement the citizens' misunderstanding that he was a prodigy that excelled in sword fights. In reality, the first prince's sword skills were only average. However, his true specialty lay in fire magic, but this was something that only the members of the royal family knew. Prince Maximilian rarely used this skill because it was his trump card. Those who had seen him use his magic had long been erased from the world. He would not allow anyone to know the secret he was hiding, not only for his sake, but for the sake of the entire royal family, since the Creator family had a secret hidden in their bloodline. The reason why the people thought that Prince Maximilian specialized in sword fighting was due to the prince's inborn blessing, which was clairvoyance. Prince Maximilian could see the things that would happen in the future. This ability only triggered if his life would be in danger. This was why, among the princes of the Creator Empire, he was the least likely to die in any given situation. While fighting against Pearl, the prince saw himself being blasted into pieces by a powerful spell with unknown origins. Since he had no intention of dying, the prince ate his pride and surrendered. He would rather live and fight another day than die and not see another day. It was a very easy decision to make, and Prince Maximilian chose the most suitable option that would guarantee his life. With this, the battles within Bracket A had almost been settled. Emperor Leonidas knew of his grandson's ability, so when the latter chose to surrender, he didn't berate him. In the end, only one prince would proceed to the next round, so it didn't matter if Prince Maximilian won or not. Although the last battle was a bit lackluster, there was nothing that anyone could do about it. The next set of matches would be held the next day, and it would be Bracket B's turn to take the spotlight. Princess Sydney and Ian were also very interested to see the results of those battles. After all, the one whom they had their eyes on, Kenneth, would be in tomorrow's battle. The beautiful princess and her other half hoped that the lucky streak of the silver-haired pretty boy would end. He was a threat to their happiness, so she wished with everything she had that William's ex-roommate would kick the bucket. Ian knew what Princess Sydney was thinking and smiled bitterly. If someone were to ask her if she liked or disliked Kenneth, the answer would be yes. However, she also felt that the boy really didn't have any malice or hostility towards William. It just so happened that he was so tight-lipped about the message he was carrying. If only Kenneth had said the words that they wanted to hear, the two ladies might have been more than happy to allow him to personally pass his message to William, who was busy challenging the floors of the Tower of Babylon. After leaving the floor of creation, William and Chiffon appeared in a pure white world. There was nothing to see in this world, only the color white. William frowned. According to the information he had, the next floor was called the Floor of Waterfalls. It was a floor that had over 1,000 waterfalls, and the test would be finding the right waterfall where a treasure was hidden. However, the world they were in didn't have anything. There was no sky, no scenery, nothing, but only pure white. It didn't take long for him to realize that something was wrong. William pulled Chiffon close to him as he scanned his surroundings. He didn't want to get caught by unexpected surprises, especially surprises from the guardians of the Tower of Babylon. Chiffon clung to her big brother's arms while scanning the surroundings. She distinctly felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know what it was. 2 minutes passed in silence before the area above their heads opened up. Just like a box that had been opened, they saw a blue sky. The sides of the pure white world also collapsed, revealing beings that surrounded the two teenagers from every direction. They came in all shapes and sizes, and some of them looked very alien. As the two looked around, they recognized two familiar faces. Zod looked at William as if the half-elf had owned him 1,000,000 gold coins. Wagwe, on the other hand, had a smile on its face. It even waved at William and Chiffon, and the pink-haired girl waved back in return. As if the last piece of the puzzle fell in place, William finally realized who these beings surrounding them were. They are the guardians of Babylon, William thought. Correct. A being who looked like a jellyfish floated in front of William. Its head was purple in color, while its tentacles had the colors of the rainbow. "Allow me to introduce myself," the jellyfish said in a calm and soothing voice. "My name is Jellybell, and I am the guardian of the 50th floor of Babylon." William nodded his head in acknowledgement. "I am William, and this girl beside me is Chiffon." "I know," Jellybell replied. "Oagwe had already told us a bit about both of you. Tell me, William, what is your reason for climbing this tower?" The guardians looked at William with a serious expression. What they were doing right now was against the rules of the tower. However, after hearing Oagwe's story, all of them convened and made a joint decision. What is that joint decision? It was to have a serious talk with William and find out his real reason for climbing the tower. Jellybell had the power to read the mind and heart of anyone. No one could beat it when it came to interrogations. All it needed to do was use one of its rainbow-colored tentacles to pry the answer directly from William's mind. However, since what they were doing now was illegal, it decided to take the pacifist approach and just settled for a dialogue. This was the first time that all the guardians below the 50th floor had brought a player to their domain, and perhaps there would be no precedence after. "I came to the tower with the intention to clear the 51st floor," William answered. "And why do you want to clear it?" Jellybell inquired. "You already know that none have been able to clear it for the past 1,000 years, and yet you still want to clear it? Do you know how many have come to challenge that floor? These people are stronger than you. In our eyes, you are just an outstanding youth, but that's it. Sure, you may be able to reach my floor, but it is impossible for you to clear the 51st floor." William smiled. He didn't understand why the guardian of the 50th floor was telling him these things. In his perspective, the guardians should remain neutral and not interfere with whatever the players wanted. However, right now they kidnapped him and Chiffon. What could this mean? It meant that things weren't so simple. Although Jellybell seemed to berate William, the tone it used didn't have malice or any kind of hostility. "It doesn't matter whether I can clear the 51st floor or not," William stated. "The fact still remains that my purpose for coming here is to go to the floor of the devils and conquer it." "Just where is your confidence coming from? Are you thinking of using your 1,000,000-strong goblin army to pave the floor for you?" Jellybell asked in an amused tone. Several of the guardians also chuckled. Truthfully, they too didn't know what was on the 51st floor. The first floor up to the 50th floor were called the Challenger floors. The 51st up to the 100th floor was called the Floors of the Elite. The Guardians of the Challengers and the Guardians of the Floors of the Elite were separated into different planes. None of them could interact with each other. This was why the Guardians didn't know what kind of challenge was available on the 51st floor, which had stopped humanity's climb to the top of the tower. Truth be told, the Guardians wanted to know what was on the other side. That way, they would know the reason as to why no one had succeeded in the past. Right now, no one dared to climb up to the 51st floor. Most of them only wanted to reach the 50th floor, and the Guardians had already given up on humanity. However, William came. If he was only someone that wanted to climb the tower, then that was fine. But he was climbing the tower with the intention of reaching the 51st floor and clearing it. To the Guardians, this was good news because they could finally use William as their eye to see what was on the other side of the veil that even their authority failed to breach. Even so, they must first know if the half-elf was really serious in climbing the tower, or if he was just spouting nonsense to make himself look good in their eyes. "I don't know the reason why you brought me here, and I don't really care," William said as he held Chiffon's hand firmly. "Just like everyone in the tower, I am climbing it for my own reasons. I humbly ask all of you to allow us to proceed to the next floor. People's lives depended on my mission." Jellybell floated near William and extended its tentacle towards his forehead. "Don't move," Jellybell ordered. "If you cooperate, we will let you go unharmed. But if you resist, you will stay here in this place forever." Although the Guardian's tone was still civil, the aura it radiated would not accept any opposition. Jellybell pressed the tip of its tentacle on William's forehead. It didn't care whether the half-elf wanted to cooperate or not. The Guardian of the 50th floor only wanted to know one thing. It wanted to know if William really had the ability to end the boredom that it felt for the past 1,000 years. As soon as the tentacle touched William's forehead, Jellybell saw a pitch-black world. It turned around and looked at its surroundings, but there was nothing that could be seen but darkness. "It's not good to invade other people's privacy." A soft and teasing tone reached Jellybell's ears, which made it quickly look behind it. The darkness slowly lightened up, revealing a throne that was as black as the world it resided in. Seated on the throne was an otherworldly beauty who was looking at Jellybell with amusement. The Guardian of the 50th floor wasn't able to stop its body from shuddering because it realized the identity of the being it was staring at. The beautiful lady that was seated on the throne was someone that it couldn't afford to offend no matter what. "Go back, Guardian," the beautiful lady ordered. "You have overstepped your bounds. I don't like bugs laying their hands on my property." Forgive me," Jellybell stuttered as it hurriedly cut the connection. The tentacle had only touched William's forehead for a few seconds before Jellybell pulled it out. The jellyfish's body shuddered uncontrollably, as if it was hit by an electric shock. A moment later, Jellybell crashed on the ground as if it had lost its ability to float in the air. The Guardians became alarmed and Jellybell's close friends hurried to check its condition. After looking at it up close, they realized that the jellyfish had lost consciousness. Oagwe walked towards the unconscious jellyfish and tapped its head repeatedly with its foot, while chanting a spell. A minute passed, and the jellyfish's tentacle started to move. It had regained its consciousness, but its body would still shudder from time to time. William glanced at the Guardian with a confused expression. Earlier, when the tentacle touched his forehead, he felt a shock run through his body. After that, Jellybell hastily pulled back its tentacle and lost consciousness. The Guardians at the scene frowned because they didn't understand what was happening. They chose Jellybell to be their envoy to communicate with William because they trusted its ability to get to the bottom of things. They never thought that one of the strongest Guardians of Babylon would faint just by touching the red-headed teenager's forehead. "Why you?" Jellybell shakily pointed one of its tentacles in William's direction. "You were sent here by a god?" "Yes," William replied. "I was sent here by a god to clear the 51st floor of Babylon. I will greatly appreciate it if you allow me to proceed to the next floor unharmed." What William and Jellybell didn't know was they were referring to two different gods. The half-elf was referring to Amun, while Jellybell was referring to the primordial goddess that it had seen a few minutes ago. "So that is the case." Jellybell's body slowly floated in the air. "You are here under the orders of a god." The Guardians finally understood why Jellybell had an intense reaction earlier. If what it said was true, then the reason it had received a backlash was due to its attempt to pry against the workings of a god. "So, what is everyone's decision?" Oagwe asked. Zod, who had its hands crossed over his chest, answered in a casual manner. "Since he is under the orders of a god, then his intention to go to the 51st floor and conquer it is genuine," Zod replied. I believe that the gods had finally decided to resume the progress of humanity and send this half-elf to pave the path for the next era. The guardians nodded in agreement. They too think that this was the will of the gods. Since that was the case, why was there a need to fight it? Their reason for bringing William in their domain was to give him a chance to directly jump to the 51st floor in one go. Jellybell's duty was to test whether William had the ability to clear the 51st floor or not. Now that they knew that he was being guided by a god, they were more eager than ever to send him to the floor of the devil, which no one had cleared in the past. Jellybell, who had just recovered, remained silent. It appraised William from head to foot as if trying to find the reason why that goddess was favoring him. A few more minutes passed before a sigh escaped Jellybell's thoughts. Fine. As the guardian of the 50th floor, I hereby grant you passage to the 51st floor. Jellybell raised its tentacle, an array of light covered William and Chiffon's bodies. I have planted a part of my consciousness inside you, Jellybell commented. All of us here want to see the 51st floor through your eyes. I wish you good luck. Know that even though a goddess is watching over you, that doesn't guarantee any chances of success. Goddess, William thought. Is it talking about Lily? William wanted to ask Jellybell what the goddess looked like, but before he could do that, the world around him had already changed its scenery. The half-elf and the pink-haired girl found themselves standing on a raised platform. In the distance, a massive maze could be seen. The maze reminded William of the labyrinth that protected the Minotaur race from outsiders. A maze would not be enough to prevent people from clearing this stage, William thought. Although mazes were hard to clear, it was not impossible. William didn't believe that humanity failed to advance to the next floor because none of them were able to find the exit of the maze. While William was thinking of other possibilities as to why no one was able to conquer the floor, a series of notifications appeared in his status page, which made his eyes widen in shock. Connection to the Thousand Beast domain has been disconnected. Connection to the Dungeon of Atlantis has been disconnected. Connection to the Goblin Crypt has been disconnected. The connection to the Undying Land has been disconnected. The test of the devil has started. After reading the series of notifications, William became alarmed. This was the first time that this had happened, so he immediately consulted the system to ask what was happening. Optimus, what happened? William inquired. Ever since the system had an upgrade, its functions had also improved as well. Give me a moment, Will. I am currently analyzing the laws of this floor. The half-elf sighed internally as he gazed at the maze in the distance. Chiffon noticed the subtle changes in William's expression because she had been observing him pretty closely ever since the two of them had started to spend time together. With a glance, she could tell that something was wrong. Big brother, what happened? Chiffon asked. William lightly squeezed her hand before replying. We can't go to the Thousand Beast domain to play for the time being, William answered. No matter what happens, stay close to me. We will enter the maze in just a few minutes. Chiffon nodded her head. She had complete trust in William's judgment and simply gazed at the maze in front of her. Dwarves had an uncanny ability of retracing their steps no matter where they were. It meant that regardless of where they went, they would not get lost in the place since they knew where they had traveled before. Even if they couldn't find the exit of the dungeon, retracing their steps wasn't a problem. Because of this, Chiffon was confident that they could find the exit of the maze without fail, albeit it would take some time to do so. For the time being, William decided to have lunch with Chiffon, while Optimus was busy analyzing the notorious floor that no one had conquered before. An hour later, several system messages appeared in William's status page. Will, according to my analysis, there is a certain law that prevents any kind of domain from overlapping with this floor. But, rest assured, our connection with the Thousand Beast domain, Dungeon of Atlantis, Goblin Crypt, and Undying Lands are merely disconnected. It will be reconnected the moment we leave this floor. William nodded in understanding. Thank you. What about the maze? Can you find the exit? No. The mapping system also doesn't work in this place. At most, you can only clear the places that you have traveled on the map. Be careful, Will. I have a bad feeling about this place. Thank you, William replied. I will keep that in mind. Even without Optimus' reminder, William had already decided to take this matter seriously. This was not the first time that his domain had been blocked by a law of the tower. The floor of parting also had similar laws that prevented others from hiding in a domain in order to proceed to the next floor. If not for the fact that the Undying Lands was governed by its own set of rules, Chiffon might have been left behind when William ascended to the next floor. After eating, William and Chiffon stepped inside the entrance of the maze. After walking for some time, they came across their first intersection. Let's go right first, William said. Chiffon nodded her head in agreement. An hour passed as William and Chiffon entered the maze. Whenever there was an intersection, they would always choose the right path. William gave Chiffon a special marking pen, and the little girl would always write an arrow in the direction that they traveled. Chiffon found this very interesting and took her job seriously. Meanwhile, William and Optimus were carefully mapping the area that they had traversed. They were looking for signs for any changes in the pattern of the maze. So far, there were no changes. However, William noticed something strange. In the black area of the map, on the place where the map was not revealed, there were several red spots that blinked unceasingly. Naturally, these red spots were hostile creatures. The half-elf had already anticipated that something like this would happen, but he wasn't worried. The two continued to chart their course until 12 hours had passed. William frowned when he looked at the map. After 12 hours of walking, they had only covered a small area of the map. This just proved how big the maze was. It also made William realize that conquering the 51st floor in a day was out of the question. Earlier, he tried to break down the walls to no avail. The walls were protected by the law of the Guardian, so destroying it was out of the question. Flying and any other forms of flight were also disabled. After turning into a corner, William saw a blinking red that they would come across at the next intersection. This battle was inevitable, and William was also curious on what kind of monster was waiting for them at the other side. "Chiffon, wear your gauntlets," William said as he summoned Stormcaller. The pink-haired girl's expression immediately became serious as she equipped the Devourer's gauntlets. Instead of waiting for them to make a right turn, the red blinking spot started moving. William immediately took a fighting stance, and Chiffon did the same. Their eyes focused on the right intersection where the monster was going to appear. A few seconds later, a red, frog-like man with a freakishly big head peeked at the corner of the intersection. Its blood-red eyes stared at William and Chiffon with undisguised hunger. It then gave them a creepy smile, showing a mouth without teeth. This was the first time that William saw this creature, so he immediately used his appraisal skill to get its information. Yaramawaichahu. Devouring Vampire. Bloodsucker. Threat level, A mid. Cannot be added to the herd. The Yaramawaichahu likes to hunt unsuspecting travelers when they least expect it. Although it is only a meter tall and is very fast and agile. It sucks its victim's blood through their fingertips, while its mouth could devour its prey even if they were 10 times its size. Once it devours its victim, it will immediately take a nap. After it wakes up from its nap, it will regurgitate its victim and take a nap again. The victim that had been regurgitated would be extremely weak from the loss of blood, and their skin would have a reddish tinge in them. It is advisable that those that had been regurgitated must do any means necessary to escape. Once the Yaramawaichahu wakes up from its nap, it would once again hunt its victim and devour it again. Every time the victim gets devoured and regurgitated by the Yaramawaichahu, there will be changes in their body. The victim would become smaller, and their skin redder. It was said that after the Yaramawaichahu devours its victim for the 4th time, the next time the Yaramawaichahu regurgitates its victim, they would no longer be human, but a Yaramawaichahu. As the Yaramawaichahu looked at William and Chiffon, a creepy laugh emerged from its toothless mouth. Soon, this laughter was followed by a chorus of laughter that came from all over the maze. The red blinking dots on the map were slowly converging towards them. According to William's estimate, there were at least 100 of them. "Chiffon, no matter what happens, stay as close to me as possible. Understood, big brother?" As the red dots drew closer, the laughter of the Yarmoechehu became louder. It had been a very long time since they had sucked the blood of those that were foolish enough to enter the 51st floor. This was William's and Chiffon's first battle within the floor that was given the nickname Devil's Floor. Lightning snaked around William's body as the power of Stormcaller burst forth. He knew that this was a critical time, so he intended to get serious and use the power of his prestige class. He hadn't been spending his time idly in the southern continent after the war with the elves. William knew that he needed more power once he stepped into the central continent and didn't stop training his other job classes in the dungeon of Atlantis. Optimus, change my job class to ninja. Understood. As soon as the job class was activated, a dozen clones appeared in front of William. This was the clone skill that was available in the ninja skill tree. Ninjas were known for their agile movements, assassination abilities, and ninjutsu. One of their specialties was to create clones of themselves that aided them in battle. The prestige class ninja was acquired when William visited the Temple of the 10,000 Gods. Its requirements were the Geomancer, Stalker, and Archer job classes. The Stalker job class was the next form of the Thief class. As for the Archer class, William had maxed this job class long ago. The Geomancer class had been trained by Ash, which also allowed it to reach the necessary level requirement. 2 years after the war in the southern continent ended, William focused his attention in unlocking the strong prestige classes like the Elemental Lord and Ninja to boost his repertoire in battle. Each clone possessed 50% of William's strength. However, instead of holding Stormcaller in their hands, they were wielding various weapons. 5 of them were wielding swords called Ninjato, which was the default weapon of the ninja clones. The other 5 held Kama in each hand, while the last 2 held crossbows. A dozen clones was the maximum number that William could create right now. If he wanted to have more clones, he would have to upgrade the ninja job class to its final form, Shadow Sovereign. Although these dozen clones were weaker than William, they gained all the buffs of William's King's Legion, which increased their stats by a good margin. Also, there was another hidden trick to William's close, which was Quick Shot War Art Second Form. All the clones said in unison. At the same time, dozens of Yarmoechehu appeared at the path leading towards them. They were so fast and agile that they were able to walk on the wall itself. The meter-tall Yarmoechehus opened their disgusting large mouths and jumped at William's clones with the intention to cling on them like a koala. That way, they could wrap their arms around the clone's body, sucking their blood, while their abnormally large mouth would devour their bodies starting from their head. This scene would be perfect for a horror movie and was guaranteed to make anyone scream in fear. Chiffon was intimidated by their appearances and numbers. Because of this, she unconsciously took a step backwards. That was how scary the scene was in front of her. As the bloodthirsty devouring little vampires jumped in the air, the clones completed the war art they had prepared in hand. Shotgun! Powerful auras erupted from the tip of their weapons and pushed back the approaching Yarmoechehus, including those that had jumped into the air to attack them from above. William, on the other hand, raised Stormcaller and dozens of lightning bolts erupted from its tip, blasting the disgusting creatures away and severely wounding them. Chuckle. One of the severely injured Yarmoechehu raised its head and grinned. The injuries on its body were healing at a rapid pace, similar to the regeneration abilities of the Trollhounds. William snorted as Stormcaller once again crackled in preparation for the next attack. His clones followed suit as they, too, prepared to use a more powerful war art to deal with the annoying Yarmoechehus whose regeneration made them a very annoying enemy to fight. Quick Shot War Art Fourth Form. William and his clones roared. Grand Bazooka! A loud explosion echoed within the maze as the Yarmoechehus cried out in pain from the attack that had torn their bodies apart. Since the passage was not that wide, the effect of the Grand Bazooka was quite profound. All the Yarmoechehus who had attacked William were all blasted into bits. William frowned because he noticed that the pieces of flesh on the ground started to wriggle. He had a very bad premonition, so he decided to obliterate them again for the second time. However, before he could even do anything, Chiffon stepped forward and opened her mouth. The wriggling pieces of flesh were helplessly sucked inside her mouth, making them unable to reform their bodies. The surviving Yarmawaichehus who saw this scene instantly panicked and ran away in fear. They were creatures who specialized in sucking the blood of others and devouring them whole. However, when they saw Chiffon do the same, their survival instincts kicked in. All of them chose to flee. They were not afraid of getting injured or blasted into pieces because they could still regenerate and reattach their bodies. But if they were devoured, then that would be their end. This was why, instead of confronting the pink-haired girl, they chose to escape for the time being. The maze had several other creatures in it aside from the Yarmawaichehu, so the little critters were confident that they would have their revenge. Soon, their chuckle once again echoed within the maze, making Chiffon cling to William's arm in fright. The half-elf sighed because he knew that this was only the beginning. There were blinking red dots on the map that were bigger than the Yarmawaichehu. The annoying little devouring vampires were troublesome enough. William only hoped that they would not encounter stronger monsters. He was sure that the opportunistic little bastards would pay close attention to them and wait for the right opportunity to go in for the kill. "Let's return to that dead end we found a little while ago," William said. "It is not safe to travel right now. We need some rest." Chiffon was still shaken from the encounter, so she just nodded her head, while clinging to William's arm. They didn't know that at the center of the maze, someone was paying close attention to their every move. That being licked his lips in anticipation as he waited for his guests to arrive at his location. Even from that distance, it could hear the sound of William's and Chiffon's heartbeats. "Yes, this is what I want to hear." The being chuckled as it focused on Chiffon's loudly beating heart. "The heart of someone with a strong divinity. I can't wait to pierce your chest and take that small and innocent heart of yours from your body." The being once again chuckled as it resisted the temptation. He needed to ensure that his two guests would reach the center of the maze first. That way, he could start the real trial of the 51st floor. A trial that would make the hearts of his prey succulent and sumptuous. Hearts that he would eat in order to break the seal that bound him inside the Tower of Babylon. William and Chiffon retraced their steps to return to the dead end that they had seen a while ago. After the battle against the Yarmawaichehus, the half-elf knew that they couldn't continue to push forward for the time being. Hundreds of blinking dots had already arrived at the area that was just outside the black fog that covered the map in his status page. Along the way, William used his Runemaster job class to place traps on the floors and walls that lead towards their destination. Some of the Yarmawaichehus were quite impatient and followed them as they retreated, triggering the traps. The little vampires cried out in pain as they hastily retreated. Although they had a fast regeneration ability, the power of lightning decreased the speed of their recovery. Also, the lightning traps were very painful, which made the Yarmawaichehus very hesitant to follow William and Chiffon. Their creepy chuckles spread across the maze like the cacklings of hyenas, who were encircling the prey that they had chosen. "Sleep, don't mind them," William said as he softly patted Chiffon's head. Chiffon didn't move because William's touch calmed her down. However, she was still worried about the Yarmawaichehu whose chuckles were growing in fervor. "How about you, big brother?" Chiffon inquired. "Are you not going to sleep?" William smiled. "I will sleep later. Don't worry. I will wake you up when it's your turn for watch duty." The pink-haired girl reluctantly nodded her head before leaning her head on William's chest. Both of them were seated with their backs against the wall. Although this was not a comfortable position to sleep in, the two had no choice but to adjust due to their current situation. William created a soundproofing spell and applied it to Chiffon's ears. This way, the little girl wouldn't be too bothered by the creepy chuckles that resounded within the maze of the 51st floor. Several explosions could be heard in the distance. Clearly, some of the Yarmawaichehus decided to try once again and stepped up on William's traps. "Optimus, do me a favor and alert me right away when they go past the danger zone," William said. "I will also rest. I leave the watch duty to you." "Affirmative." Just like Chiffon, William was very tired as well. He knew that, in order to break out of their current situation, He needed to be properly rested in order to react to any kind of situation. A few hours passed, and the defensive line that William had set was slowly being chipped away by the relentless little vampires. Due to their vast numbers, they were taking turns in clearing the lightning mines that the half-elf had set beforehand. The system was paying close attention to the little critters to ensure that they wouldn't be able to sneak attack the two teenagers who were fast asleep. A few hours passed before William was awoken abruptly by the system. "Will, they're here." William opened his eyes and dispelled the soundproofing spell on Chiffon's ears. He then lightly shook the girl who was drooling on his chest. "Chiffon, wake up," William said as he stared at the blinking red dots that were only a few hundred meters away from them. "We have company." Chiffon opened her eyes, but she was still half asleep. However, her drowsiness disappeared instantly when she heard the familiar chuckling sounds of the Yarmawaichehus. The pink-haired girl immediately stood up and equipped her gauntlets. Although she was still fearful of the creepy little vampires, she knew that fighting them was inevitable. William took a step forward and took a deep breath. He had already consulted with Optimus earlier that their chances of advancing on the maze, littered with thousands of Yarmawaichehus, was not ideal. Sure, they could defeat them, but they would just keep on coming back. William had a nagging feeling that these thousands of little vampires were once the challengers who had come to the 51st floor with the hope of conquering it. He estimated that those below the rank of adamantium, centennial rank, had all turned into Yarmawaichehus. Those who were stronger might have transformed into more frightful beings, which represented the big red dots on the map. According to Optimus' estimate, the Yarmawaichehus in the maze numbered in the hundreds of thousands, while the red dots numbered in the thousands. It was clear that this was an uphill battle with no end in sight. This wouldn't have been a problem if William could summon his army. Unfortunately, that option was ruled out, so he had to do what was needed in order for him and Chiffon to survive. Although 98% of the map in his status page was still covered in black fog, something could be seen at its center. A small, stationary, golden rectangle could be seen at the center of the map. Although William and Optimus didn't know what it was, both of them guessed that it was something important. "According to your calculations, how high is the chance for that golden rectangle to be the exit of this maze?" William inquired. "Less than 53%. William narrowed his eyes as he came to a decision. Finding the exit using normal means was not possible. They would have to deal with the Yarmawaichehus' constant harassment, and that would be an exhausting experience. Also, it greatly increased the risk of them being overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. After careful deliberation, William decided to take a chance. He didn't know if the plan he had in mind would work, but he would rather try than fight a losing battle of attrition. Chiffon unconsciously took a deep breath when a few small heads poked at the corner of the intersection. 3 Yarmawaichehus looked at William and Chiffon before chuckling. A few seconds later, more of them appeared, instantly blocking the only path that they could take. "Chiffon, I will bulldoze my way through," William said. "Stick to me, and don't get left behind." Chiffon nodded. "Understood." William summoned a metallic golden staff in his hand as he took a step forward. He then pointed its tip towards the snickering little bastards who were staring at them with hunger. "Break all the walls that stand before me," William roared. "Rui Jingu Bang." Rui Jingu Bang extended and increased its size. The Yarmawaichehus who had already entered the pathway shrieked as the tip of the golden staff smashed onto their bodies until it slammed on the wall of the intersection. William could feel a powerful resistance that was resisting Rui Jingu Bang's blow. He knew that it was the laws of the world that prevented the destruction of the walls of the maze. However, what was Rui Jingu Bang? It was a weapon that could increase its length, size, and weight. William roared as he continued to increase Rui Jingu Bang's size. It was at that moment when several cracks appeared on the wall that had already turned the little vampires into meat paste. With a loud crack, the wall finally collapsed. The half-elf didn't relent and charged forward. The weapon in his hand answered his call and glowed brightly. All the walls in front of them were smashed to pieces. "Chiffon! William and Chiffon ran as fast as they could as the half-elf used Rui Jingu Bang as a battering ram. Immediately, the blinking red dots in the map were alerted and immediately swarmed towards them. William decreased Rui Jingu Bang's length, but not its width. If you look at this scene from afar, it would appear that the red-headed teenager was holding a giant bazooka. Quick shot war arts, first form, William shouted. Destroy everything in your path. Railgun. A powerful explosion took place that sent William skidding tens of meters from where he stood. The recoil of the attack made his body creak as the bones on his arms cracked. The half-elf endured the pain and began running. Sun Wukong was one of the most indestructible beings in creation. Although his bones had cracked, they were healing at a very rapid rate. Meanwhile, all the monsters that had flooded the destroyed walls were obliterated to bits. This included the larger beasts that looked like a cockatrice, that were rumored to have the ability to turn living creatures into stone. Although William had destroyed the first wave of monsters, more came. He plucked out a few strands of his hair and blew on them, creating clones. The clones' roles were to only protect them from the monster attacks, while William's role was to keep smashing the walls until they reached the center of the maze. William was forcefully breaking the laws of the domain using Rui Jingu Bang, but this also came at a price. The duration of his heroic avatar was being sapped quite quickly. With a loud shout, the half-elf smashed the final wall that blocked their way. Chiffon's eyes widened when she saw what seemed to be a giant red oak tree. At its center, a rectangular red portal shone eerily. "Chiffon," William said as he held her hand. "Let's go." "Yes," Chiffon replied as she firmly held William's hand. Thousands of monsters were rushing behind them, so the two didn't think twice and ran towards the red portal. As soon as their bodies passed through it, a devilish chuckle echoed within the maze of the 51st floor. The chuckle sounded amused, and was even filled with anticipation. After hearing this chuckle, the monsters stopped their advance and dispersed as if nothing had happened. The broken walls that William had smashed slowly returned to its original state. A few minutes later, all the traces of the battle disappeared. The only thing that remained was the devilish laughter that belonged to the Lord of the Devil's Floor. Meanwhile, in the Creator Empire, Kenneth had just defeated his opponent, which made him one of the final contestants in his division. Right now, his final opponent was Eleazar Blackthorn, who was lucky enough to get the free pass on the ballot draw, due to having an uneven number of participants. As he walked down the arena, he glanced at the lightly tanned young lady, who was wearing lightweight leather armor. The lady returned his gaze with a smirk that seemed to be asking, "What are you looking at?" Kenneth averted his gaze as he walked towards the seats that were reserved for the contestants of the tournament. He didn't want to create any trouble during his stay because it would only complicate his mission. Lilith snorted as he turned her gaze back at the arena. For her, Kenneth was too delicate looking to match her preferences. As an Amazon who was looking for a potential partner, looks, bearing, and strength was important. He is strong but too girly looking, Lilith thought. Such a waste of good genes. The young Amazon shook her head lightly as she walked towards the arena. Her opponent was not a stranger to her. They had met several times when she was exploring dungeons and domains, and every time they met, they would always battle each other. "My dear Lilith, tell me, are we perhaps fated to be together?" Ged asked with a smile. "I don't know why the two of us always ended up fighting each other. But there must be a deeper meaning to this, yes?" Ged was well known as the bastard prince of the Tensor Empire. He refused to get the surname of the royal family and settled for her mother's family name, which was Walker. This earned him the scorn of the royal family, but none of them dared to do anything underhanded to the bold teenager. The emperor favored him because of his fighting prowess, and allowed him to attain some degree of freedom. Although everyone called him a bastard, he was still recognized as a prince by one of the powerful empires that stood in the central continent. Lilith chuckled as she nodded her head in agreement. "You're not bad, Ged. Your looks and physique are passable, but you are a softie inside. You know that I don't like softies. How bold of you to assume that I have an interest in you." Ged crossed his arms over his chest and grinned. Having you as a wife or concubine will be the death of me. Don't be like that. If I don't really find a suitable partner, I will consider you as my last resort. Should I be honored then? You should. Ged shook his head because they had already had this conversation countless times before. Lilith was a beauty, even among the Amazons, but Ged only thought of her as a good friend. Aside from her good looks, Ged abhorred her vices like gambling and theft. What he wanted was a loyal and virtuous lady, and not a powder keg that could blow up at any moment. Well then, how about we have a bet for old time's sake? Lilith asked as she summoned a short sword and a shield. Ged summoned a two-handed sword and made a few casual swings. Go on. I'm listening. If I win, you become my servant for a month, Lilith stated. If you win, I'll be your servant for a month. Do we have a deal? Only on the condition that neither of us will have the authority to auction or sell each other in order to gain profit, Ged replied. Tisk. You never change, Lilith. After that light banter, the two clashed at the center of the arena, leaving the referee dumbfounded. I still haven't said the start of the battle, the referee muttered helplessly. To his credit, no one paid attention to him and only focused their gazes at the two combatants who were exchanging blows with sneers on their faces. Lilith and Ged exchanged several blows that rang across the stadium. Both of them had a firm grasp on each other's fighting ability. They had already fought against each other so many times in the past, and most of their trump cards were known to each other. Empress Andrace sighed as she looked at her daughter, duking it out with the handsome boy that came from their rival empire. The Tensor Empire and the Amazon Empire weren't really at odds at each other. Both Empress Andrace and Emperor Eugene of the Tensor Empire do their best to not antagonize each other. The Emperor even joked at the Empress that he would give his blessings if Lilith were to drag Ged back to the capital of the Amazon race. Because of this, there was a time when Empress Andraste urged Lilith to drag Ged back to their empire, but the latter refused it. The Amazon princess would always say that Ged was not fit to become a mate of any of their warriors because he was a softie. In truth, Empress Andraste didn't know if Lilith and Ged had the possibility of being a couple. The two of them would always bicker and fight, but their battles were not a fight to the death. The Amazon Empress felt like Lilith was only using Ged as a reserve candidate, just in case she didn't find a man that matched her taste. Truth be told, she had a feeling that Ged just treated her daughter as a naughty little sister, who was at loggerheads with her older brother. Well, if it is meant to be, then it is meant to be, Empress Andrace thought as she leaned back on her chair. Maybe I should just kidnap the boy and bring him back to our empire by force. Let's see if my daughter will react then. As the Amazon Empress was busy concocting a kidnapping plan in her head, the battle in the arena was starting to heat up. The Amazon princess is living up to her reputation, Evexius said softly beside Emperor Leonidas. Prince Ged has also improved a lot. I think he is now stronger than Prince Jason. If the two of them meet in the finals, our prince would have a hard time if he fought him in close combat. Emperor Leonidas nodded his head. Currently, the remaining participants who had not been eliminated in the tournament were the strongest members of the young generation. Any one of them could become the champion. While it is true that Prince Ged was stronger than Prince Jason when it came to physical prowess, the prince of the Creator Empire relies more on technique and strategy to get what he wants. After 5 full minutes of non-stop attack and defense, the two fighters pulled back at the same time. You've improved quite a bit, Lilith, Ged praised. And you didn't, Lilith chuckled. Looks like you are destined to become my servant for a month. I've missed your cooking. Make sure to not disappoint me later. You can stop daydreaming. Me? Daydreaming? What a joke. I want to eat steak tonight, medium rare is best. Ged didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his double-handed sword, with its tip pointing towards the ground in front of him. When Lilith saw this, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. She knew that Ged was now about to get serious, and the playtime was over. The Amazon princess tapped her round shield twice with her sword. Sharp blades protruded at the corners of her shield, which could easily cut flesh like a sword. The short sword in her hand glowed golden as light particles emitted from her body. "It has been a while since I've seen the dance of the fireflies," Ged said softly. "Let's end this properly, Lilith." The Amazon princess took a fighting stance as she prepared to strike. The two fighters faced each other as if they had agreed beforehand to end this battle with their next attack. The audience held their breaths as they waited for the outcome of the match. Without any warning, both fighters disappeared from where they stood. A few seconds later, a blinding light erupted at the center of the arena, forcing most of the spectators to cover their eyes. Empress Andraste's gaze didn't leave the two fighters. After seeing the result of the clash, her hand clenched into a fist. "You underestimated your opponent, Lilith," Empress Andraste sighed. The other veterans shared her opinion. They were the ones that weren't fazed by the brilliant light that surrounded both fighters. Ged's sword had pierced through Lilith's right shoulder, which made the Amazon's face tighten. Her sword had also fallen on the ground, and with the condition of her arm, it would be impossible for her to pick it back. "Looks like this is the end," Ged commented. "Yeah," Lilith agreed. "It's my win." Lilith's bladed round shield was pressed on Ged's neck. A trickle of blood had already stained its blade. If the Amazon princess was to push it a little more, the young man's neck would have a large gush in the next second. Ged pulled back and released the grip on his sword. Just like Lilith had said, it was indeed her win. The Amazon princess had incredible flexibility, which enabled her to twist her body at the last second, preventing a lethal injury. "I concede. You are the victor of this match." "Okay. That's now 128 wins and 127 losses. Remember, prepare my steak tonight. I want medium rare." The clerics rushed up to the arena and deftly pulled out the sword on Lilith's shoulder. They then healed their injury and gave her a few potions to drink to increase her speed of recovery. Emperor Leonidas applauded, and the rest followed suit. Deep inside, he was feeling depressed. Truth be told, he wanted William to participate in the tournament. He had seen him fight alongside with his army, but it wasn't enough to assess his overall strength. It was quite unfortunate that the half-elf had to leave the Creator Empire because of their patron god's quest. The Emperor knew why Prince Jason joined the tournament and what he would wish for if he won. Frankly, Emperor Leonidas had already thought of his answer if his grandson were to wish for what he had in mind. For now, he tossed the idea at the side of his head. In order for that to happen, Prince Jason must win first. "I'll cross that bridge when I get there," Emperor Leonidas mused as his gaze landed on his granddaughter, who was seated in the VIP seats reserved for their family. He had received several marriage requests for Princess Sydney, not only in the Creator Empire, but in the surrounding empires as well. However, he rejected them all. His granddaughter had already made up her mind, but the Emperor didn't know if this was the best for her. Emperor Leonidas was planning to use the tournament to know if William was truly a capable person. Sadly, he wouldn't be able to see the aces hidden in the half-elf sleeves. Aces that he was quite interested to see. Ash cradled Princess Sydney's head on her chest, as the latter panted for breath. Both of them were currently inside the Thousand Beast domain because the Princess Sin was acting up again. Unfortunately, there was no news of William and where he had gone. No matter how much the two called out to him, no reply came back to them. It didn't take long for the two young ladies to realize that something might have happened to William during his climb inside the tower. Left with no choice, Ash took the role of absorbing Princess Sydney's surging divinity into her body. Ever since William had gone to the tower, the half-elf had designated his incubus job class to Ash as a countermeasure, just in case he wasn't around when Princess Sydney's divinity went out of control. Naturally, this job class changed into the succubus job class when Ash took on her mermaid form. However, since this was an incomplete job class, William and Ash didn't grow any horns, tails, or wings on their bodies. Even so, the power they wielded was enough to use the basic function of the incubus and succubus job classes without fail. As the power of lust was absorbed by the gem on Ash's chest, Sydney's breathing became smoother, but her face was still pale. After an hour, the princess finally regained full control of her body. "Thank you, Ash," Princess Sydney said weakly. I'm glad you were here to take care of me. There's no need to thank me, Ash replied. I can't possibly turn a blind eye when you are clearly suffering. Ash sighed internally as she calmed the power that she had absorbed. The power of a divinity wasn't easy to control. Only William, who had the aid of the system, could easily store this power inside his body as a sort of battery for future use. Ash was different. She was a mermaid, and was a complete novice when it came to dealing with these kinds of things. Her forte lay in spirit control, and the power of lust was not an easy power she could tame from the get-go. Both of them were covered in sweat, so they decided to take a bath together. After they were done, they returned to the bedroom. Princess Sydney knew that Ash was having trouble in dealing with the power that she had absorbed, so she decided to lend her a hand. Ash didn't resist, because she had been with the princess every time they made love with William. Because of this, the barrier between the two of them had already crumbled. This was something that the half-elf had encouraged, because he preferred to make love with the two beautiful girls at the same time. Soon, the two ladies rolled on the bed, as Princess Sydney helped Ash find relief. This was the only thing she could do to ensure that her friend would not be overwhelmed by the power of lust. Meanwhile, back in the Tower of Babylon, Chiffon opened her eyes and found herself in a very familiar room. This was a place that she had been to several years ago, a place that filled her with dread. Suddenly the door in the room opened up, and a handsome boy with green hair entered. There was a devilish grin on his face, which made Chiffon unconsciously shudder. Truth be told, the pink-haired girl was very afraid of this person. She wished more than anything else that she wouldn't get the opportunity to see him again. "What's wrong, little sister?" the green-haired boy asked. His blood-red eyes stared at Chiffon with ridicule. "Are you hungry? Don't worry. I will take you to a place where you can eat your fill." Chiffon unconsciously stepped back as she shook her head. "And no, I'm not hungry." The green-haired boy paused for a minute before laughing. "Little sister, how can you not be hungry?" the green-haired boy asked in a teasing tone. "You haven't eaten anything in 2 days. You don't have to lie to me. As your big brother, it is my duty to ensure that you eat until you are full. And no, I'm not really hungry. Big brother Felix, you don't have to take me anywhere." "Oh? Are you sure you're not hungry?" "I'm not hungry." As if mocking her attempt at lying, a gurgling sound resounded inside the room. Felix laughed once again as Chiffon's stomach growled in hunger. "Let's go." Felix grabbed her hand, not caring whether she wanted to go with him or not. "Time for you to eat." Felix was Chiffon's half-brother. They were born from different mothers and had the same father. The pink-haired girl also had several other brothers and sisters. Some were older than her, some were younger than her. However, all of them shared the same attitude when it came to Chiffon. All of them treated her like trash. Felix dragged Chiffon to the forest that was just outside their manor. It was a villa that their family used for lodging during hunting season. Naturally, the forest was nearby, so that they didn't need to travel far in order to hunt their prey. After half an hour, the two arrived at a small clearing inside the forest. There, over a dozen boys and girls chatted happily. "I brought her with me," Felix announced as he pushed Chiffon forward. "She's very hungry. I hope that all of you will help our sister eat as much as she can. After all, we are all family, right?" The boys and girls laughed and voiced their agreement. Chiffon clenched her fist as she lowered her head. "Why? Why is this happening?" Chiffon panicked internally. "Just a minute ago, I was with Big Brother Y." Chiffon paused. The name she was about to say was stuck at the tip of her tongue. She tried to recall her big brother's name, but whenever she did, only a blurry image appeared inside her head. All she could remember was the color of his hair and eyes. However, even those two things were starting to become blurry as well. "What's wrong?" Felix inquired as he once again pushed Chiffon's body. Because of the sudden push, Chiffon fell down on the ground. Everyone around her laughed when they saw the scene in front of their eyes. Their laughter drowned out the memory that Chiffon was trying so hard to hold onto. A memory that she didn't want to let go no matter what. "Everyone, our sister is very hungry," Felix raised his hand with a wicked grin. Come on, let's shower Chiffon with our love. All right? I've prepared for this day. Heh! I even went to the small village nearby to help our sister get something to eat. Oh, how kind of you. I only found some rotting food in the kitchen. As if the floodgates had been opened, Chiffon's brothers and sisters opened their storage rings and showered her with an assortment of trash that they had gathered over the past 2 days. Rotten eggs, fish bones, dead mice, insects, bones, pieces of flesh, animal droppings that they found in the forest, and many other things both disgusting and mundane. The pink-haired girl was covered in filth from head to foot, but this didn't cause her despair. The one thing she was worried about was the fleeting memory that was slowly and surely slipping out of her grasp. An old woman looked up at what seemed to be a big red bubble floating on the sky. Inside that bubble, 2 teenagers floated. The old woman had a nasty smile on her face as she observed the color of the red crystal that hovered above Chiffon's heart. Right now, a small glow could be seen at its center. This was the proof that Chiffon's heart devil was slowly taking hold of her heart. Once the entire crystal was filled with a radiant glow, it then would start to crack. This meant that the person's heart had lost to their heart devil and was now ready for the final phase. The guardian that governed the 51st floor liked to eat hearts. He especially liked the hearts of innocent people because they had a very rich and overpowering taste. However, the guardian had discovered a much better way to make the taste of people's hearts extra special. Once they had lost to their heart devil, the guardian would grant that person's deepest desire and satisfy that person's wish. That way, their already delicious hearts would become richer, and would give him more power once he consumed them. They had already known that Chiffon was a holder of a powerful divinity. Although they didn't know what this divinity was, they really weren't too bothered about it. She was not the first one that was born with this priceless treasure. There had been many others who had succumbed to the heart demons and ended up in the guardian's hands. Their powers had long become part of his body. Just one more divinity and His Excellency will be able to break through the laws that bind him to this tower. The old woman said softly, You should be honored, child. Your heart will give birth to a god that will rule this world. Worry not, before you draw your last breath, your deepest desire will be granted. Isn't my lord benevolent? The old woman chuckled before setting her eyes on William, who was floating right beside Chiffon. Well, this boy is not bad, the old woman muttered. I guess I can ask His Excellency to bestow you to me as a reward for serving him for the past 100 years. The old woman grinned, showing her yellowish teeth. All the men here have turned into those disgusting Yaramawaichahus and cockatrices. It has been so many years since I saw a decent-looking young man. You will have to satisfy me for now until we are able to leave the tower. The 2 teenagers were unaware of what was happening in their surroundings. Their consciousnesses were currently trapped within the second trial of the 51st floor. Truthfully, the reason why no one had been able to clear the devil's floor was due to the guardian. As the god that ruled over the floor, no one was his match. This allowed him to manipulate the laws according to his wishes and make the trial very difficult to clear. Even if someone were to clear the trial, they would still need his approval to proceed to the next floor. This was why no one had been able to succeed. The guardian of the 51st floor had done the taboo and ate the hearts of the players that had stepped onto his floor. Supposedly, guardians shouldn't actively participate in the trials of their respective floors. However, the administrator of the floor was an exception because he was a very malevolent being. The moment he became the sovereign of the devil's floor, the result had already been set in stone. Up above the sky, 2 eyes were looking fondly at the pink-haired girl, whose heart was screaming in fear, pain, and anxiety. The glow of the red crystal was becoming stronger by the minute, but the guardian knew that it would still take anywhere from 3 days to a week before the heart he desired was finally ready. He had already waited for over 1,000 years. He could afford to wait a few more days. All he wanted to do was to sink his teeth into Chiffon's heart that contained a piece of divinity. For the past 1,000 years, he had already collected 23 divinities. Each of them gave him enormous power. Now that another divinity was presented to him, he was certain that once he left the tower, no one would be his match. As for the girl's companion, he hadn't sensed anything from his body. For him, William was just an ordinary half-elf. Even the power he showed earlier wasn't anything special. His servant had already requested that the half-elf be given to her. Since that was the case, the guardian readily agreed and promised to give the red-headed teenager to her as a reward. Why should he care about a mere half-elf? The only thing he cared about was the adorable, pink-haired girl, whom he had set his eyes on from the very start. A day passed, and Prince Jason woke up inside his room. His injury had already been healed, and there were no other side effects of the poison inside his body. He walked towards the balcony of his room and gazed upon the sunrise in the distance. Today was the last day of the quarter-finals. If he won his fight today, he would proceed to the semi-finals, which would only be a step away from realizing his goal. He caressed the bracelet on his right hand. This was the artifact that was given to him by the Oracle. It was his trump card in the tournament. If possible, he didn't want to use it and leave it as a secret weapon when he stepped into the finals. However, his last battle made him realize that he couldn't underestimate his opponents. If not for the fact that the Oracle was also in the Grand Arena, he would have perished under the hands of the deadly poison from the demonic continent. "It doesn't matter who I face," Prince Jason muttered. "I will be the champion of this tournament." A sneer appeared on his face when he remembered the red-headed teenager who had suddenly disappeared from the academy. Prince Jason had long wanted to have a one-on-one battle with William to show everyone that he wasn't anything special. In his mind, the half-elf only won the war due to the undead army. He was only strong because he had an ability that allowed him to jump ranks and become as powerful as a saint. Prince Jason believed that now that they were on equal footing, he would be able to prove that he was a better warrior. He would be able to prove that he was a better man. Someone that others should look up to with fear and respect. That he was the person that deserved to be surrounded by riches and beauties, and the only person who had the qualification to pin down the seductive princess from the southern continent on his bed. He vowed that after he won the tournament, he would stake his claim and make his cousin his bride. "It's your fault for running away, half-elf," Prince Jason smiled. He then raised his right hand as if trying to grab the sun that was rising in the east. "The future belongs to me." When the sun shone at its zenith, the grand Colosseum of the Creator Empire opened its doors. Tens of thousands of people took their seats as they waited with bated breath for the end of the quarterfinals. This will be the last hurdle before the semifinals. The gambling houses were in full swing as they accepted the bets of those who wished to try their luck in the tournament. They looked at the finalists in each bracket and weighed the pros and cons of their decisions. In the end, all of the remaining contestants were said to be the strongest among the young generation, and it was hard for anyone to make a decision. Naturally, the Creator Empire was a bit biased when it came to their own prince. Right now, all the bets were placed in favor of Prince Jason, while a few individuals decided to pin their hopes on the beautiful elf, Pearl McLean. Bracket A. Prince Jason. Pearl McLean. Bracket B. Kenneth Exion Ashley. Eleazar Blackthorn. Bracket C. Ephemera Fortuna. Sylvanus Rawl. Bracket D. Lilith Lynn. Luther Luna. Prince Jason stepped on the arena and raised his fist. The cheer of the Praetorians resounded like thunder as they gave their full support to the remaining representative of their empire. Luna entered the arena with a confident smile on her face. Even though she wasn't the crowd favorite, none of that mattered to her. Her goal in coming to the Creator Empire was to force William to free her sister. It was quite unfortunate that the half-elf was nowhere to be seen, so her initial plan was thrown out of the window. However, she still intended to win the tournament. The Silvermoon continent wanted to regain their face on the world stage. As an elf, it was her duty to bring glory to her race. She could always ask the Creator Emperor to use his influence to force William to release her sister. This way, her trip to the human empire wouldn't be in vain. The referee glanced at both combatants and nodded his head. "The two of you already know the rules," the referee said. "Are both of you ready?" Prince Jason raised his hand in a gesture to pause the start of the match. "Why don't we make this fight more interesting?" Prince Jason commented with a smile. "How about the two of us have a bet? If I win, you will be—" "There's no need." Pearl interrupted Prince Jason's words with her own. "I'm not interested in your bet because you don't have the power or the authority to grant me my request." The smile on Prince Jason's face stiffened when he heard the beautiful elf statement. "You're questioning my power and authority in my own empire?" Prince Jason asked with a sneer. "How bold of you. Well then, why don't you tell me what you want and I'll tell you whether I can grant it or not." Pearl returned Prince Jason's sneer before answering his question. "William von Ainsworth took my sister captive," Pearl replied. "Do you have the power and authority to give her back her freedom?" Prince Jason used all of his willpower to keep the smile on his face. He was aware that William had taken several elves with him back in the southern continent. His relationship with William was like oil and water. The mere thought of asking the half-elf for a favor was enough to make his skin crawl. "Well, can you do it?" Pearl took a step forward. Her voice was filled with ridicule and contempt. Prince Jason nodded. "Of course I can. I am the prince of this empire. There are very few things that I cannot do." Prince Jason couldn't afford to lose face in front of his people. He had to act bold and confident because he would definitely lose face if he backed down. Even though he was sure that William wouldn't release Pearl's sister if he was the one to talk to him, he still gave Pearl a positive answer. He would just worry about the half-elf once he returned to the Empire. For now, it was more important to show the Emperor that he wasn't afraid of his love rival. The corner of Emperor Leonidas' lips rose. Sometimes it was important to learn the art of bluffing because it could give you the advantage in a negotiation. Unfortunately, Pearl didn't bite and only shook her head helplessly. A man who is lusting over the fiancé of another man cannot be trusted, Pearl thought as she summoned her bow. Humans are truly despicable. Seeing that the elf had no intention of accepting his bet, Prince Jason summoned his sword and prepared for battle. The referee glanced at the two fighters before raising his hand. "Fight!" Both combatants immediately reinforced their bodies using their auras and spells. Just like she did during the battle against Prince Maximilian, Pearl jumped around the arena while showering Prince Jason with a hail of arrows. The Prince of the Creator Empire calmly deflected and dodged her attacks as she closed the distance between them. Prince Maximilian, who was watching the battle along with the other princes and princesses, frowned. This was the same style that Pearl had used against him, and his power of clairvoyance watched her each and every move. In Prince Jason's vision, the two fighters in the arena had clashed several times, before Pearl unleashed her trump card that was enough to destroy half of the arena. This attack was also the reason why Prince Maximilian decided to surrender. As he watched the battle unfold, the scene that he was dreading came into fruition. Pearl had unleashed a powerful attack, leaving no place for Prince Jason to escape. Prince Maximilian increased the power of his clairvoyance, but the result astounded him. He couldn't see past the point when Pearl had unleashed her attack. No matter how hard he tried, the prince wasn't able to see the outcome of the battle. It was as if there was some kind of power that was blocking his ability to see the future. Originally, Prince Jason could only use this ability for things that were going to happen to him. But, if he paid a price, he would also be able to see the future of others, albeit for a short period of time. "This is my limit," Prince Maximilian sighed as he stopped the use of his ability. Blood seeped at the corner of his lips, but he quickly wiped it with his handkerchief. "What's wrong, cousin?" Princess Vanessa asked. "Are you not feeling well?" Prince Maximilian patted her hand to assure her that he was all right. He didn't dare open his mouth because he could still taste the blood. If his cousin saw this, she might start to panic, so he decided to just act as if nothing had happened and focused on the battle that was currently happening in the arena. Princess Vanessa frowned, but didn't say anything else. She once again returned her gaze to the arena where her beloved was having an intense battle against the beautiful elf who was hopping and flying around the arena like a pesky grasshopper. A few seconds later, the scene that Prince Maximilian had seen using his ability came to pass. Pearl jumped high up in the air as the arrow on her bow glowed brightly. Air that flies freely in the world. Eradicate those who stand in your way, Pearl shouted as she released the arrow in her hand. Arrow annihilation. A powerful blast of air descended from the skies. Prince Jason's sixth sense screamed at him to dodge it at all cost. However, no matter where he went, he would still be within the range of the attack. The prince knew that now was a moment of life and death, so he decided to activate the bracelet on his wrist. Powerful explosion shook the arena. A cloud of dust rose up in the air, preventing everyone from seeing the outcome of Pearl's powerful attack. The emperors, kings, and patriarchs, who were at their respective seats, narrowed their eyes. Empress Andraste shook her head before speaking out her thoughts. Maybe we should have added in the rules that these kinds of artifacts must not be allowed in the tournament, Empress Andraste said. This is considered cheating. The other rulers nodded their heads in agreement before glancing at the emperor who hosted the event. Empress Leonidas' face remained calm as he gazed down at the arena. We can always add this to the rule later. Right now, it is too late to change anything. Empress Andraste nodded her head. She was one of the people that had drafted the rules of the tournament. None of them had anticipated the use of such artifacts, so it wasn't included in the rule book. The other sovereigns exchanged glances at each other, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was a loophole that they didn't foresee. As the host of the tournament, Emperor Leonidas had taken a hands-off policy in the drafting of the rules. This meant that he was innocent and the current circumstance couldn't be blamed on him. The demon general, Zagarl, snorted to show his stand on the matter. Deep down, he was disappointed because Prince Jason didn't die. Now that the prince had activated his trump card, the outcome of the match was set in stone. A powerful aura dispersed the dust cloud from the arena. Just like Prince Maximilian had predicted, half of the arena was destroyed. But there was one thing he wasn't able to predict. Standing at the destroyed part of the arena was Prince Jason. He was wearing crimson-colored full-plate armor that was strong enough to withstand Pearl's devastating attack. Despicable human prince. Pearl's face contorted in rage. So this is why you wanted to have a bet with me. Compared to that brat named William, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Prince Jason was feeling a surge of power inside his body and decided to enjoy the pleasurable feeling. However, his opponent had spoken something he didn't like and it soured his mood. What he hated the most was to be compared to William. For him, the half-elf was a thorn in his side that wouldn't disappear no matter how hard he tried to pull it out. Now that he was being called a piece of trash, he no longer planned to show any mercy to the beautiful elf whom he planned to humiliate in front of everyone. Prince Jason took a step forward and instantly appeared 2 meters away from Pearl. The beautiful elf gritted her teeth as she attempted to jump backwards. It was quite unfortunate that the prince's hand was able to grab her arm first, preventing her from jumping away. With a loud cracking sound, the bones on Pearl's arm broke. The elf bit her lip to prevent herself from screaming out loud. Behind the crimson helmet covering his face, Prince Jason was sneering. You bitch! I'll make sure that you will regret comparing me to that half-elf bastard. Prince Jason pulled back his arm with the intention of punching Pearl's stomach to make her kneel in front of him. However, before he could execute his plan, someone grabbed his hand, preventing him from punching the elven beauty. That's enough, Your Highness, Avexius said with a smile. This round goes to you. Prince Jason didn't know why Avexius stopped him from teaching the elven girl a lesson. However, the look that the Grand Archmage of the Creator Empire was giving him made him feel that something was terribly wrong. Because of this, he decided to play along to better understand the situation. The prince glanced up to where the Emperor of the Creator Empire was seated. He wanted to know why someone interfered in the middle of his match. Emperor Leonidas stared down at him. His expression was calm, as if there was nothing in the world that could move him. But this same expression was enough to tell Prince Jason that he could no longer do anything to his opponent, whose arm was now currently being treated by the medics of the Creator Empire. Let's go, Your Highness, Avexius commented. The other matches still need to be held. We are hogging the spotlight right now. Prince Jason snorted as he turned around to walk towards the exit of the arena. The crimson armor that covered his body receded, and once again turned into a bracelet that hung on his right wrist. The winner of this battle is Prince Jason, the referee announced. Although the audience was confused on what happened inside the arena, they still applauded Prince Jason for winning and proceeding to the semi-final rounds. Only the elite warriors were aware of what had transpired, and they felt that the prince had won unfairly. Even so, they kept mum about it. It was not their place to scold the prince for using an underhanded trick to win the tournament. They just pitied the elven beauty who was being escorted outside the arena. Pearl saw Kenneth standing not far from her, and decided to walk in his direction. She passed by him, but before she did, she said something that only the silver-haired teenage boy could hear. "I'll leave the rest to you," Pearl said as she passed Kenneth. "Take the win for our race. Use whatever means necessary to accomplish our goal." Kenneth didn't give her any answer. Instead, he walked towards the arena because it was his turn to fight next. Pearl glanced at his retreating back with complicated feelings before heading towards the resting area. Although she lost, she planned to watch the tournament until the end. Kenneth was the only remaining candidate of the elven race. Originally, she wanted to become the champion of the tournament. It was quite unfortunate that her goal was crushed by the prince, who shamelessly used an artifact to drastically increase his defenses and boost his rank to the peak of the mortal realm. Pearl was frustrated, but she understood that she couldn't make any waves within the Creator Empire. The only thing she could do was wait. Wait for Kenneth to win, and wait for the son of the Saintess to return. While Pearl was pondering about these things, a soft but firm voice reached her sensitive ears. "Don't worry, I will win." Kenneth stepped inside the arena with a determined look on his face. He vowed that he would break Princess Sydney's engagement with William, and he would carry it out without fail. "Don't worry, Will," Kenneth thought as he unsheathed the short sword from his scabbard. "I will set you free." Chiffon dragged her weary body to a small house near the villa. Her clothes were all dirty, and her body felt wet and sticky. Just as she crossed the living room, a light cough reached her ears. "Chiffon, you are back," a small and beautiful lady with pink hair said as she walked towards Chiffon. Her eyes looked over at her daughter, and her heart ached on what she saw. "Let's go to the bathroom first. I haven't taken a bath as well. Let's bathe together." Another cough escaped the lady's lips after finishing her sentence. Clearly, she wasn't feeling well, but seeing her daughter in that state hurt her more than her sickness. "Mama!" Chiffon reached out and hugged her mother. A few seconds later, she started sobbing. It was as if she was venting all of her grievances to the one person that truly cared for her. April, Chiffon's mother, hugged her back. She didn't care that her daughter was dirty. She didn't care that her daughter stunk. What she cared about was that her beloved child was hurting and, as her mother, she would stay by her side regardless of her current state. After a few minutes, Chiffon finally regained her calm. She allowed herself to be taken to the bathroom and be cleaned up by her mother. April used a small bucket to pour water on her daughter's head. After that, she used soap and water to clean her from head to foot. She would cough from time to time while doing this, but she didn't care. After ensuring that she had properly cleaned every nook and cranny of Chiffon's body, she washed her with water. "Mama, let me help you too," Chiffon offered. April nodded. "You can wash my back. I can handle the rest." Chiffon held the soap firmly in her hand and helped her mother clean her back. The two spent a good amount of time in the bathroom before they emerged wearing bath towels on their bodies. Chiffon hummed as her mother helped dry her hair using a hand towel. "You're going to be 12 soon, Chiffon," April said. "A few more years and you will be old enough to marry. I wish I could see that day." After saying these words, April had a coughing fit that alarmed Chiffon. The pink-haired girl immediately helped rub her mother's back in order to help ease her discomfort. When April's cough subsided, Chiffon sat beside her. She was still worried about her mother, but the latter just gave her a hug and kissed her forehead. "I'm fine, don't worry about me," April assured her. Chiffon was still worried about her mother, but since April said that she was fine, she decided to believe her. "Mama, what do you mean old enough to marry? What is marry?" Chiffon asked. April lightly tapped her forehead because she had forgotten that Chiffon was still too young to understand what marriage means. In the end, she decided to explain this to her properly, instead of leaving it to her half-brothers and half-sisters, whose only aim was to make Chiffon suffer. Marriage is a ceremony where you say your vows to someone you love. Once this is done, both of you will be partners for life. April sighed as she looked in the distance. It was as if she was reminiscing about a memory of the past. A past where she thought that she had found her true love. A love that would make her the happiest dwarf in the world. "I hope that you will find someone who will truly love you," April said as she patted Chiffon's head. "Someone who will never leave your side in times of happiness as well as hardship." Chiffon vaguely understood what April was trying to say. However, she was still too young to fully comprehend it. "Mama, did Papa and you marry?" Chiffon inquired. April's body stiffened before she once again had a coughing fit. Chiffon hurriedly patted her mother's back once more to help ease her suffering. After a few minutes, April sighed and hugged Chiffon close to her. "Your father and I didn't marry," April replied. He chose not to marry me because of political reasons. You don't have to worry about this. Even if I didn't marry your father, I am very happy to have given birth to you. For me, you are my treasure. My one and only baby in this world." April tightened her hug, which made Chiffon feel warm and happy inside. She couldn't see her mother often because April was considered an outcast. Earlier, Chiffon had to beg the guard stationed on the door of the house to allow her to see her mother. Out of disgust, the guard allowed her inside just so her stench would go away. Chiffon still didn't understand why she couldn't live with her mother, but April said that she was already happy if Chiffon visited her from time to time. The pink-haired little girl stayed with her mother till the next day. In truth, she didn't want to return to the villa because she was afraid that she would get bullied again by her half-brother and sisters. Her father had many wives, and all of them treated Chiffon with scorn. Just like her mother, Chiffon was treated as an outcast. A freak of nature that had a disgusting divinity that allowed her to eat anything. The pink-haired girl's father turned a blind eye to the harassment that Chiffon and her mother suffered at the hands of his wives, sons, and daughters. If there had been any love between April and him in the past, that love had long disappeared without a trace. All that was left was disappointment and regret. Disappointment because April didn't bear him a son. Regret because April couldn't give birth to another child because of her condition. In her father's eyes, they were merely baggage from the past. A past that he had long left behind. A group of beautiful women chatted in the garden located at the side of the villa. They were the other wives of Chiffon's father, and they were talking about random things in the demonic continent. After a while, they saw Chiffon walking back to the villa from the small house where her mother was housed. One of the ladies clicked her tongue in disgust. "I still don't understand why our husband still keeps that woman around. He should just toss her to the desert and let her fend for herself." The other ladies around her chuckled and nodded their heads in agreement. All of them were rivals, but Chiffon's mother was a thorn that they had long wanted to get rid of these past few years. April was their husband's first lover. If he married her, she would have become the main wife and first among all of them. Fortunately, the demonic council opposed his idea, so Chiffon's mother didn't gain a noble title. All of them were very happy with this setup, but deep inside, they still felt worried that their husband would once again rekindle the love that he had for April and make her one of his legal wives. The ladies exchanged a knowing glance as a plan formed inside their heads. Lucille, their husband, and Chiffon's father, was currently out on a hunting trip along with his subordinates. The only ones in the villa were their guards. If they were to make a move on April, now was the perfect opportunity to do so. However, they needed a valid excuse to do it. Although they didn't say it out loud, they were afraid that Lucille would get angry if they made a move on April while he was away. Lucille's first legally married wife, Natasha, narrowed her eyes. She was the daughter of one of the dukes in the demon continent who supported Lucille's reign. Because of this, Her authority was the highest among his wives, and everyone followed her orders without fail. "Our husband won't be back for 3 more days," Natasha commented. "If any of you can come up with a good plan about how to deal with April, I am willing to lend an ear. Naturally, all of you are required to participate once the plan is set in motion. Of course, big sister, we will give you our full support. As long as we can make that April suffer, I am willing to cooperate." The other ladies voiced their agreement. Although all of them didn't get along well, they were united in their hatred for April. They still thought that having a dwarf as one of their husband's lovers was a stain in their reputation. "I thought of a good plan," one of the ladies said with a smile. "We will be able to punish both mother and daughter at the same time." "Oh, let us hear it then. Go on. Don't leave us hanging." Natasha lightly brushed her long, light green hair with her hands, before making a gesture for her compatriot to tell them her plan. If it was really as good as she claimed it to be, then they would definitely act on it without fail. While the ladies were talking, there was someone who heard their conversation from above their heads. William's consciousness had somehow merged with Chiffon's consciousness. He had seen how Chiffon was treated by her half-brother and sisters. He had seen April and how much she loved her daughter. He had heard how Chiffon's stepmothers came up with a plan to make the mother and daughter pair suffer. William gnashed his teeth in anger and his hands balled into fists. However, he was powerless to do anything. It was as if he was watching a movie as a spectator. No matter what he did, nothing happened. He couldn't contact Optimus, he couldn't use his skills, and he couldn't talk to Chiffon. After several tries, William gave up and observed Chiffon's childhood. William made sure to remember the names of Chiffon's father and stepmothers. He vowed that when he visited the demonic continent, he would give all of them a piece of his mind. The next day, Chiffon was dragged by her half-siblings to the garden to play dodgeball. Of course, this wasn't an ordinary game because they were using a special artifact that Natasha had secretly lent to her son, Felix. The children were split into 2 teams, and the game began as Felix threw the ball at Chiffon's team and eliminated them one by one. Of course, they didn't aim for Chiffon at the beginning. They saved her for last because the children had already been told secretly by their mothers about the plan that they had come up with a day ago. Finally, only Chiffon was left on her team because everyone had been eliminated. Felix grinned and threw the ball towards Chiffon in a casual manner. The ball flew very slowly, so Chiffon decided to catch it. When Chiffon caught the ball, a cry of pain escaped her lips because the ball suddenly became very hot. It was as if she had caught a big lump of coal that had just recently begun burning in a fireplace. Chiffon immediately let go of the ball. She then tearfully inspected her hands in order to see the damage she had taken. But to her surprise, her hand was perfectly fine. Aside from the pain she was feeling, there were no visible injuries that could be seen anywhere. "What's wrong?" Felix asked. "It's your team's turn to hit us. What are you standing there around for? Hurry up and go to your position." Chiffon almost jumped up in fright because of Felix's yell. She hurriedly went to the spot that was reserved for her and waited for the game to begin. The siblings exchanged a glance at each other and sniggered. It was now time for the second phase of their plan. A. The game began and Felix's team deftly dodged the balls that were thrown at them. Every time it was Chiffon's turn to throw the ball, she would feel a searing pain in her hands. This caused her to throw the ball haphazardly, which made her siblings burst out in laughter. The ladies who were watching them from afar chuckled among themselves because they fully knew what was happening to Chiffon. In the end, Felix's team was eliminated, and it was now their turn to throw the ball at Chiffon's team. Just like always, they saved Chiffon for last. Felix sneered as he threw the ball at Chiffon. This time, he didn't hold anything back and threw the ball with all of his might. Chiffon was about to dodge to the side when suddenly, the speed of the ball increased. It then hit her squarely on the chest, which sent her flying a few meters in the air. Felix had activated the special ability of the artifact that increased its speed and made the ball 20 times heavier. Everything happened so fast that Chiffon had no idea what happened. The pain in her chest made it hard for her to breathe. Several of her ribs had been broken, so every time she drew breath, she would feel a stinging pain that made breathing difficult for her. Blood seeped at the corner of her lips, and tears came out of her eyes. It was at this moment when a scream was heard in the distance. April had witnessed Chiffon getting hit by the ball and was shocked at what happened next. As a fighter, she realized that the ball was not an ordinary ball, but an artifact that could also be used as a weapon. This realization filled her with anger as she ran towards her daughter to check her condition. Mama!" Chiffon cried out weakly. She was in great pain, and wished for her mother to make the pain go away. April ran towards her darling daughter with tears in her eyes. She was feeling murderous right now, and had the strong urge to kill Felix with her bare hands. However, she knew that the guards who were watching by her side would prevent her from doing that. Since that was the case, she rushed towards her daughter who was currently in pain. April would do everything in her power to save Chiffon, even if the price she had to pay was her own life. "I'm here." April held Chiffon's hand as she channeled her power towards her daughter's body. April had dual abilities. She could control the earth element as well as spiritual power. She harnessed the power of nature and used it to heal Chiffon's injuries. She rarely used this power because this was not her specialty. However, after seeing how much her daughter was suffering, April decided to heal her injuries with utmost care. As she used her powers, the miasma that had remained dormant inside her body resurfaced. This was the reason why she was ill all the time. Her strength was slowly being sapped away by the miasma, and all she could do was to hold it at bay. After seeing Chiffon's state, April ignored her own hardship and used her power to heal her daughter, allowing the miasma to rampage inside her body. Chiffon's injuries were slowly recovering, and yet April's own injuries were getting worse. Natasha saw this scene and laughed internally. She knew that April was barely keeping the miasma in her body at bay. If she were to use her powers again, there would be no turning back. This was the plan that they had concocted so that they wouldn't be blamed if anything happened to her. Black blood spilled at the corner of April's lips as she endured the pain in her body. Chiffon was not aware that her mother was currently suffering. Right now, the pink-haired little girl was being cradled by the spirit of nature that specialized in healing. It was easy to mend broken bones and flesh, but treating miasma wasn't something that healing magic could cure. Only powerful oracles could use the power of restoration to drive the miasma out of a person's body. Unfortunately, the demonic continent didn't have an oracle that sided with Lucien. All of them rejected his request to cure April many years ago. What Lucien didn't know was that Natasha was responsible for this rejection. She couldn't allow April to regain her health and threaten her position as Lucien's first wife. Fortunately for her, the most powerful of the oracles was part of her family's faction. The other oracles belonged to the factions of Luciel's other wives. None of them wanted to see April's rise, so they all united together to strangle her chance of survival. After the healing ended, April spat a mouthful of black blood. Several black marks appeared on her skin, and they wiggled like little snakes that were crawling all over her body. April gritted her teeth as she endured the miasma that was tearing her body apart. Chiffon's injuries were now fully healed. She was about to thank her mother when she noticed that April's expressions were very pale. Also, the black lines that were appearing on her body were slowly increasing. Alarmed by what was happening, Chiffon clung to April and cried. April gathered all of her willpower and forcefully suppressed the miasma inside her body. Several minutes passed and the black lines on April's body disappeared. However, her complexion was as pale as a candle. Chiffon supported her body and took her back to the house where April stayed. "Mama, we're here, you're going to be fine," Chiffon said while sobbing. April was too weak to say anything. Instead, she just squeezed her daughter's hand firmly to show that she was fine. "Mama, I read books in the library and found out about what marriage meant," Chiffon said. For some reason, something was telling her that she needed to keep her mother awake at all cost. She remembered what her mother mentioned in passing, so she used this topic to talk to her. April only smiled and weakly nodded her head. "I'm still too young to marry, so Mama needs to watch over me and pick my future husband," Chiffon said. "Help me find someone better than Papa. Someone who will not leave me alone and toss me to the side." A tear escaped April's lips as she squeezed Chiffon's hand. She could feel her life force slipping away from her body and knew that her time had finally come. She looked at her pitiful daughter and felt her heart ache, not from the pain of the miasma, but the pain of leaving her behind to fend for herself. "Mama, how many grandchildren do you like?" Chiffon asked. She was too young to realize that her mother was already at death's door. However, her instinct was telling her that she had to keep talking. She had to keep her mother awake at all costs. "Two is good," April forced herself to reply to her daughter's inquiry. "Okay, I will have 2 children. I can't wait to meet them." April wasn't able to stop the tears from falling. As her life was about to reach its end, she prayed. She prayed to any god that could hear her to have pity on her beloved daughter. William, who was watching beside them, felt his heart breaking. Somehow, he could hear April's prayer that came from her heart. "Chiffon. Mama. I love you." I love you too, Mama." April then turned her head to the side. "Take care of her," April said. "Please, take care of my daughter." William didn't know if this was just a coincidence, but April was facing him. You could even say that April was looking straight at him. It was as if she could see William's soul. I will take care of her," William replied with uncertainty. "I promise." "Thank you." April smiled before she closed her eyes. William and Chiffon felt a gentle breeze pass through them. Suddenly, the black lines on April's body resurfaced. They covered her entire body until all of her turned pitch black. "Mama!" Chiffon felt the grip of her mother's hand slacken and immediately realized that something wasn't right. "Mama, what's wrong?" The pink-haired girl looked at the black lady who was lying on the bed. Chiffon shook her mother lightly, but April no longer reacted. Only the smile on her face remained. Perhaps it was due to William's assurance, or perhaps it was her last attempt to assure her daughter that everything was going to be fine. She remained smiling until the end. It was at this moment when the door of the room suddenly opened. Natasha and her cohorts entered with gloating faces. They had sensed April's passing, but they still decided to take a better look to ensure that their rival was indeed dead. After seeing the black, dead, dwarf on the bed, Natasha sneered and even spat on her body. "Good riddance," Natasha said with contempt. "Guards, take Chiffon away and lock her up in her room. I will deal with this dead body myself." Chiffon, who was suddenly grabbed on both arms, panicked. "Let me go. My mother is not dead," Chiffon cried out. "She's just sleeping. She even said that she wanted to see her grandchildren." Natasha ignored her and went towards the bed. She then kicked April's body, causing the deceased dwarf to fall off from the bed. "Nu, what are you doing?" Chiffon shouted in anger. "Mama! Stop kicking Mama!" Natasha and Lucille's other wives kept on kicking April's body, as if they were venting all the frustration they had held back all these years. "Stop it!" William roared in anger. "Do you not have any respect towards the dead?" William even attempted to kick the ladies, but his attacks just passed through them. Although he knew that it was useless, his anger didn't allow him to sit idly. "Nu, Mama!" Chiffon shouted. She struggled and struggled, but the guards held her firmly in their grasp. A few minutes later, Chiffon stopped struggling as she lost consciousness. She wasn't able to take what Natasha and her cohorts were doing to her mother. All she knew was that, at that point in time, her anger reached its limit and her world descended into darkness. In the real world, the glow inside the crystal that was floating above Chiffon's chest increased. Her heart devil was slowly taking hold of her heart and body. The old woman who was observing her and William chuckled. "A few more days, and this little girl's heart will reach its limit," the old woman said with a devilish smile on her wrinkled face. "She will be the final sacrifice that we need to gain our freedom. Finally, we can leave this wretched place." Up above the heavens, a sinister chuckle was heard. The guardian of the floor agreed with his subordinate. It was only a matter of days before his 1,000 years of waiting would meet its end. As long as he succeeded in absorbing Chiffon's heart and divinity, no one would be able to stand in his way. Eleazar's demonic head fell on the arena amidst the cheering of the crowd. The representative from the demonic continent had crossed many people because of his unmerciful display during the tournament. All the opponents he faced in battle were killed, which made the family and friends of the contestants out for his blood. Unlike his previous battles, Kenneth didn't have an easy time because Eleazar was indeed a very powerful fighter. As a representative of the demon race that was bred for slaughter, the elf had no choice but to end the match as soon as possible. Kenneth didn't allow Eleazar to use his dirty tricks and other underhanded methods. The crowds applauded the elf for killing the demon whom they wished to kill with their own hands. Zagarl looked unperturbed even when the last candidate from the demon continent died. This demeanor made the rulers of the central continent frown. They had long noticed the seeming indifferent attitude of the demonic general in regards to the young prodigy of the demon race. It was as if they were just sending cannon fodders, instead of prodigies to participate in the Tournament of Champions. Even Emperor Leonidas thought that something was wrong, but there was no way to pry any answers from Zagarl. As the right-hand man of the demon lord, he was not someone that was easy to deal with. After Kenneth's victory, two of the main divisions finally had their semi-finalists. Bracket A. Jason Hal Creeder. Bracket B. Kenneth Exion Ashley. After a 10-minute break, the fighters of Bracket C walked towards their battling stage. Ephemera Fortuna stood tall at the center of the arena. She was one of the crowd favorites that hailed from the Gunnar Federation. The Gunnar Federation was composed of several kingdoms that had united under one banner, which gave birth to the only federation in the world of Hestia. Her birth country was the Kingdom of Edelweiss. It was a kingdom known to foster magic swordsmen who specialized in both swordplay and various types of magic. Her opponent, Sylvanus Ra, hailed from the Dwarven Empire known as the Hali Empire. Among the various empires in the central continent, no one could beat them when it came to craftsmanship. Weapons, armor, artifacts, accessories, and other miscellaneous items that came from the Hali Empire were hot commodities in the central continent. No one dared to attack them because the dwarves were notorious for their advanced military weaponry. They had made entire mountains their fortresses, and their ferocity in battle was recognized by all the races that shared their borders. Sylvanus raised a giant hammer that was at least twice the size of his body. With just a glance, one could tell that it was a very deadly weapon that could crush boulders with a single strike. Some of the audience hoped that the beauty from the Gunnar Federation wouldn't suffer too much at the hands of the dwarf who had a confident smile on his face. "Girl, why don't you surrender now?" Sylvanus asked. "I'm not confident that I will be able to hold back once I start swinging my hammer." Ephemera smiled at the dwarf who was showing concern for her. "Thank you for the offer, but I have to pass," Ephemera replied. "Feel free to swing your hammer as much as you like. Even if I die, my family or my people will not find any trouble for you." Sylvanus sighed and nodded his head. Since his offer was rejected, then there was no other choice but to fight. Ephemera pulled out the rapier from her scabbard. The thin golden blade was quite eye-catching. Those who didn't have an eye for weapons would think that the beautiful lady's weapon was just for show. However, those who were veterans in the battlefield could tell that this blade had already claimed countless lives. It was not a sword for special ceremonies, but a true sword meant for killing. Sylvanus' expression became serious when he saw Ephemera's sword. In the previous matches, she only used an ordinary rapier as her weapon. For her to take out her soul-bound weapon meant that she was taking this fight seriously. The judge glanced at both participants and raised his hand. "Battle start!" the referee shouted before retreating outside of the arena. Sylvanus slammed his hammer on the ground, and something unexpected happened. The tiles under his feet rose up in the air and transformed into an earth dragon that was over 10 meters long. "Gaia Force!" Sylvanus roared. The earth dragon opened its mouth and released a concentrated ball of earth energy. The referee made several hand seals and 5 barriers surrounding the arena appeared simultaneously. He had estimated that this particular attack could be blown out of proportion and might endanger the audience's lives. Although several protective measures were set in place, They didn't want to take any chances and opted for the safest option. Ephemera stood straight like a sword as the energy blast that looked like a miniature sun descended upon her. Exterminigra imperfi, Ephemera shouted as she slashed forward. The golden blade shone brightly. A few moments later, a giant sword that was over 6 meters long sliced the Earth Dragon's attack in half. A powerful explosion resounded within the arena as the barriers took the brunt of the attack. Ephemera's long purple hair fluttered in the breeze, and her light red eyes glowed in power. She had a determined look on her face, which made her beauty shine even more. Sylvanus smirked as he slammed the ground with his hammer for the second time. Just like what happened earlier, another Earth Dragon formed above the dwarven prodigy. Gaia Tempest, Sylvanus ordered. The 2 Earth Dragons floated high above the arena before unleashing 2 dragon breaths that were imbued with earth spikes. Deflectundis Angeligra, Ephemera calmly chanted as she took a defensive position. The giant golden sword transformed into a 4-layered, golden shield that was over 3 meters tall. The collision between the dragon breaths and the shield caused another powerful explosion. The ground under Ephemera's feet was crushed as she withstood the might of Sylvanus Earth Dragons. Half a minute later, she skidded a few meters away from where she stood. The dragon breath of 2 Earth Dragons was not something that any ordinary sword mage could block. Even though these beasts were created by Sylvanus' ability, their firepower was not in any way inferior to real Earth Dragons. A smile appeared on Ephemera's face as she held her ground from the powerful attack. Flashes of golden light appeared all over her body as she activated her virtue. Right is right even if everyone is against it, Ephemera said softly. Wrong is wrong even if everyone is for it. 2 golden wings sprouted behind her back, and the shield in her hand grew in size. I will fight for what I believe in, Ephemera roared. This is my justice. With a powerful flap of her wings, Ephemera flew towards Sylvanus with the golden shield in front of her. Seeing that his opponent intended to bash him with her shield, the dwarven warrior pulled back his hammer and prepared for one mighty swing. Earth smash! Sylvanus swung with all of his might. A resounding ringing sound echoed across the arena as the giant hammer and the golden shield met. It was as if a giant bell had been struck, causing it to emit a ringing sound that rang unimpeded. This is a battle worthy of the semi-final round, Empress Andraste commented as the corner of her lips curled up into a smile. The rulers also nodded their heads in agreement. A brief moment later, a loud cracking sound spread across the Grand Colosseum. The barriers that were holding back the chaotic powers within the arena were starting to break. Emperor Leonidas raised his scepter at the exact moment the barriers broke. Fortunately, the emperor had already erected several other barriers that protected the audience from the aftershock of the powerful collision between 2 strong fighters. Extermite Gargantinius! A giant golden sword slashed the 2 Earth Dragons hovering in the air in half, before descending towards the ground. Not long after, a loud grunt was heard. The figure flew out of the arena, hitting the barrier in place. Sylvanus coughed a mouthful of blood before his body slid down towards the ground. His armor was in tatters and he was seriously injured. Fortunately, he would live to see another day as the clerics of the Creator Empire rushed in his direction. Ephemera flicked her rapier to the side before sheathing it back to its scabbard. Her clothes were a bit dirty, but aside from that, she was fine. The crowds cheered for the victor without waiting for the referee's announcement. The latter shook his head helplessly, but he still raised his hand to do his job. The winner of this match is Ephemera Fortuna, the referee declared. She will now proceed to the semi-finals. The purple-haired beauty gave a curtsy to the audience before leaving the arena. On the way to the resting area, she saw Lilith with a smirk on her face. So, justice has come to the central continent, Lilith said in a casual manner. Where are the rest of your compatriots? That's none of your business, you sinful lady, Ephemera replied as she walked past her. I'll wait for you in the finals. Confident aren't we? I suppose I will meet you there, but only if you win your next match. Of course I will win. Justice always wins. Lilith didn't reply to the arrogant lady's words. Instead she chuckled as if what Ephemera said was the biggest joke of the year. The Amazon princess walked towards the arena with a spring in her step. Ephemera's battle had fanned the flames of rivalry in her blood, and she was very eager to show everyone what she was capable of. Kenneth sighed internally. Looks like winning this tournament isn't going to be easy. His gaze landed on Ephemera for a brief moment before landing on Lily's sun-kissed body. He already knew that the two ladies were powerful, but both of them were still keeping their trump cards hidden. Kenneth understood that he had to go all out if he wanted to win. However, by doing so, it would expose a few things that he wanted to keep hidden. Fortunately, Will isn't here, Kenneth muttered. Of all people, he didn't want William to see him going all out. Since the half-elf was not around, he could fight to his heart's content without worrying about the consequences. I will win, Kenneth declared in his heart. Not only will I win, I will also complete the promise I made to my master back at the Silver Moon continent. As the silver-haired teenager made a vow in his heart, Princess Sydney and Ian observed Lilith closely. Are you sure? Ian asked. Yes, Princess Sydney replied. The Princess of Frisia was one of the 7 deadly sins. They had the inborn talent to sense the presence of other sins in their immediate vicinity. That girl carries a sin, Princess Sydney stated. A very troublesome sin. Ian snorted from the side. All the sins are troublesome. I don't know if it's my good or bad luck to be surrounded by ticking bombs that could explode at any moment. Princess Sydney smiled sweetly. She also agreed with Ian. All the sins were troublesome. Even she didn't think that she would get the chance to meet the members of her faction so soon after arriving in the central continent. Fortunately, Darling isn't here. We don't have to worry about him being sniffed out by that troublesome bitch. Princess Sydney nodded. The Amazon princess was a troublesome character. If William was here, he would definitely be in danger. After all, the Amazons were always in the lookout for strong individuals to mate with them. Since Lilith was the princess of the Amazon race, her standards were very high. Princess Sydney and Morgana thanked their lucky stars that William was currently inside the Tower of Babylon. They even wished that William would stay there until the Amazon delegation had left the Creator Empire. That was the only way to prevent Lilith and him from meeting each other. Empress Andraste, who was seated not far from Emperor Leonidas, took the initiative to ask her acquaintance a question. Her informers had come out empty-handed these past few days that she had spent in the Creator Empire. Because of this, she thought that Emperor Leonidas was purposely hiding someone from her. It was not only the Empress of the Amazon race that came empty-handed. What happened on the southern continent might have been kept confidential from the masses, but the rulers were quite aware of what had transpired during the period of time when the southern continent was closed off from the rest of the world. They had come to the Creator Empire with the intention of scouting the half-elf that was born between the union of the Dungeon Conqueror and Saintess of the World Tree. Emperor Leonidas, I believe that there is a red-headed teenager that is currently residing in your domain, Empress Andraste said with a smile. I believe his name is William. If possible, I'd like to meet him. Emperor Leonidas glanced at his acquaintance with a calm expression. William? Are you talking about the fiancé of my granddaughter? Yes. Where is he? He's not here. Empress Andraste frowned. She thought that Emperor Leonidas would pretend that he didn't know about William's existence. The Amazon Empress was prepared to hear her peers' excuses, but instead of lying, the Emperor answered her without hiding anything. Where is he? Empress Andraste asked. I am very interested in the boy. If possible, I want to invite him to my empire for a vacation. The rulers who heard Empress Andraste's words cursed her internally. Invite him to your empire for a vacation? More like you were planning to invite him in order to participate in an orgy. All of them had known the Amazon Empress for a long time. They knew that she would not bat an eye to drug, drag, and incapacitate any promising men that she could take back to her empire in order to mate with her Amazon warriors. William? He's busy clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, Emperor Leonidas replied. Empress Andraste, Zagarl, and the other rulers of the central continent all snorted in disdain. Clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon? What a joke! If it was that easy to clear the devil's floor, all of them would have cleared it long ago. You should make a better excuse next time. Empress Andraste snapped at the old bastard. Stop making things up and just spill the beans. Where is the boy? Emperor Leonidas smirked as he looked at the annoyed Amazon Empress. I already said that he is clearing the 51st floor, Emperor Leonidas answered. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. Emperor Leonidas knew that even if he explained, none of his peers would believe him. All of them had long given up climbing the tower, so the ruler's reactions were understandable. Unfortunately, he was telling the truth. Even he wanted to know what is currently happening to the boy. Just like everyone else, he didn't believe that William could conquer the 51st floor. All of them had failed, so how could a teenager who had just come of age possibly be able to do what they couldn't accomplish? Emperor Leonidas shifted his attention back to the arena. It was no use thinking about things that were outside of his control. Whether William would be able to return or not was up to the gods. It was not his place to question the things that were going inside Amun's head. Worthless thing. Chiffon's father, Lucille, kicked the little girl until she slammed into the wall. Chiffon fell on the ground unconscious. Blood flowed out of her mouth and dyed the floor red. Husband, you should just get rid of that girl, Natasha said. If you like, you can just give her to one of your generals as a plaything. She's still young, but she still has a pretty face. Give her a few years and she will serve well as a bed warmer to one of your loyal men. I'm sure A resounding slap echoed across the room. Natasha wasn't able to finish her words before she, too, slammed into the wall. Do you think I don't know that it is you who schemed behind April's back? Lucille took a step forward. Did you not think that I would find out? Or were you confident that because you have the backing of your family, I would not lay my hands on you? Lucille sneered as he stomped on Natasha's hand, breaking all of its bones. Ah! Natasha screamed, and this scream made all of Lucille's other wives back away in fear. Mother! Felix shouted. Just as he was about to come to her aid, a pair of bloodshot eyes froze him in his place. You want to save her? Lucille sneered. Go on. Come. I dare you to save her. Felix felt all the hair on his body stood on end. His survival instinct was telling him that if he dared to take a step forward, his life would come to an end. His pants became wet as he lost control of his body functions. Such was the fright he received from his own father, who was not looking at him as a son, but a mongrel that he could kill any time he pleased. Lucille waved his hand and Felix was pulled towards him. He then grabbed the boy's neck and raised him in the air. The boy struggled, for he was unable to breathe. Seeing that Lucille was serious about killing her son, Natasha begged and pleaded for forgiveness. If she only knew that Lucille's feelings for April were this strong, she wouldn't have schemed against Chiffon's mother, causing her to die. The pink-haired girl who was lying on the ground opened her eyes and came upon this scene. This was the first time that she saw her father this angry. Chiffon's injuries were slowly starting to regenerate, although it wasn't as fast as the regeneration ability of hydras, mountain trolls, and trollhounds. It was still good enough to help her recover from the injury that she had received earlier. When April sacrificed her life to heal Chiffon's injuries, she used all of her powers to imbue her body with a regeneration ability. If her life was in great danger, this regeneration ability would activate, healing her injuries at a faster rate. Lucille glanced down and noticed Chiffon was already awake. It was then when an idea came to his head. He released his hold on Felix's body, allowing the boy to drop to the ground. The eldest among his sons gasped for air, and Natasha hurried to his side, protecting him with her body. Forgive me, Natasha said. I am willing to compensate for my wrongdoings. Just say the word. I will ask my family to surrender half of our wealth to you. Lucille ignored her and grabbed her hair, making Natasha scream in pain. He then pried Felix out of her grasp and tossed the young boy aside. Only one of you will get to live today, Lucille declared. He then looked at his son, who was looking back at him in fear, and sneered. Boy, do you want to live? I do, Felix replied. He was afraid that if he didn't reply right away, his father would crush his neck, ending his 15 years of existence. Lucille then threw Natasha in front of his son with indifference. "Kill her," Lucille ordered. "I will only give you 15 heartbeats to do it. If you still haven't killed her by then, I will kill you." Felix looked at his mother with a complicated expression. Natasha looked back at her son in tears. She understood that Lucille wasn't joking. One of them would die today, and if it was not her, it would be none other than her son. "You monster!" Natasha summoned all of her strength and attacked Lucille with everything she had. Rather than having her own son kill her, she would rather die by Lucille's hand. She was still his mother. How could she possibly allow Felix to bear the burden of killing his own mother? Lucille snorted, but he didn't move from where he stood. Natasha's dagger drew an arc in the air with the intention to cut off her husband's head. However, before her dagger could even make contact, a sword blade pierced right through her chest. Natasha stared at the blade on her chest in disbelief before looking at her husband's face, who was looking at her with contempt. She didn't need to turn around to know the identity of the person who stabbed her in the back. How could she possibly not know? Bitter tears streamed down the side of her face as she fell on the ground. "Father, I did what you told me," Felix stuttered. "I killed Mother. This is what you want, right?" Lucille gave his son a brief nod. "Good. You did well, Felix." Felix wanted to smile, but his face distorted in pain as he looked at his dying mother. Natasha didn't know how brutal her husband was because she had never seen that side of him. However, Felix did. He had been with his father on a few expeditions and fully understood what kind of man he was. If he really hesitated to kill his mother, his father would not only kill her but kill him as well. That is the character of the demon who stood above all of the others. The one that ruled the demonic continent. The one and only demon lord, Lucille Halgremery. "She's still alive," Lucille frowned. "Finish her." "Yes," Felix replied. He didn't want his mother to suffer. So this time, he imbued his blade with magic power and stabbed her chest. Natasha didn't resist as she stared at her son. As the last vestige of her life seeped away from her body, she regretted everything she did. She was Lucille's main wife, the lady of their household. Her position had already been secure, so why did she have to bother with a dying woman? Even if she hadn't schemed against April, the dwarf would, at most, have only lived another 2 to 3 years. She died with her eyes open, filled with regret and unwillingness. Felix sobbed as he kneeled beside his mother. He pressed his palm over her eyes and closed them. This was the last thing he could do for his birth mother. The other women who were holding their children close shivered in fear. They had also participated in April's demise. If Lucille were to really investigate the matter, they would also be punished for being her accomplice. Lucille looked down at the dead woman under his feet. Without any respect for the dead, he kicked Natasha's corpse towards Chiffon. "Eat," Lucille ordered. Chiffon looked angrily at the dead woman who had killed her mother. Even though Natasha was already dead, her anger didn't decrease. Instead, it had increased. The pink-haired girl angrily bit the corpse's hand. She devoured it like a wild animal who feasted on the prey that it had caught. Natasha's arm followed next. After that, it was her head. Chiffon devoured her with anger. Her eyes glowed in hatred as the tears in her eyes flowed like rain. William watched this scene while gnashing his teeth. Right now, he was only an observer. He was powerless to do anything because he knew that this event had already transpired. It was a memory that Chiffon had locked deep inside her heart. It was quite unfortunate that the heart devil was making these painful memories rise to the surface in order to break Chiffon's willpower. In the outside world, the floating crystal hovering above Chiffon's chest increased its radiance. It was vastly different from William's, whose crystal had remained dormant. Although the old woman and the guardian of the 51st floor found this strange, they didn't think too much about it. Their target was Chiffon, so regardless of what happened to William's heart devil, neither of them cared. After Chiffon finished eating Natasha, Lucille walked towards her and picked her up like a puppy. He then carried her daughter towards the house where April used to stay. Coincidentally, Lucille arrived half a day after April died. His wives panicked when he arrived, so they didn't have the time to dispose of her remains. They just left April on the floor and locked the door of her room. They hoped that Lucille wouldn't bother to look for her, so they kept things as it is. What they didn't know was that Lucille was in possession of April's life crystal. The moment she died, the demon lord rushed back from his hunt. Although he had left her alone for so many years, she was still, after all, the first woman he loved. It was impossible not to feel anything after the first love of his life had died. "Eat her," Lucille ordered as he dropped Chiffon beside her mother's blackened corpse. "She can't be buried in the demonic continent because her body will corrupt the land. Eat her, so that her remains will not be harmed by anyone ever again." Chiffon looked at her beloved mother. She kneeled on the floor and hugged the corpse. A moment later, her sad cries permeated inside the room. Lucille became irritated and threatened her that if she didn't eat April's body, he would have her corpse chopped to pieces and thrown in the sea to feed the fishes. Because of this threat, Chiffon decided to do as he ordered. But she didn't devour April like she did to Natasha. Chiffon opened her lips and sucked April's body inside her mouth. She didn't chew, and just swallowed her mother's whole body. This was one of Chiffon's saddest memories, and the devil that was slowly corrupting her heart laughed out loud. It fed on her despair, anguish, sadness, loneliness, and fears. The moment Chiffon finished devouring her mother, the scenery around her changed. She found herself in a familiar place, staring at a red-haired teenager who was standing in the center of a crowd. Chiffon's eyes became a bit dull, as part of her memories were taken away. The little girl had a feeling that she knew who the young man was, but no matter how much she searched her memories, she just couldn't remember his name. In the outside world, a cracking sound was heard. A small crack appeared in the red crystal that hovered above Chiffon's chest. It was the sign that her heart would soon reach its limit. And when it does, her consciousness and all of her memories would also be erased completely. William von Ainsworth, that was his name. I came to know about it after I mustered my courage and asked for his name. Strange. It was such a good name. How did I forget it? How could I possibly forget the name of the person who extended his hand to me when I needed it the most? Okay, this time I will not forget his name. I will remember it with all of my heart. "Big brother, when are we going to leave?" I asked. "I don't have much luggage with me, so we can leave any time." Big brother, Ian, and Princess Sydney looked at me at the same time. Why are the three of you looking at me like that? Isn't it a given that I will follow Big Brother wherever he goes? From what I could gather from our earlier conversation, he was planning to climb a tower named Babylon. This was the first time that I had heard about such a place. But that didn't matter. As long as I was with Big Brother, any place we went would be wonderful. Big Brother looked at me with a dumbfounded expression. "Sorry, Chiffon. I will not be taking you with me either." I tilted my head in confusion, because I thought that I misheard Big Brother's words. "You're not taking me?" I asked. "No," Big Brother answered. "Stay here in the academy with Ian and Sydney. They will look after you while I'm away." I didn't know what expression I was making, nor did I care. Only Big Brother's rejection echoed in my mind. "Why? I've been a good girl. I did everything right. Why are you leaving me behind?" These were the things that I wanted to say out loud, but I wasn't able to do it. I felt lightheaded, and Big Brother's next words made me feel as if the ground under my feet was being torn apart. Did he say that he is going to be away for a month? What will I do then? Wait for him to return? What if he doesn't return? What if he just leaves me behind? Am I going to be abandoned once again? No, I didn't want to be alone. I don't want to be alone. It was at that precise moment when I felt a gaping hole inside my heart. This was similar to the feeling I had when my mother died. This was the feeling of parting with someone forever. "Big Brother, you're going to leave me?" I asked in a desperate attempt to convince Big Brother to take me with him to the Tower of Babylon. "You're going to leave me alone?" I watched as Big Brother wiped away the tears in my eyes and assured me that Ian and Princess Sydney would look after me. But I didn't want them to look after me. I only want to be with Big Brother. My mother once told me what falling in love felt like. She said that love was a feeling that makes you feel that you were unable to live without that person by your side. Being apart from the one you love would make your heart ache. Simply put, it was a painful experience. Yes, it is very painful. Right now, I feel like my heart is breaking. I don't want Big Brother to leave me, I thought. Deep inside, I know that there was only one thing that I could do in order to make Big Brother and I stay by each other's side forever. Yes, there was only one way. Just thinking about it made me feel hungry. Big Brother, I want to eat you. That was the last thought in my head before Big Brother grabbed hold of me and took me to a place I hadn't seen before. The place was very beautiful. There was a house near the sea, and it gave me a very relaxing feeling. Big Brother? Where are you going? Why are you running away? Don't run. Let me just take a bite. I promise it won't hurt. When I came around, I couldn't see anything. I thought I still had my eyes closed, so I opened them wide. But nothing changed. Darkness. Darkness as far as I could see. It was one of the saddest things in my memories. I didn't know how long I stayed in that dark and lonely world. Could have been a few minutes. Could have been hours. Days. Months. Perhaps even years had passed. I wanted to lay down, close my eyes, and just sleep forever. Maybe the next time I opened my eyes, I would be with my mother again. I missed her terribly. If possible, I wanted to be with her again. As I was about to lay down on the ground, I saw light in the distance. The light was very small, just like the light of a candle that could disappear at any moment. It must be an illusion, I thought. I should just lie down and sleep. However, the light expanded and it was drawing closer to me. When I saw that familiar red hair and those beautiful green eyes filled with worry, I felt like crying. That's what I did. I cried. Not long after that, I found myself enclosed in a tight embrace. It felt warm, it felt nice, it felt safe, it felt like love. Big Brother, please, don't leave me, I pleaded. My voice sounded very weak because I felt really exhausted. In fact, if Big Brother wasn't supporting me, I would definitely collapse on the ground due to how weak my knees were. I promise that I'll be a good girl. So, please, don't leave me behind. I held him as tightly as I could, but I didn't have enough strength. I could feel my grip weakening, and my consciousness was failing me. Just before I closed my eyes to sleep, I heard Big Brother's words that were filled with tenderness. Okay, I won't leave you behind. I promise, Big Brother replied. I could feel his embrace getting tighter. It was as if he was unwilling to let me go. Big Brother, I think I am really in love with you. That was the last thing I thought before I fell asleep in his embrace. The guardian who was observing Chiffon from the heavens smiled. He could tell that the pink-haired girl was at the last phase of her heart devil. The red crystal floating above her chest was now littered with cracks. The light inside it was very bright. Bright enough to illuminate the desolate plain where he currently resided. The final phase of the heart devil was to make the person feel very happy, at least for a brief period of time. When that happiness reached a turning point, that was when the heart devil would strike and shatter that happiness into 1,000 pieces. The guardian pointed his finger, and a red beam of light shot out from its tip. This beam hit Chiffon's red crystal and made it glow brighter. The guardian was multiplying the power of the heart devil to ensure that when Chiffon's heart finally broke, her body and soul would completely belong to him. Just as everyone expected, the Amazon princess, Lilith, won her match with relative ease. It was not because she had it easy, but things happened during the fight that nobody was able to explain. Whenever her opponent, Luther, was about to deliver a deadly blow, the weapon in his hand would be pried loose from his grip, breaking the momentum of his strike. Every time this happened, Luna would deliver a deadly strike of her own, which rendered the challenger from the Gunnar Federation unable to make a comeback. In the end, Lilith kicked her opponent off the stage, ending the match in her favor. With her victory, the final four were now headed to the semifinal matches. Jason Hal Creeder, Creeder Empire. Kenneth Exion Ashley, Silver Moon Continent. Ephemera Fortuna, Gunnar Federation, Edelweiss. Lilith Lynn Ares Empire Amazon. Princess Sydney sighed when she saw the final outcome of the match. Two of the people she disliked had made it to the semifinals. One of them was a prince that wanted to make her his bride. The other was someone who wanted to break her engagement with William. Both of them wanted different things, and yet the end goal was still the same. Their goal was to separate the beautiful princess from the person she loved. Ian, who understood what Sydney was thinking, shook her head helplessly. It had been a few days since they had lost contact with William and Chiffon. Both of them were getting worried, but there was nothing they could do about it. They even asked the residents of the Thousand Beast domain if they heard any news from the two. Unfortunately, none of them knew what the shepherd's current circumstances were. The semi-finals will be held tomorrow, Ian said in a low voice. Perhaps Prince Jason and Kenneth will face each other. If that happens, one of your worries will disappear. They were currently inside the VIP box for the Creeder royal family, so she didn't dare let the other princes and princesses hear her words. That might cause complications in the future, so she decided to play it safe. Princess Sydney sighed for the second time before nodding her head. Ephemera is quite strong. Princess Lilith, on the other hand, is a crafty and opportunistic fighter. I'm sure that they will prove troublesome to their opponents, Ian added. I wish that Ephemera and Lilith will fight against those two annoying people in separate matches and eliminate them, Princess Sydney replied. That way, the representative of the Gunnar Federation and the Amazon Princess will be the ones competing in the finals. Ian chuckled as she looked at the beautiful girl beside her. Princess Sydney didn't mince her words and said what was on her mind. Not to mention, she didn't bother to lower her voice, which made the people in the Creeder Empire VIP box look at her with complicated expressions on their faces. Although Prince Maximilian was at odds with Prince Jason, he was someone that could look at the bigger picture. This was the grandest tournament that had happened in the past decade, and it would be a great honor if a representative of their empire had won the championship. Princess Vanessa was also troubled because of this outcome as well. She loved Prince Jason, so naturally she wished for him to win. This was what every woman wished for their beloved. However, she also knew the reason why the prince joined the tournament. If Prince Jason won the tournament, he would ask for the emperor to make Princess Sydney his bride, which was something Princess Vanessa didn't want to see. As for the other princes and princesses, they wished for their cousin to win the tournament. That way their pride as the members of the royal family would be remembered by all the powerful factions that vied for supremacy in the central continent. The next day, the Grand Colosseum was jam-packed with people. All the seats were occupied, and several flying artifacts were used to accommodate those who wished to watch the show. Above the arena grounds, several viewing crystals were also arranged outside of the Grand Colosseum to allow those who weren't able to get inside to watch the matches in real time. Emperor Leonidas stood on a raised platform and addressed the audience with a smile. Today, 4 of the powerhouses of the current generation will fight for the honor of their homeland, Emperor Leonidas said. Among them, only 2 will remain and they will advance to the finals. Great rewards await the final victor of this tournament. So without further delays, I present to you the final 4 of the Tournament of Champions. As if waiting for the emperor to finish his words, a powerful roar was heard from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a white blur descending from the heavens. It was none other than a white tiger, and seated on its back was a handsome young man with short blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a confident smile on his face, which made the ladies look at him fondly. The Praetorians cheered for their prince, who looked so imposing in his full battle regalia. Prince Jason landed in the center of the arena and raised his fist as if proclaiming his victory in the tournament. Amidst the cheers and whistling, an arrogant shriek spread across the Grand Colosseum. The audience wasn't able to stop themselves from gasping in shock when they saw a giant bird swoop down from the sky. A giant bird with a wingspan of 20 meters circled the Grand Colosseum twice. It was a roc that served as the flying beast of the Amazon royal family. Lilith giggled and jumped off its back when the bird flew down the arena. She raised her head arrogantly because she was able to shut everyone up with her entrance. Empress Andraste had a smirk on her face when she saw the antics of her daughter. Clearly, she was very happy with her performance, and decided to forgive her for taking the Empress Rock without permission. While the audience were trying to recover their bearings, two more creatures appeared and circled the Grand Colosseum from the west and the east. One was black, the other white. Ephemera grinned as her alicorn flew above the audience's heads, creating gusts of winds in its wake, as it flew clockwise on the arena. Opposite her, a black fox with 4 tails, and a silver crescent moon on its head flew in a counterclockwise direction. Kenneth sat on its back with a calm expression on his face. When the alicorn and the black fox finished their circuit, the two magical beasts dove down into the arena. Their 2 passengers jumped at the same time and landed perfectly on the ground. A thunderous applause broke out, which put a smile on Emperor Leonidas' face. This was the first time that his empire had hosted such a grand event, and he was quite satisfied with the preparations that his subordinates had made for the semifinals. Kasaganaga, who was seated on top of a golden dragon's head, snorted. They were perched on one of the pillars of the Grand Colosseum and were watching the festivities from their own VIP seat. "Let's go, Garganta," Kasaganaga ordered. "We won't lose to those puny mortals. Let us show them something truly memorable." Garganta didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the rainbow-colored anteater's orders. Even if he had recognized Kasaganaga as its boss, it didn't dare to follow its command blindly. It knew that if they were to steal the limelight of the contestants, they would be immediately kicked out of the Grand Colosseum. Not only that, there was a possibility that both of them would be locked up in the bestiary until the competition ended. "Let's go," Kasaganaga repeated its orders with its cute voice. "Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility." The rainbow-colored anteater stomped its adorable foot on the golden dragon's head to urge it to go. Responsibility? What responsibility? Garganta thought. When trouble arrives, you will just hole yourself up in that domain of yours, and leave me to clean up your mess. In order to preserve world peace, Garganta pretended that it didn't hear its boss orders. It would rather get scolded by the rainbow anteater than be beaten up to a pulp by the elite warriors of the Creator Empire. After the impressive entrance ceremony, 3 of the 4 contestants were each given a dart of different colors. Prince Jason wasn't given any because his grandfather had already told him what he was planning to do for the semifinals. There was nothing special about the darts, except for the fact that it would decide who their opponents would be. In order to make the match as fair as possible, Emperor Leonidas decided to choose this method of pairing the contestants with each other. This way, no one would say that he had rigged the tournament and chose an advantageous opponent for his grandson. A spinning board with the design of a yin and yang appeared at the edge of the arena. Although the 4 contestants already had an idea on what they would do with the dart in their hands, they still waited for Emperor Leonidas to explain the mechanics of the semifinals. "When that spinning wheel starts to spin, the 3 of you will throw your darts," Emperor Leonidas explained. "If 2 darts land on the same color, then the owners of the darts will fight each other in the semifinal round. If all 3 darts landed on the same color, we will base it on which ones landed first. Of course, the one who didn't get a pair would be matched against my grandson. Do the 3 of you have any other questions?" Lilith smiled because the method the Emperor used for the semifinal match was foolproof. As expected of Emperor Leonidas, Lilith thought. He surely knows how to appear fair and just on the surface. She had to admit that she didn't expect this kind of method would be used for the pairings. In truth, she wanted to fight Ephemera in the semifinals. Lilith believed that among the 4 of them, she was the weakest. Of course, this was just Lilith's excuse. The truth was that she didn't like the 7 virtues. Ephemera represented justice, and just like the name suggested, she only believed in her own justice. Even if she was in the wrong, she would insist that she was in the right. Lilith had long wanted to beat the crap out of one of the 7 virtues, and Ephemera was her first target. Prince Jason crossed his arm over his chest. He didn't care who his opponent was, because he was confident that as long as he had Amon's artifact he would win the tournament. Emperor Leonidas and the rulers of the various factions had a meeting a day ago about the artifact that Prince Jason was using. Surprisingly, the representative of the Gunnar Federation and the Silvermoon continent didn't care whether Prince Jason had an artifact that would boost him to the saint rank. For them, this was something trivial and they weren't worried about it. Even Empress Andraste didn't comment about the issue. Because of this, no one raised an issue about the bracelet that the Prince of the Creator Empire used during his last battle. Since the representatives were fine with it, there was no longer any need for discussion. The first one to throw the dart was Ephemera. Not wanting to be outdone, Lilith threw hers as well. Kenneth was the third to throw. He didn't really care who he would end up fighting up against. For him, no matter who his opponent was, he would strive to come out as the victor. In time, the spinning will slow down, showing the pairings of the matches. Kenneth's and Ephemera's darts landed on the black portion of the spinning wheel. Lilith's dart landed only a centimeter away from Ephemera's dart, but it had hit the white area. With this, the pairings had been made, and no one would be able to find fault in the outcome. Prince Jason glanced at the Amazon princess who was going to be his opponent. Lilith was an Amazon warrior and her body was filled with vitality and strength. Even so, her womanly curves were still present. Not only that, her sun-kissed skin was quite appealing as well. Perhaps if Prince Jason wasn't dead set on Princess Sydney, he would consider Lilith as a potential bride candidate. The prince raised his head to look at the seats where the Creator royal family was located. His gaze briefly stopped on Princess Vanessa before shifting to the beautiful princess with long reddish-brown hair. Even though they were far apart, he could tell that Princess Sydney wasn't looking in his direction. This made him feel a bit irritated. But soon, this irritation disappeared without a trace. Prince Jason knew that when his match started, his beloved princess would have no choice but to watch his fight. He intended to show his best performance in order to win her heart. "Who among you wants to fight first?" the referee asked the 4 contestants. "The rules for the matches are not too strict for the semifinals. We can start the battle as soon as all of you are ready." Prince Jason took a step forward and threw away his princely robe. Since there was no order of who would fight first, he would take the initiative to take the limelight and secure the victory for the first match. He had already seen how Lilith fought, and for him it was such a clumsy performance. So he didn't think of Lilith as a worthy adversary. "I'll go first," Prince Jason declared. He then glanced at the warrior standing not far from him and gave her a brief nod. "Is that fine with you, princess?" The corner of Lilith's lips curled up into a smirk as she nodded her head. "Might as well be the first." Ephemera and Kenneth glanced at each other before leaving the arena at the same time. Their time to fight would come, but for now they would give the stage to the Prince of the Creator Empire and the Princess of the Amazons. Empress Andraste chuckled before glancing at Emperor Leonidas. "Who do you think will win?" Empress Andraste asked. "My grandson, of course," Emperor Leonidas answered without even looking at her. "Oh? Then, do you want to have a bet with me?" "Sure." Both the Emperor and Empress had full confidence in their representatives, so they were not afraid to have a bet with each other. "If my daughter wins, I'll be taking your grandson's bracelet," Empress Andraste said. Emperor Leonidas frowned. The bracelet belonged to the temple, and it was not his place to use it as a betting material. Before he could reject the Empress' condition, the Oracle of Amun's temple voiced her opinion on the matter. "Go for it, Your Majesty," the Oracle commented from the side. "I approve of this bet." Empress Andraste looked at the Oracle and smiled. There was a common understanding among the people that the Oracles could see the future. However, this was far from the truth. The Oracle's main duty was to receive the message of the gods that they serve. Although there were gods that had the power of clairvoyance, not all of them did. Amun was a god from hell and his specialty lay in warfare. If Empress Andraste was up against the oracle of one of the scholarly gods, then she might find the situation rather tricky. Fortunately, Amun was not a scholar, and his oracle couldn't see the future. As long as no one knew the outcome of the match, Empress Andraste was confident that her daughter would come up as the winner. "Very well. If you win then the bracelet is yours to keep," Emperor Leonidas replied. "Then how about if I win?" Feel free to state a condition. Empress Andraste rested the side of her face on the palm of her right hand. As long as you don't ask for too much, I will agree to anything. Emperor Leonidas pondered for a bit before giving his reply. Gleipnir, Emperor Leonidas said. I want Gleipnir. This time it was Empress Andraste's turn to frown. Gleipnir was one of the treasures of the Amazon race, and it held great powers. It was said that anyone that it bound would not be able to break free, even if it was a demigod. Emperor Leonidas smirked when he saw Empress Andraste's expression. How about it? Emperor Leonidas asked. The artifact of a god for the artifact of another god. I think this is fair trade, don't you think so? The other rulers didn't say anything and simply watched the outcome of the negotiation. Deep inside, they were tempted to join the gamble. The artifacts of gods were very different to the artifacts created by mortals. The power they possessed was enough to tilt the scales of war in their favor. After weighing the pros and cons, Empress Andraste resolutely nodded her head. Fine, Empress Andraste replied. I accept this bet. Good. Don't go back on your word. Between the two of us, you are the ones whose words can't be trusted. Emperor Leonidas and Empress Andraste smiled at each other. The two had been lovers in the past, but they were now the rulers of their respective empires. They needed to prioritize their own gains, and this bet was one of those opportunities where they could legally take a priceless treasure from each other's hands. The two once again shifted their attention to the arena, where the two young warriors were preparing to fight with everything they had. No one knew the outcome of this match, not even the gods. The audience watched with bated breath as they waited for the first battle of the semifinals to begin. Prince Jason summoned his sword and took a fighting stance. He believed that he didn't have to use his artifact in order to win against the Amazon princess. Lilith, on the other hand, didn't use her sword and shield. Instead, she summoned a war axe that was almost as tall as her body. Prince Jason's expression immediately changed when he saw the confident smile on Lilith's face. This was the first time the Amazon princess had used this weapon, so no one knew if she was proficient in it or not. Empress Andraste smirked when she saw the war axe in Lilith's hands. Her daughter was proficient in all kinds of weapons. It was a blessing that the royal family of the Amazon race received from their patron god. The god whom the Amazons prayed to was the goddess of war and sexuality. A start. Her blessing gave the Amazons incredible strength and the ability to wield many kinds of weapons. Because of this, the Amazon Empire rose in prominence and very few dared to challenge the might of the female warriors. That's a large axe, Prince Jason commented. Are you sure you can lift that up, princess? Lilith smiled as she leaned her body on the war axe that was embedded on the ground. Of course I can, Lilith answered. Come, prince. Show me how strong you are. Who knows? I might take a liking on you and let you follow me around as a subordinate. Thanks for the offer, but I'm not interested. Such a shame. After that brief exchange, Prince Jason took a step forward and the ground under his feet shattered. A few seconds later, several steel spikes jutted all over the arena. Lilith didn't do anything and simply leaned on her war axe. The smile on her face turned into a smirk as she looked at the handsome blonde boy who had erected a wall of steel spikes to prevent her from running around the battlefield. Oh my, so this is how you deal with the ladies, Lilith said in a teasing voice. Not bad, but not all women like clingy men. Prince Jason ignored her and took another step forward. This time, he disappeared from where he stood and reappeared right in front of Lilith, stabbing her with his sword. When the sword was only inches away from the Amazon's Princess Amorous chest, the tip of Prince Jason's sword suddenly pointed upwards. It happened so unexpectedly that the prince wasn't able to fully dodge the Amazon's princess counterattack, which was a kick that was aimed at his manhood. At the last minute, the prince was able to twist his body to the side. Because of that, Lilith's kick connected with his hip, sending him skidding on the ground. The Amazon princess clicked her tongue as she ran towards the prince, leaving her war axe behind. Prince Jason didn't expect that Lilith's physical strength was greater than his. He had heard that the Amazons were strong, but he didn't expect that they were this strong. Before he could even stand up from the ground and muster a defense, Lilith's foot kicked the side of his body, sending him flying to the air. The crowd gasped at the unexpected display of skill that the Amazon princess didn't show in her previous battle. The prince of the Creator Empire was kicked repeatedly in the air like a soccer ball. Empress Andraste giggled when he saw this scene. In the past, she had wanted to do the same to Emperor Leonidas, but she didn't get the opportunity to do so. Now that her daughter was beating the crap out of the emperor's grandson, she felt like the years of frustration that she had held inside her chest for many years had been repaid in full. "Are you regretting the bet now?" Empress Andraste asked in a teasing tone. Emperor Leonidas didn't even glance at her as he continued to watch the one-sided beating of his grandson in the arena. "The match is not over yet," Emperor Leonidas said. "It's too early for you to feel smug." Empress Andraste chuckled before shifting her gaze to the arena. "The match isn't over yet? That's what you think, old fool." Empress Andraste sneered internally. "The moment my daughter stepped on the arena, your grandson was doomed to lose." With a loud shout, Lilith delivered a powerful palm strike that connected with Prince Jason's chest. Although he was wearing lightweight armor, the power of Lilith's strike ignored his defenses. A loud cracking sound was heard, and the prince of the Creator Empire slammed on the arena, creating a small crater. 2 of his ribs were broken by Lilith's strike, and blood seeped out at the corner of his lips. He forcefully used his magical ability to hold the broken bones in place as he glared at the Amazon princess, who was looking at him with a devilish smirk. "I admit that I underestimated you, but you made a grave mistake," Prince Jason said as he raised his right hand. "You should have finished me when you still got the chance." The prince activated the artifact that was given to him by the Oracle of Amun's temple. He had decided to return the Amazon princess favor in full. He would break her arms and legs and make her beg for mercy. After that, he would humiliate her in front of everyone by stripping her clothes. That way the arrogant princess wouldn't be able to act arrogant and raise her head in front of him ever again. Prince Jason waited for the overwhelming power to surge inside his body, but it never came. He wondered if something happened to the artifact, so he looked at the bracelet on his arm to see what was wrong with it. His eyes widened in shock, and his expression paled when he didn't see the bracelet on his wrist. That was the trump card he was planning to use to win the tournament, so he couldn't afford to lose it at all cost. "Are you looking for this?" Lilith asked as he held up a crimson bracelet in his hand. "You should take better care of your treasures. If you're careful enough, the things that are important to you might get stolen right under your nose. Just like this." Lilith casually placed the bracelet on her wrist and sneered at the dumbfounded prince, who thought that he could win against her just by relying on a divine artifact. "You wench! Give that back to me!" Prince Jason shouted as he charged at Lilith with fury. Lilith smirked as he ran towards her war axe that had remained stationary at the center of the arena. "I think it's about time I give you a taste of your own medicine," Lilith stated. She activated Amun's bracelet and a crimson armor covered her entire body. Lilith wasn't able to stop herself from moaning in pleasure at the incredible power that was flowing inside her body. Prince Jason's eyes became bloodshot as he swung his sword with fury, with the intention of cutting the Amazon princess in half. Unfortunately, the moment he lost the bracelet, his chances of winning had already become non-existent. A metallic sound reverberated in the arena as Prince Jason's sword was stopped by Lilith's thumb and index finger. No matter how much Prince Jason struggled to free his weapon, Lilith's hold didn't budge. Time to end this farce. That was the last thing Prince Jason heard before he found himself hurtling into the air. Lilith had casually tossed him outside of the arena as if she was just throwing away a piece of trash. She didn't even need to turn around to see the expression of disbelief in Prince Jason's face. Just like Empress Andraste mentioned earlier, the moment Lilith stepped on the arena, Prince Jason's fate was already set in stone. The Amazon princess grabbed the war axe that she hadn't had the opportunity to use. She thought that she would be able to go all out with the prince, but the reality didn't meet her expectations. Clearly, the prince had relied way too much on the power of the artifact that he had forgotten to use his own strength to fight Lilith in a fair battle. "Quite disappointing," Lilith muttered as she returned her weapon inside her storage ring. "Aren't there any good men around? A man that is worthy of me?" As soon as Lilith finished her complaint, the referee raised his hand and declared the winner of the match. "The winner of this match is Princess Lilith," the referee announced. "She will now proceed to the finals." The Amazon princess gave the prince, who was lying on the ground outside of the arena, a sidelong glance before heading towards the resting area. The battle had disappointed her greatly, and she hoped that her next opponent would be able to give her the thrill of battle that she was looking for. High above the arena stands, Princess Sydney had a wide smile on her face. She wanted to shout out loud and cheer for the Amazon princess, but because of her position, she refrained from doing so. Morgana roared with laughter inside their shared mindscape. Clearly, she was very happy with the outcome of the match. With this, one of their problems was out of the picture. All that remained was the silver-haired pretty boy who was going to fight in the next match. Princess Sydney and Morgana hoped that the representation of Justice Ephemera would put Kenneth in his place. That way, all the problems that had made her anxious these past few days would finally disappear. One down, one to go, Princess Sydney thought. Don't worry, that ephemera is one of the 7 virtues. How can she possibly lose to that silver-haired bastard? Although Princess Sydney agreed with her other half, she still couldn't rest easy. Kenneth was a mystery to her. She had no idea how strong he was, or whether he was hiding some tricks under his sleeves. She just hoped that ephemera wouldn't put the 7 virtues name to shame, and be defeated by a delicate-looking boy who was out to break her engagement with William. Tomorrow is the day, Chiffon muttered as she looked up at the moon in the sky. Tomorrow, I will tell Big Brother that I love him. Chiffon closed her eyes and the memories of her mother resurfaced. It had been a while since she had thought of her. Since the day that she had met William, every day that passed was filled with happiness. The pink-haired girl allowed herself to face the bitter memories that she had kept inside her heart. She wanted to hear her mother's words. She wanted to remember her voice. You're going to be 12 soon, Chiffon, April said. A few more years and you will be old enough to marry. I wish I could see that day. Mama, what do you mean old enough to marry? Chiffon asked. What is marry? She had been too young then to understand her mother's words. Even so, April was patient enough to answer her inquiry with a smile. Marriage is a ceremony where you say your vows to someone you love. Once this is done, both of you will be partners for life. Chiffon could still remember her mother's expression when she looked in the distance, as if reminiscing a distance past. I hope that you will find someone who will truly love you, April said as she patted Chiffon's head. Someone who will never leave your side in times of happiness as well as hardship. Chiffon opened her eyes as a tear slid down the side of her face. It had been so long since she had seen her mother's face, and her heart ached because she missed her too much. Don't worry, Mama, Chiffon said softly. I found the one I love. If it's him, I'm sure that he will definitely love me back. The pink-haired girl looked at the moon for a few more minutes before going to her bed to sleep. When morning came, she would gather up all her courage and ask her big brother to make her one of his wives. She had already known that he had intended to have 9 wives. Ash and Princess Sydney were 2 of his future wives. According to them, there were 2 others who were waiting for William in the southern continent. Although she still didn't understand what marriage meant, Chiffon had decided to become one of William's wives. She wanted to be with him and be his partner for life. Right after afternoon classes, Chiffon looked for William. The half-elf hadn't joined the class today because he said that he had some important things to do. It didn't take long for the pink-haired girl to find her big brother. There were very few places that William visited in the academy, so it wasn't that hard to find him. When Chiffon entered Princess Sydney's room, she heard weird sounds coming from her bedroom. Out of curiosity, she lightly opened the door and took a peek. There, he found William holding the beautiful princess in his arms. The 2 were sharing a passionate kiss. What caught Chiffon's attention was Ash, who had her head lowered and seemed to be licking something on her big brother's lower body. All 3 of them were naked, and were so busy with what they were doing that they didn't notice someone peeking at them from the door. This was the first time Chiffon saw the art of lovemaking, and she didn't know what to do. Her instinct was telling her that she should go away, but her curiosity made her stay. She watched silently as the three people shared kisses and pressed their bodies against each other. Chiffon could feel her cheeks heating up, but she was unsure what was causing the feeling. All she knew was that her big brother's current performance was making her feel things that she had never felt before. She watched everything from start to end. The pink-haired girl didn't know how much time had passed. All she knew was that she had seen something that she shouldn't have. Chiffon was about to leave the room when she heard Princess Sydney ask William a question. It was a question that made her stop in her tracks and prevented her from leaving. "Darling, I think Chiffon has feelings for you," Princess Sydney said. "What are you planning to do about it?" Chiffon perked her ears up as she inched closer to the small gap on the door. This way, she would be able to better hear her big brother's reply. Since this question concerned her, she wanted to know the answer to Princess Sydney's question. "Chiffon has feelings for me?" William asked back. "Are you sure about this?" "Yes, I am a woman, so I can understand women best. That little girl might be in love with you." "I see." Ash, who was resting her head on William's chest, joined the conversation with a light-hearted mood. "Will, I know that it is not my place to say this, but I think that you should turn her down," Ash commented. "We don't know anything about her background. It is better to be careful." Chiffon silently cursed Ash inside her heart. She wanted to complain and tell the girl that had started to nibble William's ears to mind her own business. "I agree with Ash," Princess Sydney stated. "Chiffon is a very adorable girl. However, what if she is hiding a dark secret? Who knows, that secret might come back to bite us later on." Chiffon gritted her teeth. She had been getting along well with Ash and Princess Sydney. The pink-haired girl thought that they were her friends. Their sudden betrayal left a bitter aftertaste in her mouth. William chuckled as she kissed both girls. "Don't worry, I have no intention of making her my lover," William replied. "You're right. How can I possibly accept a complete stranger as my lover? Also, I can't bear the thought of kissing her lips. She had been eating trash for who knows how long. If I kiss her, wouldn't that mean that I'll be kissing trash? That's so disgusting." Chiffon pressed a hand over her chest. She felt a sudden ache that made her breathing ragged. Dragging her feet, she left the room as fast as he could. After stepping in the hallway of the dormitory, Chiffon leaned on the floor as she struggled to breathe. She felt suffocated. She needed to leave as fast and as far as she could before she was discovered. In the outside world, the cracks on the crystal that hovered above Chiffon's chest widened. Red light was starting to spill from those cracks, threatening to burst out at any moment. Chiffon used the walls as support as she tried to leave the girls' dormitory, but it was of no use. Her legs felt too weak, so the girl had no choice but to slowly lower herself to the floor as she tried to calm her senses. It was at that moment when the door of Princess Sydney's room opened. William, Ash, and Princess Sydney came out of the room and looked down on Chiffon, who was sitting on the floor, gasping for breath. William's upper part was naked, and he was just wearing pants. Ash and Princess Sydney, on the other hand, were wearing nightgowns of blue and red. Chiffon looked up at William with a pale expression. She appraised her big brother's face, looking for any signs of tenderness or affection, but she found none. "Did you hear us?" William asked. Chiffon hurriedly shook her head in denial. She was afraid that if she said yes, her big brother would abandon her completely. "Liar," Princess Sydney said with contempt. "You've been peeking on us the whole time. Did you think that we were not aware that you were behind the door?" Ash stepped forward and lowered her head. "You thieving little cat. Do you really think that you can steal William away from us? You sure got guts, little girl." "And no," Chiffon stuttered. "I don't plan on stealing Big Brother. I just want to be like the two of you. I want to be by his side as well." Ash raised an eyebrow when she heard Chiffon's reply. She then glanced at the half-elf who was just listening on the side. "Will, you heard her," Ash said. "She wants to be like us." Chiffon wanted to become your lover. What is your answer? William took a step forward. Ash gave way and straightened her stance to allow her lover to approach Chiffon. The half-elf knelt in front of Chiffon until they were eye to eye with each other. Do you love me? William inquired. Yes, Chiffon replied. I love you, big brother. I love you very much. Then, do you want to marry me? I do. Please marry me, big brother. Chiffon pleaded. Even if William didn't love her as much as Ash and Princess Sydney, as long as she was by his side, she would be happy. The pink-haired girl looked at William with a face filled with longing. William cupped the side of Chiffon's face. The little girl shivered because William's hands felt cold. Also, his eyes stared at her with disdain. Me? Marry you? William sneered. The only thing that you are good at is eating trash. Do you really think that I'll marry trash? What a delusional girl you are. Tears formed at the corner of Chiffon's eyes, and her eyes became dull and lifeless. The last thing she heard was a loud cracking sound, before her world shattered, and her consciousness descended into darkness. A beam of light shot out towards the sky, accompanied by the sound of crystals breaking. The red crystal that hovered above Chiffon's chest shattered into thousands of pieces, and was replaced by a beautiful pink flower in full bloom. The flower glowed brightly, but its light would flicker from time to time like the beating of a heart. The old woman's smile widened as she watched Chiffon slowly descend towards the ground. The little girl's eyes were open, but it was like a window covered by fog. No light, nor hope, could be seen within their depths. Only lifelessness, as if her soul had left her body. The old woman approached Chiffon and caressed the side of the little girl's face. It felt smooth to the touch, which reminded her of her youth that had withered away after staying in the Tower of Babylon for hundreds of years. Such a beautiful flower, but it has not bloomed completely, the old woman said as she looked at the pink flower that hovered above the little girl's chest. Your heart devil was due to love and marriage? The old woman chuckled. It's good to be young. I was like you once, young and naive, clinging to dreams and thinking that love would be enough to make me happy for the rest of my life. The old woman sighed as she continued caressing Chiffon's cheeks. The pink-haired girl just stared in front of her, looking at nothing. She was like a doll that was waiting for someone to play with her. Worry not, my dear, the old woman commented. His Excellency is benevolent and kind. He will grant your wish. You want to get married, right? Very well, tomorrow we will hold the grandest wedding in this tower. Tomorrow, your dream will be fulfilled, and at the same time, His Excellency will feast on your heart, body, and soul. Chiffon didn't reply or say anything. In fact, it seemed as if she hadn't heard a single thing that the lady had said. Her lifeless eyes simply stared straight, devoid of sadness, happiness, and other emotions. Take her away and make the necessary preparations, the old woman ordered. Clean and purify her body, so that she will be worthy to be His Excellency's bride. Two women wearing veils appeared behind the old woman. Both of them held Chiffon's hands and led her away. The old woman watched them go with a smile on her face. She then snapped her finger and several red vines protruded off the ground. They rose to the sky and entangled William's arm and legs. The vines didn't stop there and wrapped itself around the half-elf's body until he was covered up like a cocoon. I don't know why your heart devil hasn't advanced, but it's not a big deal, the old woman said. I can always use force to hasten the process. Soon, the vines glowed bloody red. The crystal that hovered above William's chest started to glow as well. What the old woman was doing was trying to forcefully mature the heart devil in William's heart. That way, she would have full control over him, the moment his heart fell into corruption. No, Chiffon, William roared in anger. He had seen his fake self, the fake Ash, and the fake princess gang up on the little girl and say harsh words to her. The half-elf was so angry that he had trashed his fake self over and over, but no matter how hard he tried, he could only pass through them without dealing any kind of damage. William watched as Chiffon's eyes became dull before collapsing on the ground. After that, the world shattered, and he found himself falling from the sky. The half-elf couldn't forget the look on the pink-haired girl's face before she and her world disappeared. William's heart was aching. He wanted to fight the mastermind behind Chiffon's suffering. But, for that to happen, he needed to break out of the world he was in first. The half-elf had already known that he was in some kind of dream world. He had walked the land of dreams so many times in the past, so he was quite familiar with its sensation. The only problem was, he couldn't break out of the dream he was in. A powerful law prevents him from doing so. After a discussion with Optimus, both of them agreed that in order to break this law, William needed to clear his own dream world first. As William descended from the sky, the powerful sound of a horn spread across his surroundings. William narrowed his eyes and saw a man standing on top of a rainbow bridge. He held a giant horn in his hand and was blowing on it with all of his might. Upon hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar sound, a flood of memories rushed towards William's head, causing it to ache. Gritting his teeth, William activated his flight skill, while fighting off the headache that was tearing his head apart. With a thud, he crashed towards the ground and rolled for several meters before coming to a stop. "Jallarhorn," William muttered as he propped himself from the ground. He then looked at the warrior that was continuing to blow his horn from on top of the rainbow bridge. Heimdall. For some reason, William had recognized the warrior's features and knew for certain that his assumption wasn't wrong. A few moments later, the ground trembled, and the half-elf had to plant his feet firmly on the ground to prevent himself from collapsing. William looked to the south and saw an unfamiliar, yet familiar scene. Countless numbers of giants, monstrous beasts, specters, and everything that spelled the end of the world was marching towards the plains of Valhalla. Among them, a giant stood out from the rest. He was holding a flaming red sword that burned so brightly that Soleil's full-powered attack would look like a small flame that came from a matchstick. Ragnarok. William grimaced because he understood what was about to happen. The memories that had rushed to him earlier had given him a glimpse of the outcome of this fateful battle that would end all life in the world of Yggdrasil. For some reason, William felt the need to look at the Bifrost Bridge. There he saw a small giant, with long pink hair standing behind Heimdall. She was looking at the approaching giant army with a fearful gaze. She was the traitor of the giant race. The giantess that had sided with the Aesir due to her feelings for the silver-haired Einherjar, who had brought her back with him to the land of Asgard. Chiffon. William felt like there was a lump on his throat when he saw the giantess. The half-elf knew that although her body was shaking right now due to fear and anxiety, Chiffon would be at the front lines of the war, fighting against her own race. William knew that she was not fighting for herself. He knew that the small giantess was fighting for love. She was fighting for his love. "No!" William shouted as he ran towards Chiffon. "Leave. Go to Ithavlir. You will be safe there." William's tears fell unabated as he held onto the giantess calf. This time, he was able to touch Chiffon, but the latter didn't seem to be aware that there was a human hugging her calf beside her. The half-elf cried. He already knew the outcome of this battle, and the fate that awaited the pink-haired giant. He didn't want to see it again. William knew that if he were to relive that scene again, his heart would burst to pieces. Everyone thought that Ragnarok and the destruction of Asgard was just a myth. However, for those who had fought in that great battle that decided the fate of the 9 realms, it was a heart-wrenching experience. It was a day that no living being would be able to forget. It was the greatest battle that was written in recorded history. It was a myth, a fairy tale, a saga, an epic that people on Earth had read about or watched someone's interpretation of the events at some point in time. Many thought that it was a good form of entertainment. But what they didn't know was that everything that was written down on those fragmented tablets that had survived up to the modern day were all real. It wasn't a myth. It was a reality that had been lost through time like the legendary city of Atlantis. As William cried his heart out, Heimdall stopped blowing Jallarhorn. The guardian of the Bifrost Bridge had already played his role. The twilight of the gods was at hand, and the battle of Ragnarok was about to begin. "I will give you one last chance," Ephemera said as she looked at the silver-haired teenager whom she had pushed to the edge of the arena. The moment their fight started, Ephemera had unleashed her power and clashed with Kenneth numerous times. With each collision, Kenneth felt a searing pain in his shoulders. If possible, he didn't want to have a head-on confrontation with the beautiful lady from the Gunner Federation. However, he was left with very little choice because his opponent had outclassed him in both speed and power. "Just jump off the arena," Ephemera stated as the golden blade in her hand buzzed with power. "There is no shame in losing against me. You didn't have any chance from the beginning." Kenneth looked calmly at the warrior in front of him. He firmly gripped the hilt of his short sword as his eyes scanned away for any blind spots that he could take advantage of, in order to return to the center of the arena. Just like Ephemera had said, he was at the very edge of the arena. Just a step was enough for him to fall off completely. "I guess I have no choice but to go all out," Kenneth thought. It is really difficult to deal with one of the 7 virtues. Kenneth's eyes glowed in a subtle manner as he prepared for Ephemera's strike. Seeing that her opponent didn't have any wish to surrender, Ephemera nodded her head in appreciation. In truth, he admired Kenneth because the latter had reached the semifinals with the meager ability he had. Ephemera thought that the silver-haired elf just got lucky with his opponents. She firmly believed that the moment Kenneth's path crossed with hers, his luck had all run out. "In respect to your bravery, I will try my best to not kill you," Ephemera declared. "However, since I plan to go all out, I can't guarantee your safety. This is my final warning. Concede now or get seriously injured. What is your choice?" "Thank you for the offer," Kenneth replied, "but I'll have to pass. This tournament is important to me." "Is that your final answer?" "Yes." The golden blade on Ephemera's rapier radiated with power. Kenneth had no way out, so all she needed to do was unleash one last attack to end the battle. Although she looked carefree, the lady that hailed from the Gunner Federation was not stupid. She could tell that Kenneth hasn't given up hope, which only meant one thing. He still has a trump card, Ephemera thought as she prepared to unleash her attack. "No matter. I'd like to see what you can do in this situation." "Explosion infernal," Ephemera shouted as she slashed sideways, leaving no room for Kenneth to maneuver. A powerful explosion took place that shattered the 2 barriers that were a few meters away from the arena. Fortunately, there were 5 barriers in place, so the blast didn't spread too wide. Ephemera narrowed her gaze because she believed that Kenneth wouldn't be able to survive her attack. However, just as she was about to drop her guard, a silhouette passed through the wall flames and headed in her direction. The people exclaimed when they saw the silver-haired teenager survived Ephemera's powerful attack. Princess Sydney, who was seated in the VIP room with the other members of the Creator royal family, couldn't believe what she saw. "And no, this can't be happening." Princess Sydney's eyes widened in shock. There's no doubt. She's one of us." Morgana also looked at Kenneth in disbelief. She never expected that William's ex-roommate had hidden his identity deeply. Princess Sydney and Morgana had approached Kenneth a few times in the past, but neither of them had detected anything unusual about him. Both girls understood now why the latter refused to concede to Ephemera's suggestion earlier. Kenneth ran towards Ephemera, while his long silver hair fluttered in the air like a living creature. With a glance, one could estimate that it was at least 3 meters long. Ephemera gritted her teeth as she brandished her weapon to strike her opponent, who for some reason had unleashed a power that was equal to her own. Kenneth's hair wrapped itself around Ephemera's weapon, preventing her from continuing her attack. When he arrived at striking distance, he immediately unleashed a palm strike that hit his opponent squarely on the chest. Ephemera had channeled her magical power on her chest to cushion Kenneth's strike. However, it was still powerful enough to send her flying a few meters in the air. "So this is your true form," Ephemera said hatefully as she landed on the ground. "You are one of those bitches." Kenneth ignored her as he stood with his hair fluttering in the wind. "Concede," Kenneth said. "I am returning the favor that you gave me earlier." His voice was calm and the intonation he used was neutral. Clearly, he didn't want to offend the virtue of justice. Even so, Ephemera found his words condescending, so she ignored him and unleashed the full power of her divinity. I will end you and your sinful existence, Ephemera shouted as a pair of golden wings sprouted behind her back. She flew into the air and channeled the power of her divinity into her weapon. Frappe du dragon reduce. Ephemera roared and a blinding explosion reverberated in the arena. This was her strongest attack, which was meant to obliterate everything in its path. This was a concentrated version of Soleil's full-powered attack. Although its range could only encompass the entire arena, it was more than enough for Emperor Leonidas and the Grand Archmage Avexius to work hand in hand to erect and strengthen the barriers that protected everyone inside the arena. That was a strong attack. Unfortunately, it was still too slow. A voice that was as soft as silk whispered from behind Ephemera. A moment later, a pair of delicate hands pressed down on her shoulders. Sorry, I need to win this battle, Kenneth whispered in Ephemera's ears. No hard feelings. Before the justice-minded lady could even reply to Kenneth's words, she felt that the world around her was starting to slow down at an alarming pace. Within that slow-moving world, Kenneth moved normally and pushed Ephemera away. The beautiful lady could feel her body falling to the ground, and yet, she could do nothing about it. Her brain functions had slowed down drastically. Even though she wanted to move and prevent her fall, her body wasn't responding fast enough to execute her thoughts. Her actions were half a snail's pace, so no matter what she did, she couldn't stop the inevitable. The moment her body hit the ground, Ephemera knew that she had lost. Kenneth was kind enough to not push her into the bottomless pit that the lady from the Gunner Federation had made after unleashing her strongest attack. Kenneth hovered above the arena with his hair flapping in the air like the wings of a bird. Not good, Kenneth thought. I am feeling sleepy. He then glanced at the room where Ash and Princess Sydney were seated. Without any hesitation, he flew towards their location. As soon as Kenneth landed beside Ash, he collapsed on the floor, asleep. His long hair shortened until it returned to its normal length. However, before he closed his eyes to sleep, he managed to pass a message to Ash. He knew that Princess Sydney didn't like him, so he decided to pin his hope on William's lover. Kenneth already knew Ian's true form, so he decided to take a gamble and ask for her help. He couldn't trust anyone else to look after him while he was unconscious. Ash looked at William's ex-roommate with a complicated gaze before sighing internally. After hearing Kenneth's words, Ash was duty-bound to keep him safe. After all, the message that he had passed to her telepathically were the words, I bear a message from William's mother. Keep me safe, so that I can pass this important message to her son. Ash would be lying if she said that she wasn't interested in hearing the message that came from William's mother. The half-elf had shared a few stories of his mother with her. The mermaid had long wanted to meet her future mother-in-law and wanted to know what she was like. Since Kenneth was her messenger, she had no choice but to protect him from the princess beside her, who was half tempted to kill the silver-haired elf while he slept. Princess Sydney glared at the sleeping silver-haired elf on William's bed. If not for the fact that Ash had told him that Kenneth was holding a message that came from William's mother, she would have already strangled him in his sleep. Ash looked at the princess who was clenching and unclenching her fist, as if she was waging an inner battle. She could only sigh internally because she understood what Princess Sydney was going through. Tomorrow is the final match between him and Lilith, Ash said in order to draw Princess Sydney's attention away from William's ex-roommate. Who do you think will win between the two? If it were up to me, this bastard wouldn't be able to go to the arena tomorrow. Princess Sydney pinched Kenneth's cheeks and pulled it hatefully. Ash couldn't stop herself from chuckling because of the funny scene in front of her. After having her fill of laughter, her expression became serious as she addressed the thing that had been nagging at her mind. Earlier, you said that he is the same as you and Chiffon. Ash looked at the silver-haired teen whose cheeks were now slightly red due to Princess Sydney's pinching. He's one of the 7 deadly sins? Yes, Princess Sydney replied. There's no doubt that he is one of us. I thought all the sins were girls? They are. Ash then tilted her head to the side and looked at Princess Sydney in confusion. He's a boy, right? Ash asked with uncertainty. Princess Sydney didn't answer Ash's question, and simply pulled down Kenneth's pants. She was also confused, so she decided to confirm Kenneth's gender. Ash was lost for words because of Princess Sydney's action. She didn't expect that her friend was bold enough to undress Kenneth while he was asleep. The mermaid hastily averted her gaze because she didn't want to see any man's lower half, except for William's. Even so, she was still rather curious, so she decided to ask the princess the result of her investigation. "Well, is he a girl or a boy?" "A boy." Princess Sydney pulled up Kenneth's pants as a frown appeared on her beautiful face. She was certain that the 7 sins were all girls. There had been no precedent about a boy being one, so she didn't know what to feel about Kenneth's existence. While she was pondering, the princess shifted her attention to Ash, who was looking back at her in disbelief. "How can you suddenly do something like that?" Ash asked. "You are bolder than you look." Princess Sydney snorted. "I am the sin of lust. Do you think I will be fazed just by looking at a man's privates?" "Well, when you saw little Will for the first time, you got dazed for a few seconds before regaining your composure," Ash countered. Princess Sydney wasn't able to retaliate because it was the truth. When William and her had first shared some intimacy with each other, Morgana became naughty and reached out to touch his. That was the first time that the beautiful princess had seen a man's asset, and it caught her completely by surprise. Of course, she got used to it after kissing little Will a couple of times, but she wouldn't be able to deny the fact that it was different from what she originally thought. "I got dazed because it was Will's," Princess Sydney replied with a beet red face. She didn't want to admit that her first time caught her completely by surprise. While the two girls were arguing, the hand of the sleeping boy twitched. After that, his eyelids fluttered before a sigh escaped his lips. Ash and Princess Sydney immediately shifted their attention to him. Half a minute later, Kenneth opened his eyes and looked at the two girls in the room. He was still feeling drowsy, so after seeing that he was not in any immediate danger, he once again closed his eyes to sleep. Clearly, he didn't want to move his body, not even by an inch. "Oi! Don't go back to sleep." Morgana swapped with Princess Sydney and pinched the elf's ears. "You still have some explaining to do. Who are you and what is your relationship with Darling's mother?" Kenneth opened his eyes and looked at Morgana with contempt. "Darling? You call Will darling?" Kenneth asked. "Don't you have any shame?" Morgana smirked because she could tell that Kenneth didn't like the way she called William her darling. "Why should I be ashamed?" Morgana replied. "Darling is already my fiancé. Isn't it right and proper to call him my darling? You think too highly of yourself. Lady Arwen will not approve." Kenneth wasn't able to finish his words because he had a feeling that not only would his master approve, she would also welcome Princess Sydney with open arms. Arwen was already aware of what had transpired in the southern continent due to Skyla's report. The Saintess of the World Tree had also mentioned that she wanted to meet William's lovers who fought by his side during the war against the elves. Also, Arwen was very curious about the Princess of Frisia, who managed to rope William into becoming her fiancé by asking her son to put the slave collar on her neck. When William's mother first heard this from Skyla, she even laughed out loud and complimented Princess Sydney for being daring. Kenneth was there when Arwen praised the beautiful princess. For some reason, the method that Princess Sydney used to trick William to become her partner didn't sit well with him. For him, it was his duty to look after William in his master's stead and ensure that he lived a safe and happy life in the southern continent. This was also why he volunteered to spy on him and prevent the other elves from monitoring the boy and disrupting his peaceful life. "Ha? What were you about to say?" Morgana sneered. "Mother-in-law is not going to accept me? That is not for you to decide. I will personally visit the Silvermoon continent with William and get her blessing on our marriage." Kenneth turned a deaf ear to the babbling princess and decided to resume his sleep. This was the side effect of tapping onto the power of his divinity for an extended period of time. In his earlier battles, he also used the power of his divinity, but he only used it sparingly. This was why Princess Sydney, Ephemera, and Lilith weren't able to sense that he shared the same qualities they had. If he wasn't pushed into a corner, he would have kept his secret for as long as possible. Fortunately, William wasn't around. With this, Kenneth's secret would not reach him until he was able to have a proper talk with the half-elf. A talk with just the two of them. "Oi! I said don't sleep on me." Morgana shook the elf, but the latter had already decided to sleep. If Kenneth wanted to sleep, not even an earthquake would be enough to wake him up from his slumber. This hateful person. Morgana tossed Kenneth back to the bed with a huff. She wasn't able to get her answers because the elf had no intention of saying anything. "Fine, if you want to play it the hard way then so be it." Morgana placed her hand over Kenneth's head. "Since you want to sleep so badly, I'll let you sleep forever." Ash immediately grabbed Morgana's wrist and pulled it away. "Don't do it," Ash said. "We don't know his relationship with Will's mother. If something bad happens to him, our relationship with our mother-in-law might get sour." Morgana knew that Ash was right, but she was still feeling angry. In the end, she settled on pulling the cheeks of the hateful elf until they reddened to oblivion. Thunderous drum beats permeated the air. Towering giants wielding their weapons of war shouted their war cries. Beasts of all shapes and sizes roared in defiance. And the specters of the undead screamed in the sky as they waited for the Aesers in the plains of Asgard. This was the unwritten rule that both parties had agreed upon, and so they formed their ranks and waited for their opponents to arrive. The Aesers, the proud defenders of the Tree of Yggdrasil, answered their challenge. The gates of Valhalla opened and millions of human warriors marched towards the greatest battle that would decide the destiny of the entire world. They were the human warriors who had been slain on the battlefield, and personally ferried by the Valkyries back to Asgard, in order to fight for the long-standing peace of the Nine Realms. These mighty warriors stepped on the Bifrost Bridge and, among them, a silver-haired teenager, wielding a spear, led his contingent to war. All the warriors of Valhalla had mobilized for this moment, and none of them would shy away from this war. The god of trickery, Loki, sneered when he saw these human warriors. When half of the warriors had passed through the bridge, the vengeful god snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the bridge shattered, causing millions of human warriors to fall to their doom. This unexpected turn of events not only surprised the Asgardians, but the giants who were also allied with Loki. Both parties didn't expect that the god of tricks had already planned for this for many years, and he was only waiting for an opportunity to use the seed he had planted long ago. "Loki!" A loud roar followed by the rumbling of thunder and lightning pierced the sky. Thor, the champion of Asgard, rode his mighty chariot pulled by two goats. Their names were Tangrasnir and Tangjostr. He had never hated Loki as much as he hated him at that moment. Not only did he betray them, he also schemed to exterminate the majority of the Einherjars that Valhalla had raised for thousands of years. William, a Valkyrie with golden hair and blue eyes, dove towards her beloved that was about to fall to his doom. Several other Valkyries rushed to save their champions from certain death. William reached out his hand and Wendy caught it without fail. She then flapped her mighty wings and flew upwards. Deep inside she wished she could have done more, but there was very little that she could do. At the very least, she wouldn't allow her husband to fall to his death due to the scheming of the hateful god, Loki. Out of the millions of warriors that had fallen off the bridge, only several thousand had been pulled back from the jaws of death. All of them had already died once, but if they died one more time, there would be no going back. The goddess of the dead, Hel, one of Loki's children, wouldn't allow these warriors to revive a second time. Heimdall raised his sword and the bridge was reconstructed. This time, all the remaining warriors that were waiting their turn to cross the Rainbow Bridge ran towards it in fury. They had seen how their brothers died without glory or honor. For these warriors, this was their everything. The only thought in their minds right now was to kill as many giants as they could in order to pacify the souls of their dead brethren who had failed to die on the battlefield. They vowed that they would make Loki pay for his underhanded trick that led them to their second demise. "To war!" Odin shouted as he sat on top of Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse, which was also one of Loki's children. "For Asgard and the Nine Realms! For Asgard and the Nine Realms!" The Asgardians flew towards the battlefield with their mighty steeds and chariots. Loki watched all of this with a sneer. He had long waited for this day. A day where he would personally see the downfall of everything Odin and Thor held dear in their hearts. While he was at it, he would also destroy the World Tree and end the other worlds that resided within it. Death! Loki shouted as he raised his sword. Kill the Asgardians. Send them all to hell. Death! The ground trembled as the giants advanced, trolls and monstrous beasts advanced. The human warriors and the Aesers charged at them fearlessly. When the two forces collided, blood sprayed in the air en masse. Everyone fought against each other without holding back. Roars, war cries, screams, and curses rang out in the bloody battlefield. It was complete pandemonium, and in the middle of all of this chaos, a silver spear shone brightly. William Pendragon fought fearlessly as he thrust his spear into the head of a mountain troll. Ignite! William roared. Flame tempest! Immediately, the head of the mountain troll exploded, making its giant body collapse to the ground. Although they had very strong regeneration, they were not invincible. Fire and acid were their weaknesses, and William had been bestowed the power of ice and flames after he had received the rite of purification in order to become an Einherjar. Suddenly, William jumped to his right side and rolled to the ground. A few seconds later, a corpse of one of the warriors of Valhalla smashed on the place where he stood. The poor warrior almost turned into meat paste after being thrown full force by a giant that found William an eyesore. William gritted his teeth as he faced the towering giant alone. The giant smashed his giant war axe towards the pesky little man, but the attack was disrupted halfway due to a powerful attack that collided with the giant's waist. I won't let you hurt him. The giantess, Chiffon, had seen that William was at a disadvantage and rushed to his rescue. It was because of the silver-haired teenager that she left her homeworld and traveled with him back to Asgard. Chiffon didn't care about the purpose of the war. All she cared about was William. She wasn't that smart, but she would fight to the teeth to protect the person she loved. The giantess' weapon was a giant spiked club that Wendy had taken from the treasury of Valhalla. It was one of the prizes that Thor had brought back to the battlefield, and it belonged to one of the giants he had slain in battle. Since none of the human warriors could wield such a weapon, it had remained in the treasury for hundreds of years. Now, it had found its new owner, and its new master was not afraid to use it to brutally smash her opponents with all of her strength. William wasn't being idle either. After Chiffon had made the giant lose its balance, he imbued the spear in his hand with both magic and battle aura. Frostfire Fury! William shouted as he threw the spear towards the giant's chest. The silver spear was covered in red and blue flames that made it transform into a small blazing comet. This was one of William's strongest attacks, and it had enough power to pierce through a giant's protective armor and cause massive damage to its body. As expected, the giant roared in pain after receiving William's deadly attack. However, it was far from dying. Chiffon jumped high in the air shouting a war cry before smashing her spiked club on the giant's head. Due to William's sudden attack, the giant wasn't able to defend itself and died a gruesome death from giantess' merciless strike. Traitor! One of the giants who had seen his fallen comrade die under Chiffon's hands bellowed. I will kill you. Chiffon was unfazed as she stood in front of William. The silver-haired warrior raised his hand and the silver spear returned to its rightful owner. Chiffon, let's fight together, William said. Yes, Chiffon replied as she smiled happily. Let's fight together, Will. Not far from them, a half-elf with tears streaming down the side of his face watched helplessly. His heart ached for what was about to come. He knew, more than anything else, that no matter how fierce the silver-haired warrior and the pink-haired giantess fought, the outcome would remain the same. The end of the world cannot be stopped, William said sadly. The outcome of this battle has long been set in stone. William raised his hand and reached out towards the sky. The past cannot be changed, but the present belongs to us. William's voice gained strength. You made a mistake. You shouldn't have shown me this past. You shouldn't have made me angry. Optimus had been with William ever since he was a child. It was very easy for it to know what the shepherd wanted to have happen. Initiating merging of job classes. Choosing the optimal job classes for best results. Choices confirmed. Prince of Thunder, Runemaster, Ninja, Elemental Lord, Gladiator. Proceed to merging job classes. Merging in progress. Current progress 1%. William eyed the progression bar and ignored the battle that was happening around him. Since the past couldn't be changed, no matter how much he cried, pleaded, and screamed, nothing would change. Right now, the only thing he could do was wait. Wait for the time when he would break free from his prison. Wait for the time when he would unleash his fury upon those who touched his reverse scale. Wait for the time when he would be reunited with the pink-haired girl, who had already found a place inside his heart. Chiffon's body was submerged in a small pool filled with flower petals. Her body had already been cleaned and purified. What was left were the finishing touches, before she wore the bridal gown that the Guardian had personally chosen from the shop of Babylon for her to wear. A few minutes later, a lady wearing a veil approached the pool, carrying a bath towel. "Come," the lady ordered. Chiffon stood up and waded towards the lady, who had the towel spread out wide. As the lady dried the body of the little girl, she couldn't help but be amazed at how smooth and radiant Chiffon's skin was. Perhaps it was due to the cleansing or the purification ceremony, but the young girl's skin had returned to its clean and untainted state. After drying her off, the lady led her to a room where a 2-meter-tall mirror stood. Chiffon gazed at this mirror unflinchingly and stood straight. No ripples of emotions could be seen in her eyes. 2 ladies wearing veils that covered their faces helped her put on her wedding dress. After they finished, they then moved to arrange Chiffon's hair. The little girl's smooth and silky long hair was arranged neatly into a princess hairstyle that highlighted her natural beauty. The boys in the academy that had ridiculed her in the past would definitely widen their eyes in disbelief were they to see Chiffon's current form. Back then she was like an ugly caterpillar that no one wanted to touch. Now, she was a bewitching butterfly that everyone wanted to covet. The 2 ladies worked hand in hand, and soon they finished the bride's preparations. Chiffon faced the mirror wearing a pink bridal gown. "Young lady, you are very beautiful," one of the ladies that dressed her up said softly. Chiffon didn't reply. Perhaps she didn't even hear the lady's flattery. The pink glowing flower hovered above the little girl's chest and acted like a matching accessory. It looked so beautiful, so radiant, and brimming with life. It was the complete opposite of its owner, whose consciousness had been sealed inside the flower itself. A moment later, the door of the room opened. The old woman entered and looked at the young bride with satisfaction. "Both of you did well," the old woman said to Chiffon's 2 handmaidens. She then turned to the pink-haired doll who was blankly staring at the mirror and gave an order. "Come, Chiffon." The old woman extended her wrinkled hands to the young bride. "His Excellency Belial awaits. You shouldn't keep your groom and future master waiting." Chiffon turned around and walked towards the old woman. She then placed her hand on the old woman's wrinkly palm and allowed the old hag to guide her towards the portal she had opened. After passing through the portal, they arrived on a wide-open plain. It was a crimson world, in which everything, as far as the eye could see, was the shade of red. From the ground, to the sky, to the towering pyramid where the little girl's wedding would take place, everything was dyed in the color of blood. Countless Yaramawaichehus, cockatrice, basilisks, and other monstrosities gathered at the bottom of the pyramid. When the old woman and Chiffon appeared, the horde of monstrosities parted, and allowed the 2 to pass. The old woman stood in front, Chiffon at her back, and the 2 ladies behind the little girl. Several other ladies wearing veils walked alongside them. The monsters looked at this procession with excitement. They had already been told that their master was going to get married today, and with it, they would be freed from the tower. Belial's aim was to first conquer the city of Babylon and make it his base of operation. After this was done, he would increase the number of his army and start his conquest of the nearby lands. He wasn't afraid of any kind of opposition, for he was confident in his strength. The guardian of the 51st floor had long prepared for the day of his conquest, and only a handful of individuals had the power to stop him in his tracks. When the procession arrived at the base of the pyramid, a red mist descended from the heavens. The old woman smiled and walked to the side, allowing her master to take a look at his young bride. The red mist gathered and transformed into a handsome man with dark blue hair and eyes. There were 2 curved black horns on his forehead which signified that he wasn't a human. Belial walked towards his bride and lowered his head until the beautiful flower that hovered in front of Chiffon's chest was mere inches away from his face. The guardian of the 51st floor inhaled deeply and savored the fragrance of the heart that he coveted. Such a sublime fragrance, Belial praised, worthy of the last offering that will free me from this tower. He took another whiff before sighing in pleasure. My bride is such a beauty, Belial said as he gently caressed the side of Chiffon's face. He liked how soft and smooth Chiffon's skin was, and it almost made Belial lose to the temptation that he was trying so hard to suppress. Come, Chiffon, my little pet, Belial said as he held the young girl's hand. I will grant your final wish to marry someone. After that, I will feast on your heart, body, and soul. Belial led the little girl to climb the steps up the pyramid. He would glance at his young bride from time to time. Clearly, he was looking forward to plucking the innocent girl's flower and savoring it to his heart's content. It didn't take long before they reached the top, where an altar had already been set in place. Standing on a small podium was a lady wearing a veil. She would be the one to officiate Chiffon's and Belial's wedding. The old woman and the ladies standing beside her looked up at their master. The monsters of the devil's floor also looked up. They were all looking forward to seeing the flower on Chiffon's chest bloom to its fullest, once her heart devil's final wish was fulfilled. The priestess who stood before Chiffon and Belial opened the holy book in her hand and recited the opening phrases. We are all gathered here today to witness and celebrate the union of Chif. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder roared in the sky with a fury, preventing the priestess from finishing her words. A large bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and struck near the base of the pyramid, obliterating the monsters who were unlucky enough to be in its landing site. Belial, the priestess, and the monsters gathered around the pyramid stared at the gatecrasher who dared to appear before them. A teenage boy with blazing red hair looked up at the tower with his glowing green eyes. His gaze landed on the young bride, and the anger that he had bottled up in his chest broke out like a raging river. Merging successful. The unique prestige class, Einherjar, has been unlocked. Get your filthy hands off my bride, William declared. The one she will be marrying is me. William's red hair lengthened and slowly changed color until it became silver white. It looked exactly like the hairstyle he had in his past life when he still bore the name William Pendragon. The half-elf summoned Stormcaller and Soleil, and held them in each of his hands. Clearly, he was planning to go all out, and make the bastard who stood beside Chiffon regret his decision for setting his eyes on his woman. Lightning crackled on Stormcaller's body, and Soleil's body blazed. The old woman's eyes widened in shock because she recognized who the troublemaker was. She had already made sure that the half-elf wouldn't be able to break free of his prison by increasing the power of the heart's devil that would corrupt William's soul. The old woman was already looking forward to making William her pet after his heart devil finished eating away his consciousness and willpower. Never in her dreams did she think that her future toy would be standing in front of her, with the intention of fighting against them. It was at that moment when the loud toll of a bell spread across the entire floor. It marked the beginning of a battle that would shake the very foundations of the Tower of Babylon, and change the course of its history, forever. Einherjar. The Einherjars are the elite warriors chosen by Odin, and blessed by the goddess Freya. They are handpicked among the brave warriors that the Valkyries have taken to Valhalla in order to protect the 9 realms, and fight those who threaten its peace. They are the warriors who stood above others, and were the pinnacle of mankind. Once they received the blessing, their bodies were reformed and strengthened, until they could be born anew as Einherjars. They are the last line of defense against the prophecy of Ragnarok, where the fate of the 9 realms will be decided. Prestige Class Unique Skill Heroes of Valhalla. Prestige Class Unique Skill World End Tempest. Prestige Class Unique Bonus. Receives plus 100 enhancement bonus to all stats. Unlock Title Army of One. Unlock Title Jack of All Trades, incomplete version. Unlock Title One Who Breaks the Rules. Army of One. Plus 50 enhancement bonus to all stats. Jack of All Trades, incomplete version. Receives plus 150 enhancement bonus to all stats. One Who Breaks the Rules. The Einherjar can forcefully break the rules of any plane of existence as long as he is willing to pay the price for it. Each time the Einherjar uses this power, he will lose a random memory from his previous life. The more powerful the rule, the more memories will be erased, never to return again. Belial snorted in disdain. It had been hundreds of years since someone had dared to challenge him openly. All those who did had already been dealt with, and transformed into one of the monstrosities that were present inside the devil's floor. For him, William was just one of those stupid mortals who thought that they could challenge the authority of one of the guardians that ruled a floor in the Tower of Babylon. In the Hall of Guardians, Zod, Oagwe, Eve, Jellybell, and the other guardians from the 1st up to the 50th floor were watching the events that were unfolding at the 51st floor. Jellybell had planted a miniature piece of itself in William's body, allowing it to see everything on the mysterious floor that they had no idea about. They had seen William fight the Yarmawaichehus and the other beasts in the maze. For the first time in 1,000 years, they had seen what the devil floor was like and the guardian that resided on it. Even though Zod had grudges with William, he didn't like the fact that a guardian had done the taboo. Instead of giving the players a chance to clear his floor, Belial prevented anyone from conquering his domain. The renegade guardian even resorted to eating their hearts, which made the other guardians look at him in contempt. So, this is why no one has cleared the 51st floor in the last 1,000 years. Wagwe sighed. This is simply tyranny. The other guardians nodded their heads in agreement. They knew full well that no one could beat a guardian on its own floor, even if the challenger was a demigod. They could only watch the silver-haired teenage boy with pity, because there was no way for him to beat Belial, who was the reigning god of the 51st floor. Belial pointed his hand at William and sneered. "Kill him," Belial ordered. "I have no need for his heart. All of you can have it." The guardian of the 51st floor then stared at the priestess, hinting her to continue the wedding ceremony. The old woman wanted to protest because she had already claimed William for herself, but against Belial's orders, her voice carried little power. She could only sigh in her heart and curse William for being stupid. "You should have just allowed yourself to become my toy. At least you will be alive." The old woman lamented. "Such a waste. I guess I will have to settle for another toy when we are freed from this tower." Hundreds of Yarmawaichehus lunged at William with bloodshot eyes. Since their master had given his order, they would definitely carry it out without fail. William ignored these little vampires and hurled Soleil towards Belial, who had already turned his back on him. After throwing his spear, he raised Stormcaller and zapped the living daylights of the obnoxious, creepy vampires that had once scared Chiffon out of her wits. Soleil flew straight and true, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. However, when it was only a meter away from Belial's head, it stopped completely as if it had come across an invisible barrier. "True marriage is more than joining the bonds of marriage of two persons," the priestess said as she read the book in her hand. "It is the union of two hearts. It lives on the love you give each other and never grows old, but thrives on the joy of each new day." Belial laughed internally. He was merely going through the motions of the wedding in order to make Chiffon's heart bloom fully. He didn't care about the nonsense of the union of two hearts. He was someone who ate people's hearts. He once again glanced at his young bride, and the pink flower whose radiance was steadily increasing. Letting the final wishes of those that had succumbed to the heart devil be fulfilled brought out the greatest power in their hearts. It was the power that Belial wished to acquire, so he was willing to play his part, and become the groom of the pitiful girl, who wished to marry the person she loved. The priestess was about to say more, but her words were once again interrupted when Belial's body was kicked off from the top of the pyramid by the silver-haired half-elf that had materialized behind him. Belial quickly regained his balance as he floated in the air. He then narrowed his eyes as he looked at William with a serious expression. The Guardian didn't know how the irritating teenager managed to break through the barrier he had erected. This barrier was made from the laws of his domain. No ordinary being would be able to simply ignore the rules that he had set beforehand. Only a demigod was able to do this, and clearly the boy in front of him was not one. William didn't have time to glance at his status page because of the situation at hand. If he had time, he would be surprised to see his current stats were boosted by his shepherd skill, heroism. Einherjar. Name William von Ainsworth. Race, half-elf. Health points, 365,100/365,100. Mana, 396,600/396,600. Job class, Quick Shot Shepherd, level 30. Subclass, Einherjar, level 20. Strength, 258, plus 972. Agility, 275, plus 997. Vitality, 254, plus 966. Intelligence, 295, plus 1027. Dexterity, 315, plus 1058. Right now, William's stats had boosted him into the initial stages of the Saint rank. This was good news for him because he wasn't able to use his heroic avatar skill because a week hadn't passed since he last used it. What you're doing is futile. Belial sneered. No matter what you do, you won't win. If you kneel before me, I will show mercy on you and make you one of my generals. This is your final chance to keep your pitiful life, mongrel. William ignored the Guardian's words and stood as straight as a sword. Soleil and Stormcaller floated above his head like bodyguards that were waiting for the order of their master. With just a thought, the two sentient weapons would immediately take action and raise the surroundings in a rain of fire and lightning. Heroes of Valhalla, William said, and activated the Einherjar's unique skill. Immediately 13 perfect clones of William appeared behind him. Each of these clones were as strong as William and was able to use all of the abilities he possessed. One of the clones grabbed Stormcaller, and another one held Soleil. Rangaminiad flew out of the gem on William's chest and landed in the hands of another clone. Optimus, do it, William ordered. I don't care how much it costs. Just do it. Understood. Purchasing all the weapons from the God Shop, Longinus successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Chrysolicatos successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Gungnir successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Gaybalg successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Caliban successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Grailsword successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Gallatin successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Arondite successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Korchaus successfully bought for 200,000 God points. Clarence successfully bought for 200,000 God points. The weapons that William had bought all landed in the hands of his clones. These were the weapons that were part of his Lightning God war art that he hadn't used in the past because his strength was not enough to unlock all of them. However, now it was different. As an Einherjar, he specialized in wielding all kinds of weapons thanks to the gladiator class that Optimus had chosen. With this, William's clones were now able to enact all of his war arts using the original weapons. What did this mean? This meant that there would no longer be a time limit of 1 minute when the skill was used. As long as his clones were active, they would be able to use their weapons' respective war art infinitely. After they had received their respective weapons, the 13 clones moved a few meters away from William and Chiffon, with their weapons pointed in 13 different directions. They were like the members of the royal guard that protected their king from any threat that would put his life at harm. William held Chiffon's hand and gave it a light squeeze before glancing at the priestess who was still holding the book in her hands. "Resume the ceremony," William said. "I am the one who will be marrying this girl." William expected that the priestess would not cooperate, but to his surprise, the latter only nodded her head and continued where she had left off earlier. "May you always be able to talk things over, to confide in each other, to laugh with each other, to enjoy life together, and to share moments of quiet and peace when the day is done. May you be blessed with a lifetime of happiness and a home of warmth and understanding." After saying these words, the corner of the lady's lips curled up into a smile. She had come to fulfill the promise that she had made thousands of years ago. However, she could only do so much. She hoped that the silver-haired warrior in front of her would be strong enough to protect his young bride. Because if not, then the price she had to pay to enter the Tower of Babylon would all be in vain. Belial raised his hand and the forces under his command roared in unison. "Kill!" Belial ordered as he flew towards William. He planned to deal with the troublemaker himself and leave the clones to his subordinates. Seeing that the Guardian decided to face him head-on, William answered the challenge. He wouldn't allow any other man to marry Chiffon. The pink-haired girl had already suffered so much in her previous and current lifetime. If he allowed the Guardian to eat her heart, then he wouldn't be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. William held the wooden staff that had accompanied him since his childhood. For others, this weapon must be the most mundane weapon in existence. However, only a few knew this weapon's true form. It was the weapon that the god of shepherds had carried since he was born in the temple of the 10,000 gods. It was quite similar to Lily's weapon, a candy cane. If one were to only look at it at face value, it was not threatening at all. William still didn't know the true form of his wooden staff, but there was something he knew with certainty. The wooden staff in his hand was indestructible. Even if he faced off against the sharpest sword in the multiverse, his staff wouldn't be cut in two. He decided to fight against Belial since the latter wouldn't dare to harm Chiffon because he needed her heart. William also feared that the pink-haired girl would be caught in the crossfire, so he decided to battle Belial in the sky. "Illuminate the world!" one of William's clones shouted. "Rongaminiad!" A blinding beam of light obliterated the Yaramawache whose that was in front of William's clone. They all had their respective defending positions, and they would not allow anyone to come near the altar. "Exterminate!" Another one of William's clones chanted as he pulled back the string of the bow in his hands. "Cursalicados!" A green arrow shot forth from the bow and multiplied into the tens of thousands, hitting everything in a spray shot. The monsters that were hit by this attack shrieked in pain because the arrows shot by this bow carried a deadly poison. "Strike with unparalleled precision, Gungnir! Pierce through the void, Longinus! Go for the kill, Gaebolg!" Waves upon waves of monsters tried to climb up the pyramid in order to deal with William's clones. Their numbers were endless, but the clones stood their ground and attacked any monster that came within their weapons' respective range. William's clone, who was holding a rondite, held Chiffon's hand as the priestess continued the wedding in the midst of the chaotic battle. Meanwhile, above the pyramid, Belial and William clashed against each other. Their powerful collisions sent shockwaves in the air and sounded like peals of thunder. Quick shot war art, first form. The tip of William's staff collided with Belial's sword, which the latter used to defend itself from William's frenzied attack. Railgun. The Guardian was blasted away by the power of William's war art. Not only that, Belial's chest had a gaping hole in it, which had surprised not only the Guardian of the 51st floor, but the other Guardians of the tower as well. "It is still useless," Owagwe said. "No matter how many times Belial is injured, as long as he is inside his domain, no one can kill him." Just like the small turtle said, Belial's injury regenerated at a rapid pace. "You won't win," Belial sneered. "Just surrender and accept your fate." "You're right, I may not win," William admitted as he took a fighting stance. "But I will also not lose." As if to prove his point, William once again closed the distance and slammed his weapon full force on Belial's head. The Guardian activated the powers of the world to defend himself from William's attack. But the barrier he had erected immediately shattered, and the wooden staff smashed Belial's head like a watermelon. As soon as the attack connected, William felt that he had forgotten something. Something very important to him, but he knew that there was no other way to deal with the current situation. Memories of smiling children, the kind auntie at the orphanage who would always bake cookies for them during the weekends, and a few other memories slowly disappeared without a trace. "I told you it's useless," Belial roared and materialized behind William, giving him a strong kick that sent the silver-haired warrior towards the ground. William twisted his body and a powerful gust of wind erupted under his feet, breaking his fall and allowing him to soar towards the sky and fight the Guardian for another round. Belial clicked his tongue in irritation. Although he could materialize and interfere with the challengers in his floor, there were still many rules within the tower that prevented him from doing certain things. His inability to muster the full power of his divinity was one of them. Although he had broken the taboo, there were just some things that he couldn't do as long as he was in the Tower of Babylon. As long as the requirements weren't met, his hands and feet were tied, and he could only fight William with his demonic legion with the current power he had in the physical body he was currently residing in. "You leave me no choice," Belial roared as he flew straight towards Chiffon. Although her heart still hadn't bloomed to its fullest, the power of the divinity inside it would be enough to allow him to break the shackles that bound him to the Tower of Babylon. Although it is regrettable, he wouldn't allow anyone to get in the way of his 1,000-year wait for freedom. William's clone, who was holding Chiffon's hand, narrowed his gaze as he aimed a rondite at the approaching Guardian, who was determined to take the heart of their bride. "Cut through the firmament," the clone shouted. "Raise the world, a rondite." A reddish-black beam of light erupted at the tip of the demonic sword that was said to equal the power of the sword Caliban. Caliban was a sword that was said to be more powerful than the holy sword, Excalibur. For a rondite to be labeled as its equal proved that this demonic sword, that was said to be capable of butchering dragons, was one of the strongest legendary weapons in existence. Belial gritted his teeth as he disappeared from the path of the beam of light that was meant to obliterate his body. He then reappeared in front of the clone and delivered a powerful palm strike that sent it flying. Belial didn't even bother to look at what happened to the annoying clone and hurriedly grabbed Chiffon in a princess carry. He then turned into a mist carrying the girl towards the sky. The Guardian planned to take Chiffon to the safest place in his domain, where he would ravage every part of her being. Belial even concocted a sinister plan to cast a projection into the skies of his domain, and show William how helpless he was to even attempt to prevent the Guardian from ravaging his young bride. The Guardian planned to do this out of spite, and show William that he couldn't stop the inevitable. As long as he was in his domain, the laws of the world would bend to his will. Chiffon didn't show any kind of resistance and merely stared blankly in space. However, a tear slid down at the corner of her eyes. Belial was in too much of a hurry to notice this change. All he wanted to do was to escape to a place where William couldn't reach him, and let his countless demonic legion to tear the silver-haired warrior and his hateful clones to shreds. William sped upwards with all his might in order to catch up to the fleeing Guardian. Something was telling him that if he allowed Belial to leave his sights, he would never see Chiffon ever again. The mist that carried the pink-haired girl condensed together and Belial took on his demonic form. He was just a few hundred meters away from the anchor that bound him to the domain. As long as he would be able to pass that point, he would be able to get rid of the pursuer that was slowly closing the gap between them. As the Guardian made his final sprint, a portal appeared a few meters in front of him. Two colorful birds flew past him and glared hatefully at the person who tried to take their close friend against her will. "Fuck you!" B1 screeched as it unleashed a barrage of magic missiles from the two lollipops it was holding in its claws. The magic missile's damage was dependent upon William's intelligence stat. Right now, the half-elf's intelligence stat was at 1,322. Which allowed the power of the indigo lollipop to reach a threatening level. B1 had properly aimed his attack in order to not hurt Chiffon. The magic bullets peppered Belial's body, making him lose his hold on the young lady in his arms. The Guardian was about to retrieve the girl, but a second wave of magic bullets once again slammed into his body without any shred of mercy. "Fuck you too," B2 cursed out of anger. The attack had pushed Belial away, preventing him from chasing the falling girl, and bringing her to his private domain. Unbeknownst to William, Chiffon had secretly made B1 and B2 her beast companions. The two dumb birds had been the pink-haired girl's close friends ever since William had brought her to the Thousand Beast domain. They had long wanted to appear on the Devil's floor because they had sensed that something had happened to Chiffon. However, the laws of the world had prevented them from doing so. When William's clone, who was wielding a rondite, unleashed a powerful attack, the two birds' connection to Chiffon strengthened, allowing them to come to her rescue. Belial roared in anger as he reformed his body and regenerated his wounds. He was about to try again to reclaim the young bride, when two powerful screeches rang in his ear. "Brave, angry bird!" The two dumb birds' bodies grew until their wingspan was 3 meters long. B1 transformed into a red phoenix while B2 transformed into a blue phoenix. The two phoenixes shrouded themselves in flame as they rammed Belial with their body. "Fucking cunt! How dare you hurt our Chiffon?" B1 cursed angrily and clawed Belial's face until its blazing claws drew blood. B2 wasn't being idle either as it used its burning wings to slap Belial's back, making him cough a mouthful of green blood. "Bitch, this sir is going to tear you apart. Fucking motherfucker!" B2 cursed as it clawed, pecked, and slapped Belial with its wings, causing the guardian to scream in pain. While the two angry birds were going on a rampage, William caught Chiffon and headed back towards the pyramid. He knew that as long as the pink flower didn't return to where it belonged inside Chiffon's body, her safety was still an issue. William noticed that Chiffon's body felt cold to the touch. Perhaps it was due to the humidity in the atmosphere, or perhaps Belial's coldness had rubbed off on her when he carried her towards the skies. The half-elf hugged the girl tighter. He wanted to share his warmth with her, and make sure that she didn't suffer from the cold. The clones were busy fending off the minions of the Guardians with their superior firepower. Even though they were completely outnumbered, the power of the legendary weapons was not something to sneeze at. William landed beside the altar while hugging Chiffon. He then looked at the priestess and asked for the ceremony to continue. The priestess nodded her head, but instead of continuing to read the book, she closed it and made a gesture to William. "Say your vows to her," the priestess said. "Since she is incapable of giving an answer, it is up to you to profess your feelings for her." William glanced at the young bride in his arms. He understood that the priestess was right, and there was no way for Chiffon to answer his vow. However, that was fine with him. In their past lifetime, it was Chiffon that chased after him. Now it was his turn. William lowered his body and knelt in front of the pink-haired girl who had accompanied him in his journey through the Tower of Babylon. While the time that they had spent together was not that long, William knew in his heart that he wanted Chiffon to be part of his life forever. "I pledge to honor you, love you, and cherish you, as my wife today and every day," William said softly amidst the great battle that was happening around them. The roars, screams, and war cries weren't able to pierce the soundproofing spell that he had erected around the altar. "Today I say, I do, but to me that means, I will," William declared with all of his heart. "I will take your hand and stand by your side in the good and the bad. I dedicate myself to your happiness, success, and smile. I will love you forever. I promise to be your guiding light in the darkness, a warming comfort in the cold, and a shoulder to lean on when life is too much to bear on your own." William took out the box that Adaptation had given him when the two of them had met. The goddess of gluttony had said that the box would open at the right time, and William believed that now was the right time. The moment the box was taken out of William's storage ring, it floated in the air and opened by itself. Inside, a golden ring with runic carvings shimmered with expectations. William took the ring out from the box and reached out to hold Chiffon's delicate left hand. "I was supposed to say, 'Give me your hand, and I will give you forever.'" William smiled as he slid the ring that would mark Chiffon as his wife on her ring finger. "Instead, I will promise you that today I will have all the patience and passion that love demands. In the laughter and in the silence, I'll be forever by your side. I love you, Chiffon." The priestess nodded to acknowledge the vows that William had said. She didn't expect that the boy would be this fluent in proposing his love. It was quite unfortunate that his young bride wasn't able to say her own vows of love in her current state. William von Ainsworth, you have expressed your love to your beloved, and through the commitment and promises you have just made, I now pronounce you husband and wife, the priestess announced. You may now kiss the bride. William half rose as he cupped Chiffon's face. He then pressed his lips over hers and gave her a sweet and lingering kiss. A kiss that bound them together for the rest of their lives. The pink flower that floated in front of Chiffon's chest shone brightly. It was like a supernova that illuminated the crimson world that had remained unconquerable for the past 1,000 years. When Belial saw this light, he roared in anger and tried to use his power as a guardian to forcefully take Chiffon's heart, who had reached the pinnacle of its power. Unfortunately, the pink-haired girl's two beast companions didn't allow him to do as he wished. Not in my watch, motherfucker. B1 angrily slapped Belial's face with its blazing wing and pushed the guardian a few meters away from his location. B2's body blazed in a blue radiance as it rammed Belial's body with all its might. The two dumb birds were willing to use suicidal attacks to prevent Belial from acquiring their master's heart. Belial screamed in anger and frustration as the two birds used their bodies to block him at every turn. Although B1 and B2 received severe injuries from Belial's counterattack, they didn't back away and continued their relentless attacks. They'd rather burn their lives away than allow the guardian to even touch a strand of hair from Chiffon's head. Back at the altar, the pink flower embedded itself into Chiffon's chest, then disappeared not long after. It was also at that moment when William's kiss ended. He was about to pull back, when a pair of soft and delicate hands cupped his face, stopping him from moving away. Chiffon's lifeless eyes slowly regained their vitality and stared straight into William's own green eyes with tenderness. Big brother, was everything that you said earlier true? Chiffon asked. The vows that you made, are you going to fulfill them? Yes, William replied with a smile. Are we really married? Am I truly your wife? Yes. Big brother, do you love me? I do. This time, Chiffon took the initiative and kissed William's lips. Her soft lips pressed over his as tears slid down the side of her face. Right now, her heart was beating wildly inside her chest. She felt loved. She felt happy. She felt that her life was finally complete. Amidst the chaos on that forsaken floor, amidst Belial's angry screams, amidst the gazes of the other guardians in the Tower of Babylon, two hearts that had been apart for thousands of years had finally become one. Within the temple of the 10,000 gods, a squeal of happiness broke the peace. The lowly goddess, Lily, touched her cheeks as she looked at the projection in front of her. She was fangirling so hard because William's vow of love and Chiffon's assertiveness made her feel as if the one getting married was her and not Chiffon. The little lowly then jumped and gave the fat goddess beside her a high five. Adiphagia had tears streaming down from her eyes, but that didn't stop her from celebrating with Lily. Now William finally has a lowly as his wife. Lily laughed happily. Big brother really won the lottery this time. Of course he won the lottery. Adiphagia laughed as she wiped the tears from her eyes. That bastard used all the karma in all of his past lives just to marry my daughter. HMP. If he dares bully Chiffon, I will descend to Hestia and sit on his head. Lily giggled because she knew that the goddess of gluttony was only half joking. She truly believed that if William really did treat Chiffon badly, Adiphagia would stay true to her word and give William a piece of her mind. Issei and David, who were standing a few meters away from the two goddesses, exchanged a knowing look at each other. In a small hut outside the outskirts of the temple, Gavin looked at the projection in front of him with a smile on his face. He was still not fully recovered, but when he felt William use the blessing that he had given him in the past, the god of all trades woke up from his slumber and watched as William battled for his lovely young bride, who was currently showering him with kisses. That's my boy, Gavin chuckled. However, his chuckle didn't last long because of the sudden pain on his chest. Even so, he was truly happy because the boy had made him proud. He then laid back on the bed as he closed his eyes. Gavin hoped that the next time he opened his eyes, William would have reached greater heights. Also, he wished that his other disciple in Hestia would come and meet the boy. He believed that William would learn a lot from his senior brother. Why are both of my followers so shameless? Is this a trait of those who follow my path? The jack of all trades sighed before he closed his eyes to sleep. He didn't know what would happen once his two disciples met. He could only hope that his two shameless and arrogant disciples would not band together to destroy an empire or two. Chiffon kissed William lovingly. This was the first time that she had kissed someone, and for her it tasted very sweet. It was sweeter than the lollipops that the half-elf had given her. Perhaps it was due to the overflowing love that she was feeling for William, and the latter's overflowing love for her as well. The two kissed and kissed some more. At first, the priestess was smiling, and the clones were smiling. However, the two continued to keep kissing, not caring that the world around them was starting to become malevolent. The priestess cleared her throat and decided to put an end to the newlyweds' public display of affection. There was something more important to take care of, and the two could continue kissing after they had survived the calamity they were about to face. "It is best that you save your kisses for later," the priestess said. "The guardian has decided to go all out and use the full power of his domain to crush the two of you." The first to pull back was Chiffon. She stared at the priestess for a few seconds before giving William one last peck on the lips. After that, she held her cheeks in embarrassment and averted her gaze. It was also at that moment when two figures fell from the sky and crashed at the base of the pyramid. They were none other than B1 and B2, who had been slapped by Belial from the sky using his full power. "You puny mortals dare to defy this god?" Belial's hateful voice descended from the sky, making the entire world tremble. "I will capture your souls and torture them for eternity." Suddenly, the world trembled for the second time. The eyes of the monsters around the pyramid glowed bloody red, and their bodies increased in size. The meter-tall Yaramawache-Hus became 2 meters tall, and the towering cockatrice and basilisk stared angrily at those who had defied their master. Belial transformed into a 100-meter-tall giant demonic creature with 2 pairs of bloody wings at its back. His 2 curved horns glowed in a crimson hue, and his eyes shone like the flames from hell. Just like the priestess said, Belial was now going all out. It seemed that he had reached the requirement to unlock his true form after William successfully married Chiffon. "Chiffon, let's teach that guardian a lesson," William said as he summoned his staff. Chiffon replied as she stared at the demon who tried to make her his wife. "B1, B2, let's fight together." The 2 dumb birds forcefully propped themselves off the ground, before transforming into 2 beams of light. They merged together and entered Chiffon's body. A golden flame then started to burn on Chiffon's forehead. The power of the flame intensified and rose up in the air until it became a foot long. 2 pairs of wings sprouted behind Chiffon's back. One of them was red, the other blue. Chiffon then equipped her devourer's gauntlets. She then hovered in the air to match William's height. "Optimus, please. I'm counting on you," William said as he prepared himself to go all out against the guardian of the 51st floor. "Understood. Leave it to me, Will." Optimus knew that William would have no choice but to use the power of his skill, Rulebreaker, in order to effectively fight against Belial. They were at a disadvantage if the guardian were to forcefully use the power of the laws of the tower against them. Although the price was steep, it was the price that William had to pay to fight against an opponent that was equal to a demigod. William's clones also took a fighting stance. Their aim was to annihilate the countless monsters in front of them and deal with the guardian once and for all. "Charge!" William ordered as he took the initiative to fly towards the towering demonic guardian in the distance. Chiffon matched William's speed and flew alongside him. The 13 clones also followed suit, and flanked the 2 lovers on both sides. "Kill!" Belial ordered as he unleashed a barrage of fireballs aimed in William's and Chiffon's direction. His plan to extract the girl's heart was already in tatters. Even if he could capture Chiffon once again, he would no longer have the chance to absorb her power and divinity. If he wanted to use the Heart Devil to corrupt Chiffon once again, he would have to wait a year to do so. That was time he no longer had because he decided to go all out and use the power of the divinities that he had absorbed in the past. The clone that held Soleil sneered as he advanced to face the barrage of fireballs that Belial had unleashed. "Absorb them all, Soleil," the clone ordered. Soleil answered his call and the fireballs were sucked into the spear's blade, further empowering its capabilities. "Bloom in the battlefield," the clone roared. "Fleur du Soleil." Soleil was a weapon of mass destruction. William had seen its full capabilities when Luff, the god of the sun, had used it during their battle in the heavenly domain. The flaming spear had long gained sentience and trailed across the sky like a falling meteor that would burn and destroy everything around it. The clone didn't aim Soleil at Belial because he knew that it would be of no use. Belial could use the laws of the world to protect itself from most attacks, and William had to pay with his memories in order to break through them. William had already communicated with them that it would be Chiffon and him who would fight against Belial. The clones, on the other hand, would ensure that none of the Guardian's minions would get in the way of their battle. A world-shaking explosion took place as Soleil descended on the horde of monsters. It instantly annihilated everything that was several hundred meters away from its landing site and raised the surroundings in a hellish flames. "Fools! You forget that I am the god of this world." Belial raised his hand and the flames that were spreading like wildfire rose into the sky and transformed into flaming wyverns that flew towards William's group. William's clone sneered as he summoned Soleil back to his hands. "Fool! No matter what form it takes, flames will always be flames." The clone raised Soleil once again and all the fire wyverns were sucked into it like moths to a flame. Although Belial held the divinity of flames, Soleil was a weapon of the god of the sun. Clearly, between his feeble flames and the might of the sun, Belial's divinity fell far too short. The thousands of basilisks that had grown up to 20 meters long raised their hands and unleashed a poison spray that was strong enough to kill a centennial beast in minutes. William was about to use a spell to deflect their attacks, but he stopped after Chiffon took the initiative to fly ahead of their formation. The pink-haired girl then opened her mouth and a black rotating sphere appeared in front of it. Just like a small black hole, the poison was devoured until nothing was left. As if waiting for that cue, William's clones spread out and descended to the ground. Each of them unleashed the power of their legendary weapons, causing massive destruction in their respective positions. William and Chiffon zigzagged in the air as they dodged the red vines that Belial had summoned to capture them. They were the same vines that had wrapped around William's body when he was still inside the dream world that was made by his heart devil. Belial's frenzied attacks didn't faze the two lovers as they gathered the powers in their hands. The two worked together to deflect the Guardian's attacks that they couldn't dodge, as they closed the distance. When they were only 100 meters away from the towering behemoth in front of them, the two glanced at each other and nodded their heads in unison. The four elements, as well as the power of lightning, merged together in William's hand, creating a crackling rainbow sphere of elemental energy. "Eradicate!" William roared. "World end!" Countless red butterflies materialized around Chiffon as she, too, prepared her strongest attack. "Shatter the void!" Chiffon shouted. "Blood wing! Tempest!" The two delivered their combined attacks at Belial's chest. However, just like William expected, a powerful barrier was erected in place. William gritted his teeth as countless images from his past life disappeared from his memories. A beautiful lady with long black hair, holding a bow in her hand, stood elegantly in the distance. Her pose was the image of perfection as she released the arrow from her hand. A soft sob escaped William's lips as the fleeting image escaped his memories. That was the first time she saw Belle in the academy, and he had fallen in love with her at first sight. William roared as his memories burned away. The barrier in front of him shattered and his attack, and Chiffon's, slammed full force at the Guardian's chest, destroying it completely. The Guardians who were watching the battle couldn't believe what they saw. They had long tossed away the idea of William being able to beat Belial successfully. But the scene in front of them made them realize that they were completely wrong. Belial's pained scream resounded throughout the Devil's floor, and along with it, William's first encounter with Belle was wiped away from his memory. A powerful explosion shook the 51st floor when its guardian was blasted away by William's and Chiffon's combined attack. Impossible! Belial gazed at his chest, where several cracks were spreading at a fast rate. He had utilized the laws of the Devil's Floor to make himself practically untouchable and invincible. However, for some reason, William had been constantly breaking the rules that he had set to prevent anyone from clearing the 51st floor. All the guardians that saw this scene had a look of disbelief in their faces. They were not aware of the price that William had to pay each time he broke the rules of the Tower of Babylon. Belial slowly rose from the ground as the cracks continued to spread across his body. William's clones were decimating everything that surrounded them, so no monsters were able to come near their master, who was on the verge of a complete breakdown. "Who are you?" Belial roared in anger. "Just who are you?" William sneered at the guardian who dared to touch one of the most important people in his life. "Just a shepherd," William replied. "And the lover of the girl you tried to marry against her will." Belial laughed. But he didn't laugh out of happiness. He laughed out of anger and frustration at his current circumstances. The guardian who ruled a floor of the Tower of Babylon was reduced to a sorry state, after eating the hearts of those who challenged his floor for the past 1,000 years. In truth, Belial had long lost the protection of the Tower of Babylon. If he were to return to his homeworld, or try to leave the tower, he would immediately disintegrate into nothingness. This was why he had resolved himself to devour as many hearts as he could, until he was able to break free from his self-imposed prison, which was the 51st floor. "This is not over," Belial stated as his body crumbled little by little. "This is my domain. As long as this domain stands, I am immortal. I will return, and once I do, I will torture you and that little bitch for eternity." "Sorry, but there won't be a next time," William replied as he looked at the pink-haired girl floating beside him. "Chiffon, let's fight together," William said softly. Chiffon nodded and moved towards William. She then cupped William's face and stared straight at his eyes. "I love you, big brother," Chiffon said affectionately. "Let's end this and return together." William wrapped his arms around her and stared back at her eyes filled with fondness. "I love you too. After this, let's get back together." A sweet and beautiful smile bloomed on Chiffon's face. This was the first time that William had seen Chiffon smile like this, and it made his heart skip a beat. The pink-haired girl then kissed William's lips as the latter held her tight. A moment later, Chiffon turned into pink particles of light and flew towards the gem embedded in William's chest. "Familia, Oversoul." William closed his eyes as Chiffon's power and divinity merged with his own. A golden flame appeared on William's forehead, just like it had with Chiffon earlier. The flame burned brightly, just like his young bride's love for him. 2 pairs of blazing wings sprouted behind his back. The Devourer's gauntlets also equipped themselves on William's hand and a powerful aura erupted around him. William's clones turned into colorful beams of light and merged with his body. The legendary weapons floated around William's body as they gathered their powers to completely obliterate the guardian that was barely hanging on to dear life. William gathered the elemental powers in his hand and synchronized with the legendary weapons around him. World-End Tempest. William unleashed the strongest attack of his Einherjar job class. It was an ability that was created when the world was about to end. It was an attack that William had used when he faced the god of destruction, who had razed the 9 realms to the ground. Answering to his call, Rangaminiad, Gaebolg, Longinus, Chrysolicatos, Gungnir, Caliban, Grail Sword, Gallatin, Arondite, and Korchaus unleashed their strongest attacks. Their combined attacks disintegrated Belial's giant body, creating a world-shattering explosion. Belial's hateful screams spread across the Devil's Floor, but William knew that this was not enough to finish the Guardian. What he did was to simply prevent his opponent from taking material form. Just as he expected, the crimson clouds in the sky swirled and took on the face of the Guardian that he had destroyed. "Just you wait." Belial's hate-filled words made the entire domain tremble. "I will be back. This is not over." William raised his head to look up at the sky. No, this is over. When he had married Chiffon, the pink-haired girl was registered as one of his familia members. What did this mean? This meant that William was able to use Chiffon's power and divinity. Familia. Fourth familia member, Chiffon Hal Ainsworth. Host is able to use Devour EX, divine. Host has acquired Familia Oversoul skill. Increase plus 30 enhancement bonus to all stats. Synchronization rate, 35%. Belial was impossible to defeat completely as long as he was the administrator of the 51st floor. As long as the Devil's Floor existed, Belial would be reborn again and again. This was the sole privilege that remained to him after breaking the taboo of the tower. That same privilege was responsible for making the 51st floor unconquerable. Since that was the case, there was only one thing that William could do to ensure that the Guardian would cease to exist, and that was to devour the Devil's Floor in its entirety. Devourix. The silver-haired half-elf opened his mouth and a rotating black sphere appeared in front of it. At first, this sphere was only the size of a golf ball, but it didn't take long before it grew bigger until it became as big as a basketball. Belial sneered at William. He didn't know what the boy was planning, but he was sure that no matter what his adversary did, it would still be useless against him. It was at that moment when the air around William quivered. A few seconds later, one of the Yaramawaiche who's on the ground shrieked as it was pulled into the air by an invisible sucking force. Soon, more monsters rose in the air, shrieking in panic and fear as a powerful force forced them off the ground. It didn't take long before Belial felt that something was terribly wrong. He felt that his connection with his minions were lost the moment they were swallowed by the black rotating sphere that hovered a few inches from William's mouth. Soon, the crimson clouds where he had taken form was also being pulled by the sphere that seemed to devour everything in existence. Not good. Belial finally felt that his very existence was in mortal peril. He decisively used all the power he could muster to escape towards the private domain that he had planned to take Chiffon earlier. However, just as he was about to break free from the powerful suction that came from the black rotating sphere, two words reached his ears that made his blood turn cold. Dual EX. Belial was alarmed when he realized that his current form was not responding to his orders and thoughts. Nu! Belial fired a barrage of spells at William in desperation, to prevent the silver-haired half-elf from devouring him. All of the Guardian's attacks were sucked up by the rotating black sphere, causing no damage whatsoever. You won, Belial shouted. I recognize you as the new owner of the 51st floor. You have cleared this floor. The power of the suction force grew stronger, devouring countless monsters from the ground. If Jekyll was around, he would definitely be surprised because William's devouring power far exceeded his own. I don't need your recognition, William answered via telepathy. I want your life. Belial struggled with every fiber of his being. He knew that the moment he was sucked by the rotating black sphere, he would cease to exist. Desperate for William's mercy and forgiveness, the Guardian of the 51st floor promised him many things. Promises of great rewards that were only exclusive from the Tower of Babylon, but William wasn't interested in such things. Curse you! Belial roared hatefully. The other Guardians will avenge me. They will avenge me. You will pay for your insolence. They will rip your body apart and torture your soul for eternity. William answered Belial's threat with a chuckle. I'd like to see them try, William answered. I'm still hungry. I have room for a multitude of desserts. It was not only the Guardians of the first 50 floors that were paying attention to the battle. Even the Guardians from the 52nd floor up to the 100th floor were there to witness everything that had happened from the start. All of them had been bored out of their minds since no one was able to clear the 51st floor. This was why William's appearance made them very happy. However, when they heard Belial's words, all of them immediately panicked and gave Belial the middle finger. Fucking bastard. If you're going to die, just die. Don't involve others to your doom. Their bodies unconsciously shuddered as they cursed Belial for involving them in his problem. If possible, The guardians of the Tower of Babylon wanted to drown Belial in spit because his words might have made William think that they would make things difficult for him as he continued his conquest in the Tower of Babylon. They were very afraid that the boy would also devour their entire floors and end their existences in the most horrifying way possible. Today, the number of people in the Grand Arena had far exceeded the number of the previous matches. It was quite understandable because this was the final match of the Tournament of Champions. Today, the greatest prodigy of the young generation would be crowned. A day before the match started, all the seats in the Grand Arena had all been sold out. Business-minded individuals had used this opportunity to auction their tickets, so that they could profit from the grand event. The rulers had already taken their seats and were looking forward to the outcome of the match. This was the last match of the tournament, so they wanted to see it until the end. Empress Andraste had a confident smile on her face. For her, this match held no suspense. She had complete faith in her daughter. Even though her daughter had mentioned in passing that Kenneth might be one of the deadly sins, the Amazon Empress wasn't too bothered. No matter what it took, the Amazons must show everyone their domineering side. They were a race that recognized the strong. For them, strength was everything. Almost all races had to admit that the elves were among the superior races in the world of Hestia. However, the Amazons didn't think that way. For them, they were the superior race. Why? Because they would only allow strong men to become their partners and give birth to their children. For the Amazons, the genes of an individual was of the utmost priority. The stronger that person was, the more attractive he was to the Amazonian race. This was also the reason why they joined this tournament. They were looking for potential seeds that they could invite back to their empire and let them sire the new generation of Amazons that would make their empire reach its peak of power. Kenneth was one of the seeds that Empress Andraste had her eyes on. However, since her daughter had mentioned that Kenneth was one of the deadly sins, he must definitely be a girl. However, right now, no matter what artifact she used to check Kenneth's gender, the result was always male. Of course, Empress Andraste had been present during Kenneth's last match when his hair grew extraordinarily long. With the elf's delicate-looking face and his long hair, everyone would think of him as a girl. Empress Andraste was not an exception. Regardless, the fact still remained was that Kenneth was a boy right now. Unless he was using a special artifact that changed his gender, the Amazon Empress would still take him with him back to the Amazon Empire by force if she had to. Emperor Leonidas stood at the podium as he addressed the audience who was looking forward to the final battle between Kenneth and Lilith. As the host of the tournament, the Creator Emperor handled everything flawlessly. He didn't scrimp on the budget of the event and ensured that everything would run smoothly. As he looked at the last two finalists who were waiting to climb up the arena, he felt a sense of regret that his grandson, Prince Jason, had been eliminated in his previous battle. If he had won, he would have represented the Creator Empire in this battle for supremacy. Today is the final day of the tournament. Emperor Leonidas' charismatic voice spread across the arena. Only one name will rise to claim the title of the strongest champion of the young generation. I know that all of you are already tired of waiting, so let the final match commence, Emperor Leonidas declared. A thunderous applause answered his declaration. The emperor returned to his seat and the referee of the final match made a gesture for both combatants to step on the arena. Lilith walked with confidence, while Kenneth walked in silence. Their presence was different, and the people were leaning towards Lilith more because of her beauty and confident appearance. Some of the ladies cheered for Kenneth. They always liked the underdogs, and Kenneth was a delicate-looking teenager that made the girls giggle in their seats. After the two came face to face in the arena, Lilith smirked as she placed one of her hands on her waist. "Tell me, are you really one of us?" Lilith asked. "I've always thought that I only had sisters. I'm going to be perfectly honest, you're too girly to be my type. But some of my friends might take a liking to you. Do you want to visit our empire? I promise that you will be treated as a VIP by the Amazonian race." Kenneth didn't answer and simply unsheathed his short sword from its scabbard. He was still feeling sleepy, so he had no strength or time to have a conversation with the talkative Amazon princess. Seeing that she was being ignored completely, Lilith clicked her tongue. "Fine. I'll just drag you to our empire whether you like it or not. Lilith declared. "Although you're not really my type, my friends will definitely love to have your genes. I guess your children will be decent warriors once they grow up." Kenneth remained silent and simply waited for the battle to start. He intended to end the battle as fast as he could because he was not in peak condition. The referee didn't want to delay the match either, so he raised his hand and declared the start of the battle. Final match start. Lilith's expression became serious as he summoned her war axe. This was the same weapon that he had used during her battle with Prince Jason, but she never had gotten the chance to use it. Right now, the Amazon princess wielded the weapon with both hands. She was certain that Kenneth was one of the deadly sins, which meant that she couldn't take him lightly. Kenneth, on the other hand, pointed his sword in Lilith's direction and chanted, "Spirits of time, veil us from the gaze of the Creator," Kenneth said, and his silver-gray hair grew until it touched the ground. "Time stop." Lilith was about to charge at Kenneth, but before she was even able to execute her plan, the elf had already frozen her in time. The Amazon warrior was in the act of running with her war axe raised high. However, she stayed in that position like a statue, unable to even blink her eyes. Kenneth walked towards his opponent in a steady pace in order to not break the time spell that he had cast. A gust of wind blew inside the arena, making his long silver-gray hair flutter. Although his gender was still in question, everyone would agree that the delicate-looking elf in his current appearance would easily pass as a beautiful young lady. Within the safety of the Creator Empire VIP room, Princess Sydney watched with bated breath, as the person she hated the most thrust his blade on the Amazon's princess chest. Clearly, Kenneth wanted to end the match as soon as possible. He didn't care for fame and honor. All he cared about was freeing William from the grasp of the lusty princess, whom he believed had used underhanded tricks in order to force his ex-roommate, and the son of his master, to become her fiancé. The moment Kenneth's blade pierced Lilith's chest, a loud cracking sound was heard. The body of the Amazon princess shattered like a vase, and the war axe that she was holding in her hands fell on the ground, embedding itself on the arena. Kenneth immediately took a few steps back and scanned his surroundings. His long hair spread out like living snakes, and took a defensive stance around him. "Now I know what sin you bear," a teasing voice whispered in Kenneth's ears, and the latter immediately tried to find where the sound of the voice was coming from. "I don't know if you are a sister or a brother, but it doesn't matter. I will find out soon enough." The only one that could hear the voice was Kenneth, and he was finding it hard to pinpoint the location of the voice because Lilith was using telepathy to talk to him. "Now that I know your sin, I now know how to beat you," Lilith chuckled. Kenneth narrowed his eyes as he extended his senses to encompass his surroundings. Right now, he was tapping on the power of his divinity. He couldn't keep this state for a long time, so he needed to finish Lilith as soon as possible. "You know, I can just wait for the power of your divinity to disappear before I attack you," Lilith commented. "However, that will leave a bad aftertaste. I came here to fight, not to hide." "Then fight," Kenneth interjected and shouted in his mind. "Show me what the proud Amazon princess can do." "Very well, but let's agree on a condition first." "A condition?" "Yes," Lilith's playful voice answered. "You are not allowed to stop my time. If you break this condition, I promise you that you will regret it." Kenneth readily agreed to this condition. The more time that passed, the more difficult it is for him to retain his current level of power. He was already starting to feel drowsy, and he knew that it was only a matter of time before he reached his limit. "I agree to your condition." "Good. Now, let's have a good battle." As soon as Lilith said those lines, a blue crystal shard, the size of an electric pole, jutted out of the ground, aiming at Kenneth's head. The elf pushed himself backwards using his long silver hair, and successfully dodged Lilith's surprise attack. Suddenly, the arena trembled and more crystal shards jutted out of the ground. These crystals encompassed the entire arena and surrounded Kenneth from all sides. "Are you ready for this?" A blue crystal that took the form of Lilith appeared in front of Kenneth and winked at him. "Crystal Nova." The crystals detonated themselves, sending sharp shrapnels in every direction. Kenneth didn't move from where he stood, but his hair increased its volume and wrapped Kenneth like a yarn ball. The crystal shards bounced off at the giant ball of hair, as if they were hitting reinforced steel. These shattered crystals turned into glittering crystal dusts that fell on the ground, coating it with a bluish tint. "Now I know your sin as well," Kenneth said after unwrapping himself from his protective stance. "Your greed. Yes, but you don't know me well enough." Lilith giggled. "You should be feeling pain right about now." As soon as Lilith finished saying her words, Kenneth felt a burning sensation in his entire body. He hurriedly tore off the sleeve of his robe and saw that his skin was starting to turn blue. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the blue color was actually the crystal dust that Lily had manipulated to penetrate his skin's pores. From there, the Amazon warrior activated her powers and attacked Kenneth in a place that he least expected. The blue skin was now tainted with red blood as the crystal dusts bore deep inside his body. "Don't worry, I'm not planning to kill you," Lilith said with a charming smile. "My sisters will love to have a pretty boy as their plaything. Also, you are one of my kind. They will definitely take that into consideration when they squeeze you dry." As red blood dyed Kenneth's clothes, the elf remained calm and activated the power of his divinity. He gazed at the teasing smile on Lilith's place before using one of his trump cards. Rewind time. The image of a clock appeared above Kenneth's head, and its hands were moving counterclockwise. The battle that Kenneth had just fought against Lilith was now a few minutes in the future. Because Kenneth couldn't use his divinity for long, he had created a checkpoint in time, right after Lilith's body shattered into pieces, so he could glimpse into the future and know what his opponent was planning to do. This took a heavy toll on his body, but this was the only way he could think of to beat one of the deadly sins, whose abilities were unknown to him. A blue crystal shard, the size of an electric pole, jutted out of the ground, aiming at Kenneth's head. Just as he did earlier, the elf pushed himself backwards using his long silver hair, and successfully dodged Lilith's surprise attack. The arena trembled and more crystal shards jutted out of the ground. These crystals encompassed the entire arena and surrounded Kenneth from all sides. "Are you ready for this?" A blue crystal that took the form of Lilith appeared in front of Kenneth and winked at him. Kenneth once again activated his divinity as he held the short sword in his hand. He was now feeling incredibly drowsy, so he needed to make the most of what little time he had left. "Stretch the moment," Kenneth said softly. Immediately, the world around him became as slow as half a snail's pace. If one weren't paying attention, they might think that the time inside the entire arena had stopped completely. That was only half correct. What Kenneth did was to slow down the time of the entire arena, including his own time. The only thing that was working faster than normal was his brain, and he used it to calculate the moves that he needed to do in order to defeat Lilith. After calculating the exact amount of divinity that he needed to use to beat the Amazon princess, Kenneth once again activated another of his trump card. Time leap. The elf took a step forward, while the world around him was moving at a very slow pace. He didn't attack the crystal Lilith, but instead ran towards the war axe that was embedded in the ground. Time leap has a certain restriction. When he uses this ability, only Kenneth's body was allowed to pass through time and space. This meant that he had to leave everything behind, including his clothes. Fortunately, the long that fluttered behind him wrapped itself around his body, creating a lightweight armor that was as hard as steel. The elf then channeled his physical strength to his right foot and kicked the handle of the war axe with all of its might. The war axe flew in the air, and soon, it transformed into the Amazon princess, who was in shock because she didn't know what had happened. Accelerate! With a burst of speed, Kenneth jumped to the air and delivered a roundhouse kick, hitting Lilith squarely in the chest. The force of the blow was strong enough to send Lilith flying towards the edge of the arena. A mouthful of blood sprayed in the air as the Amazon princess received another devastating blow from her opponent. Why is he so fast? Lilith thought as she tried to use all of her strength to resist Kenneth's follow-up attack. Isn't he supposed to be slow? What's happening here? The Amazon princess knew that it didn't matter whether she succeeded in defending against Kenneth's attack or not. She would still be pushed outside of the arena regardless of what she did. The only choice she had was whether she would be able to prevent any further injuries on her body, or suffer a lethal blow that might endanger her life. Gritting her teeth, Lilith chose to block Kenneth's attack no matter what. Even if she lost this battle, she would still drag the boy back to their empire in order to exact her vengeance. Kenneth had arrived in front of Lilith and was about to deliver the coup de grace when, suddenly, his stance faltered in the air. The two crashed on the ground, with Lilith almost falling off the arena. Fortunately, she transformed her hands and feet into crystals, and dug them deep to gain a foothold. Although she looked like a monkey holding at the edge of the arena for dear life, she managed to prevent herself from falling off completely. The Amazon princess crawled back at the safety of the arena and glanced at her opponent who was currently laying on the ground. His long hair was a mess, but its volume was enough to cover his body. Lilith carefully approached Kenneth and poked him with her foot. Seeing that the elf wasn't reacting to anything, the Amazon gathered up her courage and moved closer. As the Amazon eyed her opponent, she heard a snore, which made her realize that her opponent had actually fallen asleep in the middle of their battle. Lilith didn't know whether she should laugh or cry at Kenneth's current circumstance. "Oh well, a win is still a win," Lilith mused as he looked down on the sleeping elf beside her feet. "No hard feelings." Lilith kicked Kenneth off the battle platform, and the latter offered no form of resistance. She then raised her head in an arrogant manner as she raised her voice to declare her victory. "Just as planned," Lilith declared. "Everything I did was just an act. Mother Empress, how are my acting skills?" Lilith waved her hand and called out to Empress Andraste, whose posture almost collapsed because of her daughter's shameless behavior. Empress Andraste opened her fan and waved it a little to keep the heat out of her face as her lips twitched, due to her daughter's shameless boasting. "Silly girl, you just made us look bad," Empress Andraste thought. She really wanted to pinch her daughter's waist for doing something unbecoming of an Amazon warrior. Asha's and Princess Sydney's bodies stiffened because Lilith somehow reminded them of their shameless lover, whom they had lost contact with these past few days. Lilith glanced at Emperor Leonidas, who was seated on the highest seat of honor. Before she came to the Creator Empire, she had mulled over the wish that she wanted to be granted. Now that she had one, she felt like it was perfectly fine for her to claim her just rewards. "Emperor Leonidas, can I state my wish now?" Lilith asked in a respectful manner. Although she could be arrogant at times, she still had been taught the royal etiquette of the royal bloodline of the Amazon race. The Emperor of the Creator Empire nodded his head, and made a gesture for Lilith to say her wish. Lilith smiled and was about to say what she wanted the most when the resounding tolling of a bell reverberated in the air. Right after that, a dignified voice filled with authority and divinity spread across the entire world of Hestia. "Let it be known to one and all that the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon has been conquered. I repeat, let it be known to one and all that the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon has been conquered." Emperor Leonidas, Empress Andraste, and the other sovereigns of the major powers in the world of Hestia immediately rose to their feet. They couldn't believe what they heard. Someone had been able to conquer the Devil's Floor that had been deemed unconquerable, not only by the people of the world of Hestia, but the very guardians that resided within the tower itself. The dignified voice from the heavens didn't know, nor cared, about the thoughts of the mortals that lived in the world of Hestia. Its only role was to deliver the message it had been assigned to give, and it had done this ever since the Tower of Babylon had appeared in the central continent. Let it be known to one and all that the one who conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon is none other than William von Ainsworth. Let it be known to one and all that the one who conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon is none other than William von Ainsworth. Ash and Princess Sydney's eyes widened in shock as they glanced at each other. Both of them hadn't heard from William for the past few days, and they were very worried about him and Chiffon's current circumstances. They didn't expect that this was how they would know his current situation, and they were caught completely unprepared by the incredible news. Gilbert, the headmaster of the Silverwind Academy, and the one that gave William all the information he knew about the Tower of Babylon, almost choked on his saliva when he heard the worldwide announcement. It had only been a short time since William had left the academy, and Gilbert was sure that the half-elf would give up before he could even reach the 51st floor. He didn't expect that the boy who had caused trouble in his academy would really be able to clear the floor that no one had cleared for the past 1,000 years. That brat really did it. Gilbert pressed his hands over his chest. He actually did it. Emperor Leonidas and the rest of the rulers exchanged glances because this was something totally unexpected. With this development, the era of climbing the Tower of Babylon would once again commence, and the empires would immediately start to send their elite subordinates to fight for riches for their respective empires. Lilith, who had won the tournament, had been completely forgotten. She had been basking in the limelight, but after the announcement, her earlier fame felt like a big joke. William had completely stolen the spotlight, and it made Empress Andraste feel sorry for her daughter. However, the Amazon princess wasn't feeling depressed or affronted. Instead, her eyes lit up because an idea came to her mind. She had long wanted the half-elf who was the son of the saintess of the World Tree, Lady Arwen, and dungeon conqueror, Maxwell. A devilish smile appeared on her face, which was similar to James when he was about to scam people. Zagarl, the demon general, had a frown on his face when he heard the announcement. As a demon, there was one surname that they hated the most, and it was none other than the surname Ainsworth. For them, if Maxwell hadn't interfered with their invasion of the Silvermoon continent, they would have already enslaved the elves. Such a hateful family. Zagarl clenched his fist in anger. I better nip him in the bud before he can awaken his full potential. While Lilith, Zagarl, and the sovereigns of the various factions in the continent were making plans in their heads, they once again heard the familiar tolling of a bell. Not long afterwards, the divine voice spoke once again and announced a world-shaking declaration. If earlier the first announcement surprised them, the next one alarmed them. Let it be known to one and all that the ruling family of the 49th floor, the Moreau family, is now stripped off their rights as the ruling family of the 49th floor, and hereby exiled from the Tower of Babylon. I repeat, let it be known to one and all that the ruling family of the 49th floor, the Moreau family, is now stripped off their rights as the ruling family of the 49th floor, and hereby exiled from the Tower of Babylon. As the mandate of the Tower of Babylon, I hereby announce the name of the new owner of the 49th floor. The new ruler of the 49th floor is none other than William von Ainsworth. I repeat, as the mandate of the Tower of Babylon, I hereby announce the name of the new owner of the 49th floor. The new ruler of the 49th floor is none other than William von Ainsworth. A grin appeared on Emperor Leonidas' face after hearing the announcement. To be perfectly honest, the moment that William conquered the 51st floor, the emperor had finally made up his mind to write a decree that would officially recognize William as his granddaughter's fiancé. He also planned to hold a grand wedding as soon as possible to prevent other forces from nabbing the red-headed teenager, and make him the groom of their own princesses. The other sovereigns also had the same line of thought. If they could bring William under their wing, then they would be able to have a share of the pie that the half-elf had nabbed for himself. What they didn't know was that it was only the beginning of a series of announcements that would make everyone in the world of Hestia know William's name. In the town of Lant, James was roaring with laughter as he held his granddaughter, Eve, in his hands. He then decided to start calling his friends by using the communication crystals, so that he could boast about his grandson's achievements. He passed Eve to her mother, Anna, and took out the communication crystals in his storage ring. James called Lawrence, and his plan was to make his old friend feel sorry for his daughter's and granddaughter's arrogant behavior. Since this was a worldwide announcement, everyone in the world of Hestia heard it. The Griffith family, who had antagonized William in the past, would definitely not feel good about the half-elf's amazing accomplishments. Ha ha ha! Lawrence, my good friend, how are you? James greeted with a big smile on his face. Lawrence snorted at James' smug expression and knew the reason why the old bastard called him. He had already expected the old coot to settle old grievances and chose this opportunity to rub salt on their faces. However, before Lawrence could even nag James for being petty, another announcement spread across the heavens. Let it be known to one and all that the ruling family of the 45th floor, the Valkazar family, is now stripped off their rights as the ruling family of the 45th floor, and hereby exiled from the Tower of Babylon. I repeat, let it be known to one and all that the ruling family of the 45th floor, the Valkazar family, is now stripped off their rights as the ruling family of the 45th floor, and hereby exiled from the Tower of Babylon. As the mandate of the Tower of Babylon, I hereby announce the name of the new owner of the 45th floor. The new ruler of the 45th floor is none other than William von Ainsworth. James, who had been roaring with laughter earlier, choked on his own saliva and coughed out loud. After regaining his composure, James looked at his old friend Lawrence with a smirk. "Sorry, old friend," James said. "I will talk to you later. I still have important matters to attend to." "Wait, you old bastard. We still have something to talk." James cut off the connection and didn't even bother to listen to what Lawrence was about to say. For him, there was something more important that he had to do, and he had to do it now. "Ezio, come," James ordered. A black mist appeared out of nowhere and materialized in front of James. Ezio bowed his head in greeting and waited for James's orders. "Prepare to travel. We are going to the central continent," James ordered. "It's time to help my grandson secure the riches that he has acquired. I don't want any annoying flies to try and get their filthy hands on the resources that belong to our family." "Understood, my liege." Ezio bowed and disappeared. It had been a while since he last saw William. However, Ezio was amazed because his disciple's ability to stir up trouble had reached new heights after he went to the central continent. Deep inside, Ezio was really curious about how his shameless disciple managed to accomplish such an unbelievable task. Demonic continent. "Speak of the devil," an old hag with a wrinkled face and a crooked nose said with amusement. "You just mentioned that your disciple's name is William, right? Is that the same William that the messenger of the Tower of Babylon is announcing right now?" Celine, who was kneeling on the ground to pay respects to her master, had a dumbfounded expression on her face when she heard the consecutive announcements. It wasn't that long ago that she had parted with William and Celeste in the central continent before looking for her master in the demonic continent. To think that on the same day she found her master, her disciple's accomplishments would be broadcasted worldwide. The old hag chuckled as she approached her disciple, who had a complicated expression on her face. "It seems that your first man is very capable," the old hag teased. "In truth, I was about to look for him and test whether he is worthy of you. I guess I don't need to go through all that trouble now." "Master, there must have been some kind of mistake," Celine answered. The old hag chuckled for the second time as she patted Celine's soft and silky hair. "Silly girl, how could there be a mistake?" the old hag commented. "This is a divine message that is passed whenever someone clears a floor in the tower. I have heard it several times in my lifetime, so I can guarantee its credibility. However, what I didn't expect was that your chosen man was capable to this degree. Not only did he conquer the 51st floor, he even managed to dethrone the ruling families of the 49th and 45th floors. Truly unbelievable." The old hag was about to say more when she heard another tolling of a bell. Both she and Celine glanced at each other in surprise, and this time, both the master's and disciple's mouth opened wide in shock as the divine voice once again made an announcement. "Silver Moon Continent. Let it be known to one and all that the ruling family of the 41st floor, the Amaral family, is now stripped off their rights as the ruling family of the 41st floor, and hereby exiled from the Tower of Babylon. As the mandate of the Tower of Babylon, I hereby announce the name of the new owner of the 41st floor. The new ruler of the 41st floor is none other than William von Ainsworth. I repeat." Arwen and Skyla stood side by side as they looked up at the heavens. Both of them were in the sanctuary of the World Tree when they heard the announcements about William's achievements. At first, Arwen couldn't believe what she was hearing, but after a few minutes, her mood returned to normal. She then walked towards the World Tree and pressed her forehead against its trunk. "That's our boy," Arwen said softly. "That's our little Will." The tree trunk shimmered for a brief moment as if agreeing to Arwen's words. William's mother, who hadn't seen her son for years, wept silently. She had long wanted to hold her son in her embrace, and wanted to shield him from all kinds of harm. However, this was not possible at this moment in time. Skyla had already told her repeatedly that her son would almost always be in the forefront of trouble, wherever he goes. It was as if he was born with the troublemaking genes that would attract all the troubles in the world to stand in his way. "This is your fault." Arwen lightly tapped the trunk of the world tree. "He inherited all your bad habits." The trunk glowed in protest to Arwen's claims. Skyla watched as the Saintess and the world tree bickered at each other using their own language. In the end, she left the two and flew towards the sky. The white crane was trying hard to fight the temptation of visiting William in the central continent. Skyla wanted to see just what kind of ruckus the half-elf had made this time around. The series of announcements didn't stop, and kept on coming. With each new announcement, those who heard it became baffled, until their bafflement turned into numbness. The announcements were quite ridiculous, and if not for the power of divinity contained within the voice, they would think that someone was merely pranking them. The 49th floor. The 45th floor. The 41st floor. The 37th floor. The 23rd floor. The 16th floor. And finally, the second floor, which belonged to the Ugnis family, fell in William's hands. These were the floors within the Tower of Babylon that had promoted human trafficking and enslavement. After dealing with the 51st floor, William descended to the lower floors and blackmailed the Guardians into tearing up the contracts that the ruling families had signed with them. For the Guardians that had seen how he devoured Belial and the entirety of the 51st floor, the choice was an easy one to make. Instead of becoming William's enemies, they decided to cooperate and broke ties with the families that had conquered their respective floors. Not only did they break the contracts, they even exiled the said families, forbidding them to set foot in the tower again. Only after finishing this endeavor did William return to the 51st floor. He still had things that he had to settle on the Devil's floor, and he was almost like a spent candle after merging with Chiffon, and using the power of her divinity. The half-elf was completely oblivious that the things he did in the tower had already been announced to every corner of the world of Hestia. This information was like a tidal wave that forced everyone to stop whatever they were doing. After 1,000 years of waiting, William finally paved the way for the new generation to once again challenge the Tower of Babylon, and climb to new heights that no one had reached before. Armstrong Duchy. Wendy, Est, and Isaac were currently having an afternoon tea at the balcony of the Armstrong residence when William's exploits in the Tower of Babylon rang far and wide. William's two lovers glanced at each other in disbelief. They never expected that they would hear news of their beloved half-elf in this manner, and both of them were surprised and confused about what was happening. It was at this moment, when Wendy's grandfather, Javon Cy Armstrong, her father, Joaquin, and twin brother, Spencer, arrived at the balcony. After hearing the news, Javon and Joaquin immediately went to look for Wendy. Spencer noticed them and decided to accompany his father and grandfather in looking for his sister, and see the reaction on her face after hearing the unbelievable news that they had just received. Wendy, Est, and Isaac were about to rise from their seats to pay their respect to the former Duke of the Armstrong Duchy, when Javon made a gesture for them to remain seated. Right now, he was not in the mood for any formalities. At ease. "We are all family here. There's no need to show excessive etiquette," Javon said with a big grin on his face. The doting grandfather looked at her granddaughter and sighed internally. Originally, he was against Wendy's and William's relationship because he never got along well with James. But since his son, Joaquin, had said that her granddaughter was really in love with William, and the half-elf also loved Wendy, the former Duke reluctantly gave the two teenagers his blessing. "That grandson of James is really lucky to be able to marry my granddaughter," Javon thought. Joaquin had ordered the maids to bring additional snacks, in order to accommodate all of them. When everyone was finally seated, Javon finally spoke his reason for finding Wendy. "Wendy, I'm sure that you heard the divine announcement a moment ago, but do you really understand what your lover has accomplished?" Javon asked. Wendy shook her head. No. Grandfather, can you please tell me more about the Tower of Babylon? Javan nodded his head. The southern continent was quite a distance away from the central continent, so it is very normal for the younger generation to not know anything about the Tower of Babylon. Est was also very curious about what her lover had accomplished in the central continent. She waited with bated breath for Javan to tell them the significance of William's accomplishments. Thousands of years ago, when the races had finally drawn the boundaries of the world, an announcement similar to what you heard a while ago was heard by everyone. Javan narrated. It said that riches, fame, honor, and glory await those who would be able to conquer the floors of the tower and reach its peak. Many years have passed since then, and humanity has faithfully climbed the tower and conquered every floor that they had set foot on, with the exception of the 51st floor. Javan's tone became serious as he continued his tale. The Devil's Floor, as many called it, had become the graveyard of countless heroes and renowned warriors that hailed from all parts of the world. It has remained unconquered for 1,000 years. But today, someone has managed to clear it. Javan paused before looking at his granddaughter with a complicated gaze. Although he had heard of William's exploits during the war, he still had doubts about his abilities. However, after hearing the divine announcement, all of those misgivings disappeared completely. And that someone is your lover, William von Ainsworth. Wendy could feel her face reddening because she felt very proud to be the lover of the only man who managed to do the unimaginable. S2 was feeling very proud. She was very tempted to say that William was her lover too, but in order to not complicate matters, she decided to just keep her feelings inside her heart. However, Javan wasn't finished with what he wanted to say. He could tell that Wendy was still not aware of how incredible these events were. Wendy, I think you still don't understand the magnitude of what your beloved half-elf has done, Javan said. Not only did he conquer the 51st floor, he also took the rulership of the other floors of the Tower of Babylon. Javan's countenance turned extremely serious. This meant that all the families that have reigned for thousands of years were deprived of their rights in a single day and exiled from the Tower of Babylon, never to step inside it again. Do you know what this means? It means that William had made these ruling families his enemies? Wendy answered with uncertainty. Javan sighed and nodded his head. Indeed, your lover had made many enemies, but this is only the downside of what he achieved. Right now, William had gained not only one floor, but several floors of the Tower of Babylon. This means that your lover is no longer an ordinary shepherd that everyone can look down on. His status is now equal to one of the emperors in the central continent. An emperor that not only holds vast resources within the Tower of Babylon, but also someone who can build several kingdoms on each floor of the tower that now belong to him. Wendy's jaw dropped because she finally realized the magnitude of what William had attained on his trip to the central continent. Est and Isaac were also enlightened. It was quite unfortunate that both of them couldn't go to the central continent because they had some important things to handle in the Hellon Kingdom. Wendy was the same. Although she wanted to look for William in the central continent, she still needed to inherit the secret arts of her family. Until she successfully cleared this mission, Javan and Joaquin would not allow her to set foot in the central continent and meet the half-elf that was currently in everyone's sights. Back in the Creter Empire, Empress Andraste walked towards her temporary residence, along with her entourage. Due to the announcement from the Tower of Babylon, the awarding ceremony had lost all its flair and vigor. Even so, the Amazon Empress didn't put it into heart. In fact, aside from her, several of the sovereigns of the central continent had already made preparations to return to their empires. They didn't want to be the last one to send a delegation to the Tower of Babylon. Their purpose for going to the tower was to make contact with William and try to negotiate with him for the ownership of the floors that now belonged to him. Also, they wanted to investigate how the half-elf was able to do it. They were even willing to marry their daughters to William in order to have a share of the resources that had now fallen into his grasp. Once a floor had been conquered, they would need to wait for a year before the entrance to that floor was opened again. William would also need to remain in the tower for a month, in order to fully register his ownership for the floors that he had taken by force. Empress Andraste had already sent a message back to her empire, telling her prime minister to send their elite warriors to the Tower of Babylon in order to make contact with William. She was supposed to return, but changed her mind halfway after her attempt to bring Kenneth to her empire failed. Princess Sydney had come to the sleeping elf's rescue when the Amazons were about to carry him out of the arena. Naturally, Lilith stepped in to confront the beautiful princess, but after Princess Sydney said a few words, Lilith, the Amazons, and even Empress Andraste decided to compromise and give the Creator Princess custody of the sleeping elf. When they heard that Kenneth was actually a messenger by the Saintess of the World Tree, and had a message for William, all of them backed off completely. Right now, William was a hot potato. No one wanted to offend him in any way. This was especially true for the Amazonian race, who was very eager to acquire the half-elf's genes. Although Princess Sydney managed to gain custody of her hateful enemy, Lilith still managed to make the Creator Princess promise her one thing. And that promise was for William to have a private meeting with her and Empress Andraste. Naturally, Princess Sydney already had an idea about what Lilith and the Amazon Empress were planning. But she was not afraid. If they only knew how shameless her lover was, they would not dare to bring a wolf in sheep's clothing inside their chicken coop. As the Amazon Empress walked the path that led to her residence, she wasn't able to stop the chuckle that escaped her lips. Right now, the entire world was in chaos, and it was all due to a half-elf that had done the impossible. She had long wanted to meet the fabled teenager who had accomplished great things in the southern continent. "I hope you're ready, little half-elf." The Amazon Empress glanced at the clear blue sky with great expectations as the smile on her face widened. Meanwhile, high above the Kirinter Mountains, an otherworldly beauty sat on the highest place of Takam's castle. There was a very pleased smile on her face, and her cheeks were slightly red due to the feelings that were welling inside her heart. "Seriously, you're such a troublemaker," Ella thought with a smile. It had been a while since she had seen the boy she had raised since he was a baby, and her heart missed him terribly. After a few minutes she gazed at the sky and narrowed her eyes. "It won't be the same as last time," Ella said. "I will not let you have your way." A giggle filled with amusement answered her words. It was at that moment when a soft and silky voice reached her ears. "We'll see about that, Amalthea," the voice said. "In the end, the one who will make the choice is him, and not you." A few minutes of silence passed. Ella's gaze never wavered as she looked past the clouds. It didn't take long before her gaze penetrated the temple of the 10,000 gods. "Do not break our agreement. We will do this fair and square," Ella stated. "You're not allowed to use your dirty tricks and other underhanded methods to try and sway him. You already know that I can't promise you that." The owner of the voice replied in a teasing manner. "The only thing that I can promise is that whatever decision he makes, you have my word that I will respect it." Amalthea sighed and closed her eyes. She knew that this was the only compromise that her acquaintance would accept. That person doesn't negotiate or bargain. Only on very rare instances would her acquaintance allow exceptions, and William was one of those exceptions. A few minutes later, Ella opened her eyes and asked the person in front of her the question that had been weighing on her heart for a very long time. "When will he arrive?" Amalthea's acquaintance didn't answer right away. Instead, it seemed that the person was trying to give Amalthea the best answer they could give, without breaking the laws that were imposed among gods. 2 years, maybe 3, the person answered. "The current you is not his match. It is a futile endeavor to even try." Ella shifted her gaze and looked at the direction of the central continent. The icy cold wind of the Kirinter Mountains blew past her, making her long, light blue hair flutter in the breeze. "It doesn't matter if I am not his match or not," Ella replied firmly. "I believe in Will." It was also at that moment when a giggle echoed across the Kirinter Mountains. "What a coincidence. I too believe in Will. His legend is about to begin." Only a few hours had passed since they had defeated Belial, and both of them were quite exhausted. William received full authority of the 51st floor and was able to transform it according to his will. Soon, the scenery took an amazing change. Belial's crimson world, which was filled with despair and corruption, was erased completely. It was replaced by the beautiful world that William had seen so many times in his dreams. A world where he stayed after the Valkyrie, Wendy, took him from that bloody battlefield of Midgard. Yes, William had transformed the 51st floor to match his memory of Asgard. After this exhausting task was done, he decided to take Chiffon to the tallest mountain on the floor of Asgard, where he once bathed with his wife, Wendy, on their first meeting in a dream. "Big brother, I love you. I love you too, Chiffon." William and Chiffon were soaking in a spring, overlooking the beautiful views around them. However, the half-elf's young bride didn't have much interest in the scenery, and busied herself with kissing William's lips. Chiffon was still inexperienced in the art of kissing, but for William, her kisses were very sweet. Her soft pecks and clumsy attempts to stick her tongue inside his mouth made the half-elf's love for her burn intensely in his chest. William allowed her to do what she wanted, while keeping the flames of passion under his control. He wanted to do this properly, and give Chiffon some time to get used to their new relationship. Although their bodies were pressed against each other, William's hands were firmly planted on Chiffon's waist, and not wandering around her body. After a good amount of time had passed, Chiffon finally pulled back as she panted for breath. Her flushed cheeks, adorable face, and teary eyes, that were filled with love for him, made William's heart melt. "Big brother, this is not a dream, right?" Chiffon asked with a hint of anxiety. "We really got married, right?" William nodded his head before planting a kiss on the pink-haired girl's forehead. "This is not a dream," William replied as she held Chiffon's right hand and placed it over the gem on his chest. "We are officially husband and wife." Perhaps waiting for that moment, the other box that Adaptation had given William flew out of his storage ring and floated in front of Chiffon. A few seconds later, the box opened, revealing a golden ring with runic carvings. This was the matching pair to the ring that William had placed on Chiffon's finger during their wedding. Chiffon took the ring and reached out for William's left hand. The half-elf had a troubled look on his face, as he allowed Chiffon to place the ring on his finger. When the pink-haired girl was about to place the ring on William's ring finger, she noticed that there was already a ring on it. After looking at the ring for a brief moment, Chiffon confidently placed the ring on William's thumb. The customs of the dwarves were very different from humans. Instead of placing the ring on their partner's ring finger, they placed it on their thumbs. In the dwarven culture, a thumb ring symbolized freedom, love, and loyalty. Chiffon's mother, April, had no rings on any of her fingers, but her father, Lucille, had a thumb ring. The demon race was against marriage to other races, especially the dwarves. This was also why April and Lucille didn't marry. Instead, Chiffon's mother placed a ring on Lucille's thumb to express her undying love and loyalty to him. Chiffon had wanted to do the same, so she wasn't too bothered by the ring on William's ring finger. After the ring fixed its size to fit William's thumb, a sweet smile appeared on Chiffon's face. She had been feeling anxious because she thought that she was still inside the dreamscape of the Heart Devil, which had reminded her of things that she had long buried in her heart. Chiffon's smile was like a drug to William. For some stupid reason, he wanted his young bride to only show this smile to him. It was like a treasure that he had fought hard to get, and he didn't want to share it with others. Of course, William didn't voice this opinion out loud. He wanted Chiffon to always be smiling. If he prevented her from doing so, wouldn't the girl just revert to the gloomy self of her past? After having her fill of admiring the ring on William's hand, the ever-eager young bride once again clung to her husband and kissed him passionately. Chiffon was addicted to kisses, and William was more than happy to volunteer himself to be kissed by the pink-haired girl, who loved him with all of her heart. Deep inside, his heart was at peace. He vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he would cherish Chiffon, as well as his other lovers, until he drew his last breath. An hour later, the two finally left the spring and entered the castle of Asgard. It was currently empty, since they were the only two existences on the 51st floor. William didn't regain all of the memories of William Pendragon during his stay in Valhalla. The only thing he remembered were his memories with Wendy and Chiffon, and the war of Ragnarok, where everything precious to him was razed by the burning flames of destruction. After walking around the castle for a few minutes, William took Chiffon to the halls of Valhalla, a place where his brother in arms had stayed and feasted whenever they finished a mission. William paused to look at the great seat of honor where Odin, Thor, and the other gods of Asgard dined. They would usually dine with the warriors from time to time and make toasts to them for the great accomplishments that they had done for the safety of the 9 realms. "Big brother," Chiffon asked, "what's wrong? Why are you crying?" William touched the side of his face and realized that he was crying. He had many memories of this place, and for some reason, he felt that he had finally come home after a 10,000-year journey. "Don't worry." William closed his eyes as he lightly squeezed Chiffon's hand. "I'm fine. Just pretend that you didn't see anything just now." Chiffon replied as she squeezed back William's hand. William didn't suppress his tears and allowed them to fall freely. For him, this was not a show of weakness, but a form of acceptance. Acceptance for the things that had happened in the past, where he, along with his lovers, comrades, and the Aesir, fought with everything they had. And yet, they still failed to prevent the destruction of the world. Chiffon wasn't able to continue watching and hugged William. She wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his chest. The pink-haired girl wanted to share her love, warmth, and companionship with the person she loved. William, in turn, hugged her back and held her until he no longer had tears to shed. There, in the center of the Hall of Valhalla, where the greatest warriors of the world gathered, a lone Einherjar had finally found his way back home. After all of his tears had dried up, William led Chiffon to the room that was granted to him after he had become one of the commanders of the Einherjars. It was a very spacious room, and luxuriously decorated, matching his status as one of the elites in Valhalla. Right now, William was feeling very tired, so he unconsciously led Chiffon to the place where he stayed whenever he was not out on a mission. Chiffon, on the other hand, looked at the room with great curiosity. Her heart was beating wildly inside her chest as a thought crossed her mind. "Mama said that after I get married, my husband and I need to consummate our marriage," Chiffon thought with great expectations. "By doing so, I will be able to give birth to Big Brother's babies. But how are babies made?" The pink-haired girl glanced at the ring on William's ring finger with a serious expression. Chiffon was not completely oblivious to the meaning behind a ring. Her mother, April, had told her about the humans' customs and what it meant to have a ring on someone's ring finger. While she was busy pondering several things in her innocent little head, William opened the door that led to his bedroom. Chiffon gazed at the giant bed that could easily fit a dozen people, and wondered if it would be just as comfortable as the beds in Princess Sydney's room. "Let's sleep together, Chiffon," William said as he led his young bride to the big bed. He made Chiffon sit on top of the bed as he gently removed the shoes that she was wearing. After removing her shoes, William playfully tickled the soles of her feet, which made the latter laugh uncontrollably. "Big brother, stop bullying me," Chiffon said with a pout. She was still heaving pretty deeply after experiencing William's tickling attack that caught her completely by surprise. The half-elf chuckled as he planted a kiss on her adorable cheeks, which made the latter's pouting face disappear. William laid on the bed with his arms spread wide. The soft cushion felt so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. If not for the fact that a pair of soft lips had once again started pecking his own lips, he might have really fallen asleep without a care in the world. "You really love to kiss, don't you, Chiffon?" I love kissing Big Brother's lips." William smiled and lightly pinched Chiffon's nose. "You still call me Big Brother?" William asked. "Shouldn't you change your way of addressing your husband?" Chiffon stared at William and cupped his face. "Will. I will call you Will in front of the others," Chiffon said. "But when the two of us are alone, I will call you Big Brother." William arched an eyebrow because he didn't understand why Chiffon insisted on calling him Big Brother. "Why?" Chiffon looked straight into his eyes as she said her reason for insisting to call William as her big brother. "Because I've always wanted to have one," Chiffon replied. "I do have older brothers and sisters, but A sad expression spread across Chiffon's face when she remembered her half-siblings, especially Felix, who was the oldest among them all. William had already seen how Chiffon was treated by her family inside the dreamscape. He had already made a vow that when he saw Chiffon's father, Lucille, and big brother Felix, in the flesh, he would give them both a taste of Rui Jingu Bang. "It's fine," William said as he caressed Chiffon's cheek. "You can call me Big Brother when we are alone." Chiffon happily nodded her head when she heard William's permission. After another round of kissing, Chiffon gathered her courage and asked William the question that had been weighing on her heart since she saw the ring on his finger. "Big Brother, am I your first wife?" Chiffon asked. William looked straight at Chiffon's innocent eyes that demanded the truth. What the pink-haired girl didn't know was that William had already decided to be honest with her before they took that next step in their relationship. "No," William replied. "Actually, you are my third wife." "Third wife? Who is the first?" Chiffon inquired. "Is it Ash, or Princess Sydney?" Chiffon already knew that William had several lovers. In truth, she didn't really care how many lovers William had, as long as she was one of them. Her own father, Lucille, had many lovers. His mother was among them. For the pink-haired girl, a man of great status would always have many lovers by his side. She just wanted to know her position, and where she stood among William's other lovers. "The name of my first wife is Wendy," William said as he showed Chiffon the ring on his ring finger that was made from mithril. "The two of us got married in secret before I left the southern continent." William could still remember that fateful day when Wendy took him to the temple to get married. The two of them had no other witness, except Ash, who had secretly followed them to the temple. Since half of William's heart used to belong to Ash, she was able to find his location, wherever he was on the continent. Wendy knew that William would travel to the central continent, so she decided to take the initiative and took matters in her own hands. She knew too well that many girls would be infatuated with her lover's good looks, and there was nothing she could do about it. Since that was the case, it was better to secure her position as his first wife, before it was taken by another thieving cat. Her mother, Diana, was very supportive of her, and decided to look for a pair of rings inside their treasure vault. There, she found a pair of mithril rings that were said to have mysterious powers. Diana didn't know what kind of power the rings had. However, she was certain of one thing. The rings were an heirloom that was passed down by the founder of the Armstrong Duchy. It was said that if these rings were used to bind two people in marriage, their true powers would activate. After receiving the rings from her mother, Wendy looked for William and forcefully kidnapped him, with the help of Thor. The blonde beauty traveled until they had reached the temple of the god that was near their family's duchy. William didn't know whether he should laugh or cry at his lover's daring action. Even so, Wendy's feelings reached him, and he agreed to marry her on the spot. Under the blessings of the high priestess of the temple of the gods, the two were wed successfully. Ash, who had followed their trail riding Ragnar, had arrived just in time to see William kissing Wendy's lips to seal their vow of marriage. William's mermaid lover could only look at the two with a pout because they had secretly wed each other without notifying anyone, including her and Est, who were also William's lovers. In order to pacify the pouting mermaid, William and Wendy decided to hold another marriage. This time, it was Ash's turn to marry William. The high priestess didn't have any objections because it was perfectly fine for a man to have many wives in their world. Also, William was no ordinary man. He was the one that had prevented the elves from conquering the Hellon Kingdom, and all the adults that had turned into statues had been told about his legendary exploits. Because of this, the high priestess was honored to be chosen as the one to conduct the marriage ceremonies for the hero that had saved the realm. "Ash is my second wife," William continued his explanation. "If you are wondering where our wedding rings are, they are not in our fingers, but in our hearts." William took off his upper clothes and pressed his hand over his chest. "If Ash hadn't given me half of her heart, I would have died long ago," William said softly. Chiffon moved closer and kissed the gem on William's chest. The gem glowed brightly, as if responding to Chiffon's gesture of love. "Aside from Princess Sydney, do you have other lovers?" Chiffon asked. William nodded his head and wrapped Chiffon in a loving embrace. You still haven't met her, but the name of my other lover is EST. Actually, the reason why I came to the Creator Empire was to break the curse on her, Ash's and Isaac's bodies. The half-elf then narrated his true reason for coming to the Creator Empire. He didn't hide anything from Chiffon and told her that their reason for coming to the Tower of Babylon was due to the quest that the patron god of the Creator Empire, Amun, had given him. Aside from Est, there is also my master, William stated. Although Celine hadn't confirmed what their current relationship was, William had already decided that his master was already one of his women, and as such, he added her to the list of his lovers, regardless of what Celine would say about it in the future. Your master is very beautiful, Chiffon said with a sad expression. I can't beat her. The pink-haired girl looked down on her chest and felt depressed. Silly girl. William lightly pinched Chiffon's ears. You're fine as you are. There's no need to compare yourself to my master. Besides, you're not small at all. At the very least, you are a B cup. B C cup. Yes, it means your size is perfect. Chiffon was still half in doubt, but William didn't stop there, and continued to praise her good qualities, which made the pink-haired girl forget about her insecurities. Aside from your master, is there anyone else? Chiffon continued her interrogation. William paused before nodding his head. I have forgotten a bit about her, but I do have one more lover, William replied with a complicated expression on his face. I know that I love her, but I can't remember when the two of us first met. Chiffon, there might come a time that I will completely forget about her. But for my sake, please, remember her name. Chiffon waited patiently as William tried to recall the name of his first love. After the battle with Belial, the memories of his past life were in shambles, so it took him a while to gather his thoughts and piece his remaining memories together. Her name is Belle, William said with reservation. I think her name is Belle. No, I am certain her name is Belle. Belle. Chiffon nodded. I will remember her name for you, Big Brother. Do you have any other lovers aside from her? Big Brother? No. Understood. Chiffon rested her head on William's chest. The half-elf kissed her forehead before patting her head. William thought that Chiffon was done with her questions, and decided to rest for the night. However, before he could put this plan into motion, the young bride in her arms raised her head, and said a few words to him that made his heart skip a beat. Big Brother, please, make love to me. Chiffon stared at her husband with eyes filled with love and tenderness. Her patron god, Adaptation, had whispered some words in her ears a while ago. The goddess had guaranteed that if she said these words to William, he would shower her with his love and affection and stay with her forever. For Chiffon, staying with William forever was akin to magic words. She was willing to do anything to make this happen. So she repeated the words that Adaptation had told her, word for word. Make me your woman, Chiffon said with embarrassment. Fill me to the brim with your love. Chiffon only understood half of the meaning of these words, but she didn't care. As long as William would shower her with his love and affection, she was willing to say such embarrassing words as many times as she needed to. The goddess Adaptation gave her daughter a thumbs up in her heart. The goddess of gluttony was sure that William wouldn't be able to resist her darling daughter's advances. Because of this, she decisively used her divinity and wrapped the entirety of William's room with it. This was to ensure that no one would get in the way of her daughter's special night. Not even the owner of the Tower of Babylon, who could see everything that happened within his domain. Soon, the rustling of clothes could be heard inside the room. William laid his young bride on the bed and admired her beauty, a beauty that belonged only to him. Chiffon looked up at her husband with anxiousness. Deep inside, she was worried that William would find her body unattractive. This was the night they would consummate their marriage, and she didn't know whether she would be able to meet his expectations. The pink-haired girl was paying close attention to William, so she was able to see the changes in his body and expression. Both of them were bereft of clothes, so it was easy for Chiffon to see everything about her partner. William was looking at her entirety with a heated gaze. She could tell that he wanted her, and this discovery decreased the worries in her heart. Although she was embarrassed, she didn't cover herself and allowed William's gaze to wander to all the places he wanted to see. The half-elf had sensed Chiffon's anxiety, so he kissed her forehead and her cheeks before whispering in her ear. "You're perfect the way you are, Chiffon," William whispered. "And even if you aren't perfect, that won't change the fact that I love you. No matter what happens, you will have a place in my heart." Tears started to fall from the sides of Chiffon's eyes because William's words had chased away all of her insecurities. The half-elf wiped her tears away with his fingers and gave her a lingering kiss on her lips. The pink-haired girl returned William's kiss and even wrapped her arms around his back. Ever since William had kissed her on the lips for the first time and returned her heart to her, she had grown very fond of kissing. She had never felt so happy in her life, and it made her realize that the world wasn't as dark and difficult a place as she had thought in the past. After their kiss ended, William lowered his head and kissed Chiffon's neck. He then moved downwards and left a trail of kisses on her soft and smooth body until he reached the two soft snowy mounds that were his for the taking. William didn't hesitate and planted a kiss on Chiffon's. Before having his way with it, William alternated between the two, which made his young bride take several deep breaths as she endured his relentless assaults. Big brother, I am feeling strange," Chiffon said with a flushed expression. Instead of answering her, William continued to shower her with his love, making the pink-haired girl clutch the sheets with her hands, and unknowingly allowed her sweet voice to escape from her lips. The half-elf found Chiffon's pleasure-filled moans simply irresistible. Even though his bride was a few months older than him, her petite features due to her lineage of being half-dwarf and half-demon made William feel a sense of corruption that was hard to describe. The half-elf spent a good amount of time preparing Chiffon for their union. He was very worried that she might not be able to take it, but the pink-haired girl had assured him that she wasn't a fragile vase that would break easily. The moment they became one, Chiffon was filled from head to foot with a firm belief that she had been born for this moment. Her sad childhood, and what remained of her innocence, fell apart and shattered like the broken fragments of a precious crystal cup that had been locked up for display. Even the transient pain disappeared and was replaced by a promise of eternity. For a brief moment, Chiffon envisioned herself staring down on their lovemaking from above their heads. Chiffon observed her body from her vantage point, and felt that her body was smooth and sufficient, capable of weathering the storms that the half-elf was stirring up inside her. The pink-haired girl regarded her body with satisfaction because it was safe and sound. Her small yet strong body, that had been born in the demonic continent and accompanied William to the Tower of Babylon, would take care of everything. Chiffon even had the notion that her body was both a gate and a fortress that housed a priceless treasure within, and William had the key to open it. With a sigh of pleasure, she pressed herself against William and clung to him, never wanting to let go. With every thrust, she felt her body shuddering. With every breath she took, she felt more alive. Catching her breath, more sighs of pleasure escaped her lips as she moved with him and not against him. She was fine. Her body was fine. Everything was going to be fine. William and Chiffon kissed and tangled their bodies up in the bedsheets. Every time that they thought that their desires were spent, they found out that they weren't, and made love once more. Their last love-making session was sweet and slow, but just like their first time that was filled with passion, it was equally as pleasurable. When they finally stopped and nestled their naked bodies in each other's warmth, Chiffon thought that even this simple form of skinship felt so terribly good that she felt like crying. It was an intimacy that had far surpassed the concept of lovemaking. Being together with the man she loved made her body and soul feel complete. For the first time in her life, Chiffon felt that her heart was filled to the brim with love, that not even her sin of gluttony could make her feel hungry at that moment in time. Soon, they fell asleep in each other's arms, knowing that their love for each other had been properly conveyed. The two newlyweds had no doubt in their minds that the flames of love they shared would continue to burn until the end of time. Creator Empire Tears started to stream down the side of Ash's face, not because of sadness, but due to the overwhelming feelings of love that she felt through William. The two of them shared both halves of her heart, so she was able to feel the strong emotions from her significant other. Now that the laws of the 51st floor were under William's control, their connection to each other had been reestablished. Although William couldn't go to the Thousand Beast domain due to the restrictions of the Tower of Babylon, Ash could still send him a message if she were to enter William's Thousand Beast domain. After securing Kenneth from the Amazons, Ash went to William's domain to communicate with her lover. There, William explained his and Chiffon's current situation without hiding anything. Ash had been shocked silly when she found out that William had married Chiffon in the Tower of Babylon. She and Princess Sydney had already thought of the possibility of Chiffon being one of William's lovers, but they didn't expect that the two would actually get married during the short time that they were away from each other. When Princess Sydney got wind of this news, she immediately went to see her grandfather and urged him to set the date of her wedding with William. Now that the half-elf was a celebrity in the entire world of Hestia, Princess Sydney was sure that the emperors, kings, and queens of the world would use any means, including using their daughters, to ensnare William. Emperor Leonidas was in agreement and immediately scheduled his granddaughter's marriage at the soonest time possible. After careful consideration, they decided to hold the wedding a month after William went to visit the Misty Peaks to have his fated battle with Rebecca. Although Princess Sydney had heard of William's ex-fiancée, the princess didn't really think too highly of her. She had already asked William, as well as his other lovers Wendy, Ash, and Est, about the so-called genius of the Hellon Kingdom, and didn't hear any good things about her. Wendy was the only one that took the neutral stance because Rebecca was a close friend of hers, similar to that of a sister. However, Ash and Est didn't hold back their contempt for the brown-haired lady, who only treated William as a tool to escape marriage proposals from the different influential families. They had been there when Rebecca and William were forced to agree on their 7-year duel on the peaks of the Misty Sect. However, due to the events that happened in the southern continent, their long-awaited battle was moved to the founding day of the sect she had joined. Princess Sydney could only laugh in her heart at the current state of things. For her, Rebecca had lost big time the moment she decided to break her marriage agreement with William. The princess was even looking forward to when she, Ash, and the envoy of the Creator Empire would visit Rebecca in the Misty Sect, and personally witness the so-called genius getting trampled under her lover's feet. William woke up at dawn to see an unexpected scene. His young bride, who was nestled in his arms, was nibbling on his chest while she slept. It felt really ticklish, but William endured it because it was very rare for him to wake up and see Chiffon nibbling on his body while she slept. Drool could be seen spilling out from the corner of her lips as she continued nibbling without a care in the world. William didn't know if he should laugh or be worried about Chiffon's current state. On one hand, he wished he had a cell phone to record his pink-haired bride's embarrassing moment and save it for eternity. He was actually looking forward to the kind of reaction she would do once she saw herself doing something very Chiffon-like to him. On the other hand, he was feeling slightly anxious because his wife carried the sin of gluttony and was a former giantess. Both personas liked to eat, and William felt that he should find a way to ensure that Chiffon wouldn't accidentally eat him in her sleep. After his anxiety subsided, William was able to appreciate the young beauty in his arms. Different from his other lovers, Chiffon was like a little angel that had been born into the world to be loved. Unfortunately, reality was cruel, and she had to fend for herself after her mother passed away. It was truly heartbreaking, especially when she was surrounded by that kind of family. The half-elves resolved to smack Chiffon's older brother, Felix, and her father, Lucian, grew stronger in his mind. William could still remember the promise he made to April inside Chiffon's dreamscape. He didn't know if what transpired there really happened, or if it was just a result of the heart devils and Chiffon's wills. "Please, rest in peace, mother-in-law," William said in his heart. "I will love and protect your daughter for the rest of my life." William removed the strands of hair that blocked Chiffon's face and gently planted a kiss on her forehead. He could tell at a glance that his lover was very tired and might wake up around noon due to how passionate both of them were on their first night. The half-elf lovingly activated his life mage skill and used it to heal Chiffon's body. Although he did his best to be gentle, his little wife's moans were simply too hard to resist. Because of this, there were times when he had been a little rough with her. William was using healing magic right now to ensure that any injury that Chiffon might have received during their lovemaking would be healed. He cared for her so much that his heart ached at the thought of leaving bruises on her delicate body. Perhaps due to William's healing magic, Chiffon stopped her nibbling and simply rested her head on his chest. This continued for a few minutes until William's healing spell wore off. Chiffon chose this moment to wake up, and the first thing she did was to kiss William's cheeks. "Thank you, big brother," Chiffon said. "I love you. I love you too," William replied as he kissed her back. "Did I wake you up?" Chiffon nodded her head and yawned, before snuggling on William's chest. Her exhaustion had been washed away completely by William's healing magic. Although she was still sleepy, she fought it off and sought the warmth of her lover. The half-elf was more than happy to accommodate his bride and spoil her rotten. After pampering the pink-haired girl, Chiffon suddenly had a playful mood and started to pinch William's chest while giggling. However, she made a mistake in doing so. She had unknowingly awakened a sleeping dragon due to her actions. Little Will rose up from his slumber and decided to poke her back. Chiffon's face immediately reddened because she remembered the little guy's tenacity a few hours ago. She looked up to see William's expression, but she instantly froze when he saw the devilish smile on his face. "Chiffon. Be big brother? Don't play with fire unless you're prepared to get burned," William said in a teasing tone. "I just healed your body and you're already asking for trouble." Chiffon covered her face in embarrassment, because she didn't expect that her actions would turn into this kind of development. William chuckled internally because he was just joking with her. He knew that Chiffon was still inexperienced in these kinds of things, so he decided to take things slow. He acted as a bandit and carried Chiffon off the bed and headed to the bathroom. The pink-haired girl didn't resist and simply allowed herself to be carried off by her husband. Chiffon knew that after a month, she and William would once again return to the outside world. When that happened, she wouldn't have the opportunity to monopolize her husband because he also loved other women. After asking who William's current lovers were, Chiffon had a rough idea about who he would be marrying next. Because of this, she decided to take advantage of the time she had while she and William couldn't leave the tower. William only planned to take a bath with Chiffon, but due to the latter's determination, both of them spent 2 hours inside the bathroom. The half-elf was surprised to see that his wife had a daring side to her. Nevertheless, he accepted her advances and spent some quality time with his bride on their month-long honeymoon. 5 hours after William's and Chiffon's episode in the bathroom, William was currently staring at the treasure vault of the Castle of Asgard. Naturally, since he had just remodeled the 51st floor a day ago, the vault had nothing inside it, or so he would like to think. As the owner of the floor of Asgard, William was aware of everything that happened on the floor. Right now, there was a strange fluctuation coming from the treasure vault of the castle, and William had gone there alone to investigate. Chiffon was currently exploring the floor of Asgard with B1, B2, Saglav, Kasaganaga, and Urketu. Unlike William, Chiffon didn't recover the memories of her past life. For her, Valhalla was a familiar yet unfamiliar place. So she decided to look at the world that her husband had made. The half-elf didn't allow her to go alone, so he summoned Saglav and Urketu to accompany her. Kasaganaga had been staying inside the Thousand Beast domain after the tournament because it had nothing else to do. After seeing that his friends were going to William's location, the rainbow-colored anteater decided to tag along. After the little group of noisy tourists left the halls of Valhalla, William headed to the Castle of Asgard to face whatever was on the other side of the treasure vault's doors. He already had a rough idea on what it was because the headmaster of Silverwind Academy, Gilbert, had passed all his knowledge about the 51st floor to him. "Vault of the Vanished Warlord," William muttered as he pressed his hands over the gate of the treasure vault and gave it a push. According to Gilbert, anyone who discovered the vault may choose one item from inside it. Its location was rumored to be in the Devil's Floor of the Tower of Babylon, so no one was able to find it for a long time. The headmaster had also told William that he was willing to give him a handsome reward if he could retrieve the artifact that he wanted from the mysterious treasure vault. In truth, William had no intention of looking for the artifact that the professor wanted. Since he could only take one item from the vault, he would definitely pick the best and keep it to himself. When the doors of the treasure vault opened, William's eyes widened in shock when he saw a room overflowing with weapons, armors, artifacts, accessories, and other miscellaneous items. "It's a shame that I can only choose one," William thought as he stared at the legendary treasure trove of the firstborns, who once walked the world of Hestia. "Optimus, is there a way that we can acquire all of these treasures? I am willing to use all our god points to do so." "It's no use, Will. The ruler of this tower will not allow such a thing to happen. The most I can do is to create a list of all the items here and arrange them according to their rarity and uses. However, I have some good news for you." "I'm always happy to hear good news. Go on, spill it." "But Chiffon has also been recognized by the vault of the vanished warlord, meaning she can take a treasure for herself." "That is indeed some great news." William chuckled. He hadn't thought of this possibility, but after thinking things through, he realized that Chiffon had indeed earned the right to get a treasure because she had also fought against the Guardian of the Floor and won. "Optimus, make sure to list every item in this treasury. Do not let even a single piece of jewelry escape your sights. Rest assured, this treasure vault can't hide anything from me." The smile on William's lips widened. He had already used his appraisal skill on some of the items inside the vault, and he liked what he saw. Almost every item that he checked was either a unique or a legendary ranked item, which made William feel giddy inside. Stormcaller and Soleil were both mythical ranked weapons that belonged to gods. If he could get another mythical weapon in his arsenal, then his fighting prowess would once again rise to another level. William strolled through the treasure vault without touching anything. He didn't want to make the mistake of touching an item and accidentally binding it to him permanently. If that happened, he would probably weep tears of blood due to his stupidity. For now, he just allowed the system to create an inventory so that he could take a peek later. High above the Tower of Babylon, an old man with a long white beard tossed a black box into the void. The box traveled through time and space until it materialized inside the vault of the vanquished warlord. The black box glowed faintly in a purplish hue before returning to its dormant state. It lay there waiting for someone to pick it up, and opened it to see its contents. The old man who threw the box looked at William from above the Tower of Babylon with a serious expression on his face. There was no guarantee that the half-elf would choose the box out of the countless treasures inside the vault. Whether the box would finally find an owner would be completely up to fate. Compiling all the treasures in the vault of the vanished warlord has been completed. Check your status page, Will. William nodded his head and checked the list that Optimus had prepared for him. The system had properly arranged it to groups such as swords, axes, spears, rings, necklaces, earrings, scrolls, and other groupings that made checking them easier. Optimus also made sure to arrange them according to their tiers, rarity, and special characteristics, which allowed William to narrow down his search among the countless treasures inside the treasure vault. According to Optimus, there were thousands of unique artifacts, less than 100 legendary artifacts, and 3 mythical artifacts. The first thing that William checked were the legendary artifacts. Although mythical artifacts were a grade above them, there were still items that had caught his fancy. After taking his time to read the description of these legendary items, he then checked the information on the 3 mythical items that were housed inside the treasure vault. Svalin. Rarity, mythical. The shield which stands before the sun and protects the world from burning. This shield is impregnable against any kind of fire-based attacks. Even if the full strength of a sun were to collide with its surface, the shield wouldn't break and would remain steadfast to protect its wearer and the area around it from harm. The corner of William's lips rose up when he saw the description of the shield. Immediately, Luffa's face appeared in his mind. The half-elf was tempted to pick the shield for the sole purpose of bashing the sun god's head with it until the latter lost consciousness. A shield is not bad, William thought. I don't really have a shield in my inventory, so this might be a good choice. William then shifted his attention to the next mythical item on the list and read its information. Sharer. Rarity, mythical. The Smasher of Thousands. This mace belonged to the war god Ninurta, who governs over farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war. Its master, Ninurta, no longer exists, and had already turned into a constellation, but his weapon remains to this day. There were unfounded rumors that those who have wielded this weapon in the past have died of heart attacks. According to one eyewitness, the last owner of Sharer had uttered a few words before he breathed his last, and they were, "Fucking mace, don't you know how to shut up?" Whether the rumors were true or not, no one alive or dead could confirm the authenticity of the rumors. The corner of William's lips twitched as he read the information about the weapon Sharer. He glanced at the imposing crimson mace with wariness. "The fuck is this mace?" William scratched his head. "Anyone who uses it dies of a heart attack?" Sounds ominous. Although the rumors were unfounded, William thought that it would be best to be on the safe side and checked the other mythical item on the list. Although the label Smasher of Thousands sounded cool, William didn't want to take a gamble with his life. He planned to have 9 wives. Wouldn't it be a pity if he died of a heart attack just because he became the owner of a mace? No thank you. After glaring at the mace in the distance, William once again looked at the last item on the list and checked if it was better than the heart attack-inducing weapon that he had just seen. Since William's attention was focused on his status page, he didn't notice that Sharer's body glowed with an ominous light in the distance, before returning to its normal state. "The emblem of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse," William said with awe after seeing the last item on the list. Emblem of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Rarity, mythical. 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Conquest, war, famine, and death. These 4 laughed at the folly of humanity, and watch mankind take its final breath. The first rider feeds desperate places. His white coat brings false hope. For him peace has 2 faces, strife that ends hanging on a bloody rope. The second rider brings carnage like a mad hound. His red eyes filled with burning desire. Dire screams fill the air when the trumpets sound. War that ends deep in a sinister mire. The third rider never felt any reason to mourn. His black soul laughs when others slowly decay. People wish that they were never born. Famine that ends in an uncontrolled dismay. The fourth rider is poisoned with wrath. His pale skin breaks every heart filled with fear. Corpses laying on his traveled path. Death that ends in a timeless tear. He who seeks to release these devils upon the world. Do you know what monsters you plan to let loose of your own accord? Someone who's weak-willed must never even try, for the consequences of their actions will make many people die. William felt goosebumps after reading about the final mythical item on the list. The emblem of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse was embedded in a medallion that was as big as an adult man's closed fist. The half-elf was very tempted to choose this item, but he was having second thoughts because of how ominous the information was. "Optimus, what do you think?" William inquired. "The one who needs to decide is you, Will. I can only give you options, the rest is up to you." William scratched his head. He was really tempted to choose the emblem of the 4 horsemen, but his instincts were telling him that he needed to carefully consider his decision. For the time being, William walked in the direction where the medallion was located. He would make his decision after personally seeing the medallion. The medallion was placed on a pedestal at the rightmost corner of the treasure vault. In order to get there, William must climb the stairs to reach the second floor of the tower. As he walked down the hallway that led to the room of the medallion, he saw an unassuming black box at the side of the path. William gave it a passing glance before walking past it. However, his feet immediately came to a halt when he read the information that appeared on his status page. Just as he was casually passing the box, William had activated his appraisal skill. It had been a subconscious action on his part because the place where he currently explored was a treasure vault. Since the place was surrounded with treasures, His instinct kicked in and appraised the item before he even realized it himself. William turned his head to glance at the black box at the side of the path in disbelief. The system had told him that it had finished listing all the items inside the treasure vault without missing a single item. Since that was the case, how come it didn't mention anything about the black box, which could be easily overlooked if one wasn't paying attention? The reason why William halted his steps was due to the unbelievable information that appeared in his status page. A. Rarity. Divine. Although the information about the black box was littered with question marks, there was one piece of information that had completely caught William's attention, and that was the rarity of the object. Rarity. Divine. This was the first divine item that William had seen inside the treasure vault, and even Optimus was surprised that it had missed such an item when it did his scan earlier. Optimus. Tread cautiously, Will. Not all treasures are what they seem, especially in a place like this. William nodded his head in understanding. He retraced his steps and sat cross-legged in front of the black box. He eyed it suspiciously, while Optimus was running an in-depth scan in the background. Both of them wanted to know just what sort of item was hidden inside the box. While this was happening, the old man on top of the Tower of Babylon had crossed his arms over his chest. Fate had started to move her hand. Now all he needed to do was wait for the final outcome. William stared at the black box with a serious expression. It reminded him of the dagger that King Noah, the king of the Helon kingdom, had given him for safekeeping. Back then, his appraisal skill didn't have the ability to gain any useful information from it. It was only when he accidentally discovered the hidden domain, with the help of his little wren, Ethon, did William find out its true purpose. He had a feeling that the black box was different. However, since the system was currently analyzing it, they may be able to gain some clues on what items were stored inside it. Will, I have finished scanning the box. I'm afraid that there is a powerful law that protects the box from being appraised or even analyzed. It is also the same law that is responsible for sealing whatever is inside it. This is a bit troublesome, William muttered as he rubbed his chin. What do you think we should do, Optimus? Should we take the gamble? I'll bring flowers to your funeral. William chuckled because of Optimus' way of saying, "It's your call, buddy." Suddenly, William's hair turned silver and his expression became extremely serious. He had equipped his strongest job class, Einherjar, just in case something unexpected happened. Optimus. Understood. Currently on standby for immediate support. After getting the system's confirmation, William summoned his wooden staff and used it to poke the black box. The box in question didn't have any reaction to his poking, so William continued to poke it just to be on the safe side. After a full minute of non-stop prodding, William decided to use the wooden staff to open the box. However, no matter what he did, the box wouldn't budge. After consecutive attempts, a voice rang out inside the treasure vault which made William cease all of his actions. Anyone who is given an opportunity to enter the vault of the vanquished warlord may only take one treasure from inside it. The voice, brimming with authority, declared, "Any items that are destroyed or damaged, whether intentionally or by accident, will automatically be registered as the item of the chosen one. You who have cleared the 51st floor may choose one item from the vault. However, once an item is chosen, you cannot return it or swap it with other items." A red genie appeared in front of William with his hands crossed over its chest. It was the caretaker of the treasure vault, and it was very displeased with the half-elf's act of prodding one of the items under his care. "Are you planning to take that item?" the red genie asked with impatience. "If so, go get it and stop wasting your time and mine." William glanced at the displeased genie who was giving him the impatient gaze. It was at that moment when an idea came to his mind. "Excuse me, but who are you?" William inquired. The red genie snorted as if it couldn't be bothered to answer the question of a mortal. However, it was his duty to assist those who had gained the right to pick one of the treasures in his domain. "My name is Plutus, and I am the caretaker of the vault of the vanquished warlord. Plutus answered in an arrogant manner. Enough rubbish, mortal. Just pick a treasure already and leave. The corner of William's lips twitched. He wanted to ask the red genie so badly if it was on its period because of how irritable it was. Well, I have an idea. We should ask that genie about the box. Maybe we can get some answers from him. William's eyes widened because he had forgotten such a simple thing. Fortunately, he had a good sidekick by his side. I still haven't decided what to pick, William said. However, this box caught my interest. Can you tell me what is inside it? The annoyed genie gave the box a sidelong glance. However, its body stiffened after seeing the emblem that was placed on top of the cover of the box. I don't have any idea what is inside that box. Plutus' tone immediately changed and became a little more formal. It knew all the items inside the treasure vault, and a glance was enough for it to know that the black box was not among the treasures under his safekeeping. Since that was the case, it could only mean one thing. One of the three masters of Babylon had placed the box there on purpose. You don't know? William tilted his head in confusion. You're the caretaker and you don't know what is inside this box? Aren't you being too sloppy with your job? The red genie wanted to slap the boy silly for his ignorant words. If it were asked any questions about the items inside the treasure vault, it would immediately know the answer in a heartbeat. However, this time it was different. How could it possibly know what is hidden inside the box that had come from one of its masters? Look here, kid. Plutus was doing its best to control its temper from flaring. You should just... The red genie halted its words midway because it had received a message from one of its big bosses. After its short chat with its boss ended, the genie eyed William with a mischievous glint. I already said that any damages on the items here will automatically register them as your own, right? Since that is the case, you had already damaged that black box when you prodded it earlier, Plutus stated. Go on and take responsibility for your actions and take it. William glared at the red genie because it was clearly making things difficult for him. What damage are you talking about? William asked in a challenging tone. Just look at the box. See, it's clearly undamaged. Before William could even finish his words, a soft crack echoed inside the treasure vault. The lid of the box that William had prodded earlier started to have cracks in it. Plutus looked at the half-elf with contempt and gave him the "what were you about to say?" glare that made William speechless. Go on and take it already? Or do you want me to kick you out of the treasury without taking a single treasure from inside it? I will be a bit more accommodating and count to 10. If you still didn't choose an item, then I'm sorry. You've lost your chance. Better luck next time. The red genie didn't even wait for William's reply and started its countdown. Given no other option, William gritted his teeth and grabbed the black box just before Plutus finished counting. Thank you for visiting the vault of the vanquished warlord, Plutus sneered. Good riddance. The red genie waved his hand and William was automatically sent out of the treasure vault. Clearly, it didn't want to deal with the half-elf for another second and ended their meeting. Plutus was not as ignorant as William. Whoever cleared the 51st floor would be given an opportunity to gain a special reward from the tower as its first conquerors. This was a one-time thing, and only William and Chiffon would be granted this opportunity. However, those who were able to clear the 100th floor would once again be given the opportunity to enter the vault of the vanquished warlord. This was like a bonus stage where challengers could get an extra reward for doing their best in climbing the tower. Of course, there were other rewards that would be given to those who had reached the 100th floor. One of those rewards was a wish. Regardless of what kind of wish it was, it would be granted without fail. Aside from the wish, the first to clear the tower would receive one divine artifact from one of the three masters of the Tower of Babylon. The black box in William's possession was one of those divine artifacts. Plutus' boss didn't expect for the boy to take the path towards the emblem of the four horsemen of the apocalypse. It just threw the black box to the pathway of one of the three mythical items inside the treasury. Since the half-elf had already moved in that direction, the owner of the black box decided to play a little dirty and ordered Plutus to cooperate with his plan. That kid got lucky, Plutus thought. The boss took a liking on him. The red genie turned into a red mist and disappeared. It would wait for Chiffon to enter the vault and assist her one time, before the treasure vault completely disappeared from the floor of Valhalla. William stood in front of the entrance of the treasure vault while holding the black box in his hands. Earlier, the lid of the box had a crack in it, but after he was expelled from the treasury, all the damages had vanished. It was as if the box hadn't been damaged at all. As someone that likes to scam people, William fully understood what happened. However, just to be on the safe side, he decided to ask his trusty partner for his opinion. Optimus. Congratulations. You got duped, my man. The corner of William's lips twitched because he couldn't refute Optimus' claims. No matter what angle he used, everything was fishy from the start. The Red Genie's sudden mood change was a clear indicator that something was out of place. But there was nothing he could do about it now. This better be worth it. William gritted his teeth as he placed the black box on the ground. Optimus was also on alert and continuously scanned the box in William's hands. Ready. Ready. William decisively opened the lid of the box and ran away as fast as he could. He then hid behind one of the pillars in the hall and peeked at the open black box in the distance. After a preliminary scan, I didn't sense any kind of fluctuation in the air. Do you think it's empty? The possibility exists. We need to take a better look to confirm our suspicions. William sighed internally as he approached the box with great care. He already had Stormcaller in his hands just in case something unexpected would pop out of the box and fight him. When he was only 2 meters away from the box, something finally happened. Several objects flew out of the box and hovered mid-air. William narrowed his eyes as he observed the floating objects that were radiating divine auras. He had already taken a fighting stance and was prepared for anything, but the flying objects, which looked like clay tablets, weren't doing anything out of the ordinary. In short, William couldn't feel any malice or hostility coming from the clay tablets that were starting to pile themselves on top of each other. When the 7 tablets finally became one, it flew towards William very slowly. It stopped a meter away from William as if telling him that it meant him no harm. The half-elf and the system had once again activated their appraisal skill, but both came out empty-handed. After a standoff that lasted for 5 minutes, William finally lowered his guard and reached out to touch the clay tablet that was shining with a golden glow. As soon as his hand made contact with the clay tablet, several notification sounds were heard inside his head. Inside his status page, several rows of text appeared which held vital information about the item in his hand. Enuma Elish. The 7 Tablets of Creation. Rarity mythical artifact. In the very distant past, there was a world created by the gods. Because of a conflict of interest, the creator god of that world decided to kill the younger gods, so that he could continue his work to make the world prosper. Unfortunately, his significant other felt that this action was too extreme and warned the younger gods of the danger that would befall them. One of the younger gods devised a plan to put the creator god to sleep and kill him, a plan which succeeded. The goddess that warned the younger gods didn't expect that the little ones would be too unforgiving and kill her mate. Angered by her husband's death, the goddess decided to have her revenge and warred against the gods that had killed her husband. The younger gods fought a losing battle until a champion emerged from their group. His name was Marduk and was also the person that killed the great goddess Tiamat and ushered in an era for mankind. Unfortunately, due to mankind's folly, the world was destroyed and only the strong will of the gods remained, which was stored inside Enuma Elish, the 7 Tablets of Creation. Anyone who wields this divine artifact may summon one of the wills of the gods that resided within it. Each tablet contains the will of a god, and all of them have different powers and specialties. Although the power that they will wield wouldn't match the god's strength when they were at their peak, they are still the wills of gods, and the forces they can muster are still above the capabilities of mortal men. The owner of Enuma Elish may summon any of the avatar of the gods as long as the requirements are met. Name of the wills of the gods inside Enuma Elish: Tiamat, Marduk, Enlil, Enzu, Gula, Ereshkigal, Ishtar, Ding, Congratulations! You have acquired the unique prestige class Familiomancer. Familiomancer. Locked. Please, dear God, lubricate the bear. Familiomancer is a class that relies heavily on their familiars. Naturally, the stronger their familiars become, the stronger they become. The only downside of this specific class is that they heavily rely on their familiars. This job class is currently locked because you will need the progenitor to assist you in summoning your familiars. More information about the job class will be shown after the job class has been properly unlocked. William took a deep breath unconsciously after reading the information that appeared on his status page. He didn't expect that the item he got from the treasure vault was such an amazing artifact. He reread the information 3 times to ensure that he wasn't just seeing things. Aside from being able to summon the avatar of gods, he also received a unique prestige class. The only downside was that the prestige class was currently locked, because he needed the help of its progenitor before he could use it. Even so, William was very happy because the item he got was simply that good. According to the system, Enuma Elish was similar to the special guardians that the characters could summon in RPG games where they unleash a powerful attack that could defeat even boss monsters. Damn, this reminds me of Final Fantasy, William thought. Those summons were just so cool. Optimus. Can you tell me who among the gods can we summon in our current state? William asked. According to my calculations, you will be able to summon different gods depending on what job class you are currently equipped with. For example, in your default form, Quick Shot Shepherd, the only god you can summon is Enzu, the god of wisdom. If you add the subclass Life Wizard, you will be able to summon Gula, the god of healing. If you equipped the Vampiric Necromancer, you will be able to summon Ereshkigal and so on and so forth. Right now, the Einherjar job class is equipped so you are able to summon Enzu, Ishtar, and Enlil. As for Tiamat and Marduk, I believe that you will be able to summon them once you finally unlock the true power of the Jack of all trades. William nodded his head in understanding. He was also quite amused that the god he could summon was dependent on the job class he had equipped. The tablet turned into particles of light and flew towards the gem on William's chest. It seemed that it couldn't be placed inside a storage ring, and could only be stored inside a person's body. The color of the half-elf's hair had once again returned to its normal color after he had switched out his Einherjar job class. If possible, he didn't want to use the job class often because whenever he used its full potential, the memories of his past were burned away. Although his first encounter with Belle may seem insignificant, it was still the moment he fell in love with her at first sight. The sad part was that the emotions that were connected to those lost memories were erased as well. Fortunately, William's feelings for Belle were quite strong. Even though the first memory disappeared, the others were strong enough to fill in that gap that had been created when he had lost the memory. More than anything else, William dreaded the thought of completely forgetting about Belle. This was why, if possible, he didn't want to use his Einherjar job class unless it was absolutely necessary. Did you sense it? I understand. I will proceed right away to the Tower of Babylon. An old man placed both of his hands behind his back as he regarded his disciple. William had chosen the black box that he had tossed inside the vault of the vanished warlord, so he needed his disciple to go to the tower as soon as they were able to. Make haste. You still need to teach him the things he has to know before he leaves the tower. I will do my best. I know. The old man nodded his head. You always do your best. After saying those words, his connection with his disciple disappeared. He glanced at the half-elf that was currently looking at the 7 tablets of creation with a serious expression. The old man didn't know what the future held, but he was certain of one thing. The time when the world would be covered in darkness drew near with each passing day. Big brother, where are we going? Chiffon asked. Right after she arrived from her exploration, William led her towards the mysterious treasure vault where she could claim a treasure as her prize for clearing the 51st floor with him. We're going to pick some treasures, William said with a smile. But you can only pick one. So choose the best treasure that you can find. Okay? Treasure. Chiffon tilted her head in confusion. William chuckled and lovingly patted her head. Although the two of them were already married, his habit of patting Chiffon's head remained. The pink-haired girl had also grown accustomed to William's show of affection, and even thought that this was a privilege that only belonged to her. "You will understand it in a little while," William replied. "However, let me warn you that you shouldn't touch things randomly once we enter the treasure vault. You can only take one item, and some artifacts automatically bind themselves to the person who touches them." Chiffon nodded. "Understood. I will listen to you, big brother." It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the treasure vault. William pushed the doors and entered alongside Chiffon. As soon as they stepped in, the red genie appeared right away. It scoffed at William before looking at Chiffon with gentle eyes. "Young lady, welcome to the vault of the vanished warlord. I will be your guide, Plutus, and show you around to pick a suitable artifact that will be of great use to you," Plutus said in a respectful tone. "Thank you, Uncle Plutus," Chiffon replied politely. Although she originally had a shy personality, the current Chiffon no longer felt like running away when being talked to by other people. The test of the heart devil and her marriage to William had made her stronger physically and emotionally. While the pink-haired girl and the red genie were having an amiable conversation, the corner of William's lips was twitching because of the treatment that the pink-haired girl was receiving from Plutus. Double standard much? William wasn't able to stop himself from voicing his thoughts out loud. He already didn't have any good impression of Plutus, and the latter didn't even try to hide his dislike for William. However, for some reason, the red genie seemed to be on good terms with Chiffon, and this ticked William a bit. Plutus gave William a sidelong glance and sent him a telepathic message. "Be grateful that I allowed you to enter the treasury even though you have already taken one of the treasures in the tower," Plutus said. "The only reason why you're here is because I don't want Chiffon to randomly pick an artifact she can't use. She had already suffered enough on the devil's floor. The least I can do is help her get an item that will be useful to her." William's expression immediately became serious when he heard Plutus reply. Since he had used the term, "she had already suffered enough in the devil's floor," it meant that Plutus was aware of what had happened to them inside the tower. As if reading his thoughts, Plutus snorted and confirmed his suspicions. "The vault of the vanished warlord has remained hidden in the 51st floor. Naturally, I know everything that happened on this floor," Plutus answered. "However, unlike you, the owner of the Tower of Babylon has granted a special service to Chiffon and ordered me to assist her in picking two treasures from within the vault." William's eyes widened in shock because he didn't expect to receive this kind of news from the caretaker of the treasury. However, after thinking things through, he felt that it was justified that Chiffon took two items from the treasure vault. She had indeed suffered a lot from Belial's sinister plan, so it was only natural for her to get two treasures instead of one. William had no complaints with Plutus' arrangement and even begrudgingly thanked him for telling him this information. There are many unique, legendary, and mythical artifacts inside this treasury. Each of them have their own specialties, Plutus explained. "If you like, you can tell me your preferences, and I will find the closest fit that matches your choice. Also, before I forget, you are given a special privilege to pick two items within this treasury. There's no rush. Take your time and decide carefully on what kind of abilities you wish to acquire." Chiffon glanced at William and the latter nodded his head. Although he could tell Chiffon to choose the mythical artifacts, he refrained from doing so. His wife had long been oppressed and he wanted her to learn how to stand on her own 2 feet and make her own decisions. Regardless of what choice she made, William would respect it. Sometimes, I dream about being burned alive," Chiffon stuttered as she looked at the countless treasures that surrounded her. "If possible, I don't want to get burned by fire ever again." William's heart skipped a beat after Chiffon mentioned her dream of being burned alive. A pang of ache started to spread in William's chest when he remembered a certain memory. Chiffon facing off against the god of destruction in order to protect him. The half-elf closed his eyes because the memory was too raw and too heartbreaking to remember. Plutus rubbed his chin before snapping his finger. From inside the treasure vault, a diamond-shaped shield that was over 2 meters tall disappeared from its pedestal and reappeared in front of Chiffon. The shield originally had a bluish color, but its color changed until it turned light pink, just like the color of Chiffon's hair and eyes. At its center, a golden snowflake design was embedded, and it glowed faintly to acknowledge its new owner. William was quite familiar with the shield. It was one of the mythical artifacts that he had seen on his status page. The name of this shield is Svalin. Plutus introduced the shield to Chiffon, as if he was a matchmaker for couples. Legend has it that this is the shield that stands before the sun and protects the world from burning. With this item by your side, Chiffon, I guarantee that you will never be hurt by fire again. Chiffon reached out to touch the snowflake at the center of the shield. For some reason, she felt that this shield would indeed protect her from the flames that had devastated the world in her dreams. The moment her hand touched the snowflake emblem, the shield shrunk and transformed into an arm guard. It equipped itself on Chiffon's right arm, and looked like a very expensive accessory that was fit for an empress. You chose wisely, young lady. Plutus nodded his head in appreciation. Svalin is a mythical ranked treasure. I'm sure that it will serve you well. Now that you have a shield to protect you from harm, do you perhaps need a weapon? You specialize in gauntlets, right? Although the gauntlets you currently have are good, we have legendary artifacts that are more powerful than the Devourer's gauntlets in your possession. If you like, I can bring them all out for you to choose from. Chiffon firmly shook her head. Her weapon had a special place in her heart, and she wouldn't replace it, even though there was a better weapon for her to use. Ash had told her how hard William worked to forge it. The half-elf had spent several days without eating, drinking, sleeping, as he poured all of his heart into making a weapon that she could use to defend herself. Chiffon would never throw away the gift that William had given her, even if Plutus gave her all the artifacts inside the vault of the vanished warlord. These gauntlets are special to me, Chiffon replied before glancing at William, who had a smile on his face. I don't want to replace them. Plutus followed Chiffon's gaze and nodded his head in understanding. The caretaker of the treasury was able to use the highest appraisal skill. Naturally, he also knew who the creator of the gauntlets were, so he didn't insist on his idea of giving Chiffon a better weapon than he currently has. Very well, Plutus nodded. You can choose one more item from the treasury. Please, choose wisely. From the depths of the treasure vault, something moved from its pedestal. It had been hundreds of years since it had last had an owner, and it was already dying of boredom. Now that there was a chance to leave this place, it decisively made its move. No matter what happened, it would do everything in its power to leave the vault of the vanished warlord in order to see the light of day once again. Chiffon thought long and hard, but couldn't think of what she wanted. In the end, she decided to let William pick an item for her to use. While William was discussing with the system on what kind of artifact would suit Chiffon, a little golden piglet appeared out of nowhere and started to rub the side of its face on Chiffon's foot. Chiffon, who had been accustomed to dealing with the beasts in the Thousand Beast domain, found the piglet adorable. She was about to pick it up when something unexpected happened. A dark blue mace flew out of nowhere and slammed itself into the golden piglet, sending it flying away. The little piglet uttered an adorable cry as it fell on a small hill of gold coins, which broke its fall. Chiffon cried out in alarm and was about to go to the piglet, when the dark blue mace blocked her way. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared on the mace's head, and a row of razor-sharp teeth appeared when it opened its mouth. Young lady, good day to you, the staff said in a respectful manner. I know that you are concerned about that piglet, but worry not. I held back my blow and merely sent it away so that we could talk. Do you know? That piglet is so clingy that the moment you choose it, it will not leave your side no matter what. The dark blue mace was about to say more, but Plutus had already appeared between it and Chiffon. Sharer, what are you doing here? Plutus roared in anger. Why did you leave your pedestal? You know the rules, so why are you doing these things? The mace scoffed at the caretaker of the treasury and pointed its head on the piglet, who had already crawled out from the gold pile where it had fallen. Then what about that piglet? Sharer countered. He also broke the rules, but you didn't say anything. Gullenbursty merely wanted to meet the guests of the treasury, Plutus replied. Also, he is the master's pet. He can go wherever he pleases. TSK. It has been so many years and you still haven't changed, Scherer sneered. You still play favoritism. Double standard much. William gave the dark blue mace a thumbs up in his heart. For him, anyone who was against Plutus was considered an ally. Even so, he still didn't openly give his support to Scherer. How could he possibly do that? He still remembered the information that was written about this mace that earned the nickname Smasher of Thousands. According to the information he had, the last owner of Scherer died because of a heart attack. Although these rumors were unfounded, he was still at the fence if he would allow Chiffon to pick such a dangerous artifact in the treasury. While the Red Genie and Scherer were bickering, Gullenburst shakily walked towards Chiffon. It looked so cute and pitiful that Chiffon wasn't able to resist walking towards it. Just as the pink-haired girl was about to pick the piglet again, Scherer appeared and stood between them. "Pick me," Scherer pleaded. "Please pick me. I promise you that you will not regret it. I am a mythical weapon. I'm strong, you know? When I was still on active duty, they called me the Smasher of Thousands. With me around, no one will be able to bully you. I will smash them before they can even make you cry." Chiffon felt her heart waver. As someone who grew up being bullied, Scherer's words hit her right where it hurts. The pink-haired girl glanced at the teary-eyed golden pig, and the dark blue mace that was starting to cry as well. Soon, the golden piglet and the dark blue mace were having a crying battle, and did their best to outcry each other. William, who was watching from the side, scratched his head. Even Plutus felt awkward because this was the first time that this happened in the thousands of years that he had served as caretaker. "Please, I've been stuck in this place for hundreds of years," Scherer pleaded as it bowed its head repeatedly while crying its eyes out. "I will do anything. Just please, take me with you." Chiffon and William were both wondering how a mace was able to cry as much as Scherer. The floor of the treasury now had a small puddle because of its tears. Gullenbursty, on the other hand, wasn't backing off either. His pitiful little squeals made Chiffon's heart ache. As someone who had become fond of B1, B2, and Kasaganaga, the pink-haired girl's empathy for beasts had grown stronger as well. It could tell that Gullenbursty felt very lonely and wanted someone to care for him. However, Chiffon also couldn't ignore Scherer, who was bawling its eyes out. Clearly, it too wanted to leave the tower and was prostrating itself to appeal to Chiffon's kind heart. Chiffon stared at the two crying artifacts in front of her before turning her head to look at Plutus. "I will return Svalin to the treasury," Chiffon said. "I will be taking Scherer and Gullenbursty with me instead." Plutus groaned internally. He was currently in a dilemma. Svalin had already bound itself to Chiffon, so taking it back into the treasury was out of the question. The mythical shield had even changed its color and property to allow Chiffon to wield it at any given time. The caretaker of the treasury was about to tell Chiffon that her request was impossible when he suddenly fell into a daze. "Give her both of them," a voice filled with authority and divinity ordered. "Gullenbursty is still young, and I believe that it needs to see the outside world for a period of time, in order to fully awaken its powers. As for Scherer, that one is a troublemaker. If the young lady doesn't take it, I believe that it will throw a tantrum and start smashing things in the treasury. I'll let you handle the explanation. I still need to talk to my two friends and ask them to turn a blind eye to this incident. Although it will be a bit troublesome, I think that they will give me face and agree to my request." "Understood," Plutus replied. The Red Genie then looked at Chiffon and smiled widely. "Congratulations! You have passed the hidden test of the vault of the vanished warlord," Plutus declared with open arms. "As the caretaker of the treasury, your sincere feelings have reached my heart. Because of this, I will allow you to take care of Gullenbursty for 300 years. Please make sure to return him to me after 300 years. Do you understand, young lady?" Chiffon happily nodded her head and hugged the golden little piglet and the dark blue mace at the same time. Naturally, Gullenbursty and Scherer were very happy about the sudden turn of events. They were well aware of the rules of the tower, so they didn't understand why Plutus allowed them to go with Chiffon. Even so, both of them didn't have any complaints. William, who was standing by the side, felt that something was terribly wrong. but he couldn't put his finger in it. Chiffon might have believed Plutus, but William had grown up with his grandfather James. His grandpa was a scammer and a con artist, so it was easy for him to see Plutus' poor attempt to trick Chiffon. William was about to voice out his opinion when he was suddenly thrown out of the treasury. The pitiful half-elf rolled on the floor because he wasn't prepared for the sudden expulsion. A few seconds later, Chiffon came out while carrying Gullenburst in her arms like a doll. Scherer, on the other hand, floated beside Chiffon like a bodyguard. Its eyes and mouth had disappeared and returned to look like the imposing weapon that it was forged to become. The combination of Gullenburst's cuteness and Scherer's intimidation made William scratch his head in helplessness. In the end, he could only sigh in his heart as he felt a fluctuation within the floor of Asgard. The vault of the vanished warlord had disappeared, and he had no idea when he would see it again. According to the system, the treasury would only appear again when someone had cleared the 100th floor of the Tower. A. William had no intention of climbing the other floors of the Tower of Babylon, because that was not his goal of coming to the tower. After the month-long transition period was over, he would leave Babylon with Chiffon and return to the Creator Empire. He still needed to ask Amun about the other quests he needed to complete in order to free his lovers from the curse on their bodies. Also, there was still the battle with his ex-fiancée Rebecca. The half-elf wanted to get this agreement over with because, for him, this was a big distraction. He wanted to properly end things not only for his sake, but also for Rebecca's sake. William knew in his heart that he had no feelings for Rebecca. He had already had a heart-to-heart talk with James about his relationship with his other lovers, and the old man only told William to do what he believed was right. The battle on the peaks of the Misty Sect would also be William's way of declaring to everyone in the central continent that he was not someone that was moved by beauty and riches alone. Also, he wanted to set Rebecca free from the agreement that was made when both of them were still young. Whoever she married or what she did in the future, William didn't care. For him, everyone had the right to choose their own paths in life. He had made his choice and he would follow it through till the end. In the meantime, William busied himself in changing the policies for the other floors that had fallen in his hands. Now that their previous owners were gone, he needed to ask the Guardians for help in normalizing the current situation, and allow the players to resume taking the trials on the floors that now fully belonged to him. In the city of Babylon that was located at the base of the tower, the patriarchs of the families that had been expelled by the Guardians were all having an emergency meeting. The previous ruler of the 49th floor, the Moreau family. The previous ruler of the 45th floor, the Valcazar family. The previous ruler of the 41st floor, the Amaral family. The previous ruler of the 37th floor, the Valetieri family. The previous ruler of the 23rd floor, the Hesse family. The previous ruler of the 16th floor, the Zaleska family. And the previous ruler of the 2nd floor, Ugni's family. These 7 families were among the families in the Tower of Babylon that everyone looked up to. But now, all of their fame and glory had been ripped apart by a half-elf who had just started to climb the tower not long ago. For them who had been born and thrived in their domains, this was an outcome they couldn't accept. If not for the fact that they had their own residences within the city of Babylon, all of these families would have been homeless by now. All of them gathered today to talk about how they could reclaim their position. These 7 families were divided into 3 opposing factions. One of the factions wanted to try and negotiate with William and find a way to compensate him for whatever they had done to annoy him. These families had no idea that the reason they were kicked out of the tower was due to their misuse of authority, which William hated the most: human trafficking and slavery. The other faction, on the other hand, wanted to eliminate William and plead with the Guardians to reinstate their rule. The Ugni's family was adamant that as long as the half-elf died, their authority would be returned to them. The third faction was on the fence. Naturally, they wanted to regain their former rule, but they were unsure which side to choose. In the end, they decided to abstain and see which of the 2 factions' plans would work against the half-elf who had kicked them out of their homes, without even letting them pack their belongings. "Listen, you are not familiar with the boy, so you are able to act like this," Walter Ugnis, the patriarch of the Ugnis family, said. "He is a very ruthless individual. He has already killed most of the high rankers in our family. If we don't unite now, we stand no chance against him. The patriarch of the Moreau family, Janos Moreau, sneered at Waltir. That's because you had antagonized him from the very start, Janos replied. If you didn't send your men to kill him, they wouldn't have died a dog's death. Actually, this entire scenario is due to your family's incompetence. If you didn't annoy that half-elf, none of this would have happened. Hexat Valkazar, the patriarch of the Valkazar family, nodded his head in agreement, before glaring at Waltir. That's right, because of you, the half-elf bore a grudge, and is now making us pay because of your stupidity. This is all your fault. The tension in the room rose because what the two patriarchs said wasn't wrong. If the Ugnis family didn't antagonize William and send high rankers to kill him, none of this might have happened. We haven't even met him. Why did he punish us like this? The patriarch of the Amaral family, Damon Amaral, asked in annoyance. Do any of you know the reason why? After Damon asked this question, everyone inside the room quieted down. Him having a grudge to the Ugnis family is justified, but what of us? Kaleo Valatieri, the patriarch of the Valatieri family, inquired with a serious expression. Why us? Everyone inside the room were patriarchs. They had gained their position because they had their share of blood and schemes, so it wasn't that hard for them to connect the dots to reach an answer. The half-elf might have targeted us due to our business practices, Zoran Hesse, the patriarch of the Hesse family, stated. That is the only thing all our families have in common, is it not? Lexi Zaleska, and the last patriarch in the room, sighed in agreement. That brat might have been enslaved in the past and is taking his vengeance on us. Talk about bad taste. After understanding the real reason behind why they were kicked out of the tower, the 7 patriarchs weren't feeling well. Now that they understood what grudge the half-elf bore against them, they had a feeling that getting their position back would require them to pay an exuberant price. They knew that kneeling in front of William and promising that they wouldn't do it again was pure folly. Bribes? Now that the half-elf was the owner of the 51st floor as well as the 7 other floors, he wouldn't be lacking in money, tokens, and resources. Women. Although this may work for some people, everyone in the room believed that this method wouldn't work against William. Of course, if the girl was an otherworldly beauty, then there was a chance that she might ensnare the half-elf. The problem was that there were no young ladies in their families who were beautiful enough to bring down the downfall of a nation. Maybe we can use the people important to him as bargaining chips, Waltir Ugnis proposed. We need to know more about him and target his family members or friends. Perhaps we can come to a compromise once we have them in our hands. All the patriarchs nodded their heads in agreement. They were men who didn't mind getting their hands dirty because this was their way of life. William had pushed them into a corner, and this was the only thing that they could think of in order to make the half-elf meet them eye to eye. A week after the news of William clearing the tower was announced to the world. It's been a while since we climbed the tower. I'm getting excited, an energetic voice said. I wonder what this William is like. Is he strong? I hope he is strong. I want to spar with him. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Violence is not always the answer. A calm and pleasing voice replied. The first impression is important, so we need to do this in a civilized manner. But a fist fight is faster. And this is why you always get into trouble. Not everything can be solved with violence. A soft sigh was heard beside the two voices. Stop arguing. A mellow voice stated. Once we arrive in the city, we will immediately go to the 51st floor. Let me do the talking. That way, no troubles will arise. Che, you're no fun. This is the best option we have. Since both of you are in agreement, it's time for us to go. The beautiful elf stared at the tower that rose up to the sky. I finally have a reason to meet you, William. Meanwhile, on the floor of Asgard, we are gathered here today to welcome the newest members of our team, Bacon and Scherer, Kasaganaga announced with an adorable voice. Let them feel welcomed, everyone. Urketu, Saglav, Bastion, Skadrez, B1, B2, and Ethon, clapped, whistled, and chirped to welcome the two new recruits to their forces. Gullinbursty, now nicknamed Bacon, by William, nodded its head and squealed cutely to acknowledge his seniors. Sharer, on the other hand, just floated in the air and laughed. "Ha! It's your honor to be in my presence," Sharer declared in an arrogant tone. "I have seen many battlefields and have always been on the front line. As long as all of you call me boss, I will make sure that no one can bully you." No one paid attention to the arrogant mythical mace. Instead, they circled the golden piglet who was looking back at them with genuine curiosity. Gullinbusty was only 14 centimeters tall and 20 centimeters long. Due to its size, the beasts in William's herd and legion found him quite cute, and had a strong urge to protect the little guy who had become Chiffon's pet and third beast companion. In the world of Hestia, there were very few people that could have more than one beast companion. For some reason, Chiffon was an exception to this rule, and had not only one, but 3 beast companions. Beast companions were beasts who shared their power with their contractors. In turn, their contractors also shared their power with them. This was also the reason why B1 and B2 were able to transform into a red and blue phoenix during their battle against Belial. Now that Bacon was part of the picture, the little golden piglet might have also gained the ability to transform and grow bigger due to Chiffon's awakened ability. "Oi! You bastards dare ignore this great sharer." The dark blue mace was angered because of the lack of attention it was receiving from William's inner circle. "Stop shouting, you motherfucker. Do you think we are deaf?" Kasaganaga replied as it pointed its small paw at the floating mace. "HMP. Call you boss? I don't even call William boss. What makes you think anyone here will call you that? Stop dreaming, you cunt." The dark blue mace shone bright blue. This was the first time that someone had dared to curse it openly. It opened its eyes and mouth and looked down on the rainbow-colored anteater with disdain. "HMP. I will give you time to take back those words, you little creature," Sharer shouted in anger. "If you don't recognize me as the leader of this group, I will beat you up until you submit to me." "Ho ho ho, you want to make this sir submit? You've got guts, little mace." "Shut up, puny anteater. I will show you who your new master is." Soglav picked up the golden piglet who had hidden himself behind Urkitu's foot. It seemed that Kasaganaga's and Sharer's argument had scared it and immediately took refuge in the safest place it could think of. "Let's just watch from the side," Soglav said with a devilish grin. "I, too, want to see what this so-called smasher of thousands is capable of." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and evacuated the place. They watched from afar as the pitiful mythical mace fought off against an opponent it couldn't smash to pieces. Sharer's previous owners died of heart attacks due to how talkative and obnoxious it was. However, it had been sleeping in the treasury for hundreds of years. It didn't know that the moment it woke up, it would find that there were creatures that had long mastered the art of cursing. This made even the most chatty mace in existence shut its trap in the face of Kasaganaga's adorable curses that it had learned from the Angry birds, and nearly knock itself silly on the unbreakable rainbow-colored scales that even the gods of Hestia recognized long ago. "Close your eyes." William properly rinsed the bubbly shampoo off Chiffon's hair with great care. Ever since they had been married, the two of them always took a bath together. After making sure that her hair was properly rinsed, he carried Chiffon to the bathtub that was already filled with moderately warm water and gently placed her inside it. Naturally, William also joined his wife in soaking in the tub. Chiffon leaned her back on William's chest, while the latter hugged her from behind. The two spent a few minutes in quiet intimacy before the half-elf broke the silence. Sharer bit off more than it could chew earlier. William chuckled when he remembered the scene of the mace getting rolled over by Kasaganaga during their duel. "Sharer is good, he is just lonely." Chiffon was quick to defend the chatty mace, who always kept her company whenever William was busy dealing with the affairs of the other floors that had been placed under his name. "Are you sure he's just lonely?" "Sharer is a good boy. He is very kind to me." William chuckled for the second time after he heard that Chiffon called Sharer a good boy. If anyone were to hear that a little girl called the mythical mace a good boy, all of them would laugh till their jaws got dislocated. Chiffon turned around and faced William with a pout. "Stop laughing," Chiffon said. "Don't bully Scherer." William bit his lip to stop himself from laughing, and nodded his head. Chiffon had become overprotective of Gullenbursty and Scherer after she had taken them out of the vault of the vanished warlord. Originally, Scherer was there to protect the pink-haired girl from getting bullied. But if someone bullied the mace, the one whose wrath they would face was Chiffon's. Frankly, William didn't know what was worse, getting smashed in the head by a mace, or getting eaten alive by Chiffon. "Don't pout." William moved closer and kissed Chiffon's lips. "You're going to be ugly if you pout." Chiffon kissed William back before touching his left arm. She ignored his teasing and focused on his arm, which was getting paler with each passing day. She knew why it was happening, but the half-elf didn't seem too perturbed with his current situation. Ever since they had entered the 51st floor, William hadn't had any blood to drink, which in turn made his left hand and arm appear paler, compared to the rest of his body. Seeing her gaze, William knew that he couldn't hide anything from Chiffon. "I've been so busy as of late, I've forgotten to drink blood," William confessed. It was true that he had been really busy since he was talking to the Guardians and reorganizing the trials in his respective territories. "I will call for Charmaine later. So, you can stop worrying about me." Chiffon had offered William her blood, but the half-elf firmly rejected it. When Chiffon asked why he didn't want to drink her blood, William said that he couldn't bear the thought of sinking his fangs into her body. Also, William's bloodthirst couldn't be quenched by Chiffon alone. He would need Charmaine, and a few of the other elves inside the Thousand Beast domain to quell the hunger he was feeling at the moment. Chiffon knew that even if she forced herself on William, the latter wouldn't drink her blood. The half-elf could be stubborn when it came to things like this. In the end, she did one of the things that she could do. She kissed William's lips over and over again. Due to his wife's relentless assault, William found it very hard to control himself from making love to her then and there. Fortunately, his reasoning had won. With his current state, he couldn't possibly make love to Chiffon. There was a chance that he would lose control and drink her blood recklessly. After a few minutes of kissing, the two came out of the bath and dressed properly. William left the room he had used when he was still in Einherjar using all the willpower he could muster. He walked unimpeded and entered the room of one of the officers in Valhalla that had a good relationship with him in the past. There he summoned the 13 beautiful elves that were housed inside his Thousand Beast domain. With a single glance, all the elves knew what William needed. Charmaine took the lead and loosened her clothes until they fell on the floor under her feet. She then moved towards William and wrapped her arms around his head. "Master, please enjoy my blood to your heart's content," Charmaine whispered. Her voice was filled with expectations because it had been a while since William had feasted on her blood. A low growl of acknowledgement escaped William's lips as he sank his fangs into Charmaine's tender. Soon, the other elves joined William and Charmaine on the bed. They pressed their bodies against the half-elf, who was now their current master. William became drunk with the sweet taste of Charmaine's blood in his lips and the intoxicating heartbeats that surrounded him. Soon, he would feast on them too, and end the bloodthirst that was starting to take control of his being. A few hours later, William woke up on the bed surrounded by the beautifully naked bodies of the elves. He couldn't remember much of what happened, but after seeing the satisfied smiles on the faces of the girls around him, William knew that he hadn't gone overboard while quenching his thirst. The half-elf used his healing magic to cure the minor bruises that had appeared on their amorous bodies. As a healthy young man, it was impossible not to have a reaction when he was surrounded by so many naked beauties. Because of this, he hurried healing them all before leaving the room as fast as he could. He went straight to his bedroom, where Chiffon was waiting for him. To his surprise, the pink-haired girl was still awake because she was waiting for William to return. "Chiffon, It's fine, big brother. It is now my turn to take care of you." The pink-haired girl held William's hand and dragged him to their bed. True to her word, she took care of her husband's needs until both of them nestled in each other's arms, too exhausted to do anything else but sleep. We've finally arrived. Let's go to the inn first. I'm starving. Well, that certainly took longer than expected. The tower's distance is misleading as always. The two of you really go at your own pace, the one with the mellow voice said while shaking her head. Fine, we will rest for now and enter the tower when morning comes. I want to, at the very least, make myself presentable for when I meet him. Right? I will punch him as soon as I see him and gauge his strength. The one with the lively and energetic voice said happily. How many times should I tell you that doing that will leave a bad first impression? We're not here to pick a fight. The one with the calm voice said in a helpless tone. We came here to teach him how to wield his newfound powers. Right? We'll punch him then teach him. I got it. Just what part did you get? Exactly. Enough, you two. The one with the mellow voice said with exhaustion. Food, a warm bath then sleep. We will just go with the flow tomorrow. Also, Chloe, no punching first. Tisk. The cute little girl named Chloe stuck out her tongue at her reply. Clearly, she wasn't too fond of not being able to have her way. Claire, please, don't let her mess things up. The one with the mellow voice sighed. Understood, Claire replied. I will tie her up if I have to. The three continued their lively chat until they reached one of the inns in the city of Babylon. They had traveled non-stop for the past few days, just to arrive as soon as they could. Now that they were finally here, another headache would once again land on William's plate. A headache that he didn't expect would come from the person whom he had tossed to one of the corners of his mind since he was young. They weren't supposed to meet this soon, but fate willed it to happen. Just like chess pieces playing their role on the battlefield of the gods. One couldn't help but think what consequences would happen when both of them finally met. A meeting that would once again attract unwanted trouble, and powers that William didn't know were laying dormant inside him. William was abruptly awoken by a fluctuation inside the 51st floor. Chiffon was sleeping peacefully in his arms, unaware that someone had intruded into their domain without his permission. Right now, many people wanted to enter the 51st floor and have an audience with William. However, there was a 1-year period before the floor of Asgard could be accessed by the general public. Once the floor was open for everyone, they could partake in William's trial in order to gain the right to ascend to the 52nd floor. Since that was the case, someone appearing inside his territory meant only one thing. They found a loophole that has allowed them to enter this domain, William thought as he lightly shook Chiffon. The little glutton sleepily opened her eyes and looked at William with a confused gaze. Wake up, William said softly. We have uninvited guests. I don't know if they are hostile or not. The sleep in Chiffon's eyes disappeared as she nodded her head in understanding. William and Chiffon dressed and headed outside the castle of Asgard. Ever since their guests had appeared, they hadn't moved from their location. This made William feel that whoever these people were, they didn't come to antagonize him. Out of nowhere, Gullinbursty and Scherer appeared beside Chiffon. The golden piglet was riding on top of the mace and squealed cutely to greet his master. Chiffon lightly patted its head before giving it a warning. There are some people inside the floor of Asgard, Chiffon said. Scherer, look after Bacon. Big Brother and I will handle this ourselves. Understood, Scherer replied. But we will be nearby. If anything unexpected happens, I'll come to your aid right away. Chiffon nodded, and watched as the mace and the golden piglet flew a few hundred meters away from them. Soon, William and Chiffon arrived at the Bifrost Bridge. When the half-elf saw who their guests were, a complicated expression appeared on his face. Chiffon, on the other hand, raised her guard. Her instinct was telling her that the lady in front of her was very strong. I didn't expect that I would meet you here, William said as he stopped 100 meters away from the beautiful elf who was looking back at him with a smile. I, too, didn't expect that we would meet in this manner, the beautiful elf replied. I apologize for coming unannounced. I came here in a hurry after I heard the news. William frowned. News? What news? The beautiful elf smiled because she had expected this answer from William. The outside world already knows of your accomplishments in the Tower of Babylon. Not only did you clear the 51st floor, that had remained unconquered for 1,000 years, you also gained ownership of a few other floors as well. You may not know of it, but you are now officially a big celebrity in the world of Hestia. I will be more careful when leaving the tower if I were you. William didn't appear too surprised about this news because the little turtle, Oagwe, gave him a visit and told him that he was now a very popular person. The half-elf just didn't know what the little turtle meant by that time, but after his guest's statement, he managed to connect the dots together. Chiffon, who was just standing beside William earlier, took a step forward and used her small body to stand in front of William. It was as if she was shielding him from the person in front of her, who held a power that was similar to hers. "Oh, I like this little girl." Chloe clapped her hands happily. "Looks like she specialized in hand-to-hand combat. This will be fun. Behave yourself." Claire grabbed hold of her twin's hand. "It is not our place to meddle in this discussion." William's gaze was focused on the beautiful elf in front of him. It had only been a while since he had seen the familiar face, and missed her terribly. Unfortunately, although they looked alike, he knew that the elf that was standing in front of him was not the one he knew and cared for. "Celeste, what brings you here?" William asked. His heart ached a bit because looking at his master's twin sister reminded him of the beautiful woman who had taken his first time, and left for the demonic continent to find her master. Celeste smiled. Her sister, Celine, had informed her that William already knew about her identity. Since that was the case, there was no need to make a long introduction for herself. "I came here because you have unknowingly become one of the successors of my profession," Celeste explained. "I came here, as the progenitor of familiomancers, to teach you how to activate your powers." Before William could even reply, Chiffon took a fighting stance as she voiced out a question. "What virtue do you represent?" Chiffon asked. "If you don't give me an honest answer, I will not let you get near Will." Since Chiffon could easily sense the presence of the 7 deadly sins, she could also sense their counterparts as well. "I mean you no harm," Celeste replied. "I'm not very comfortable in revealing my virtue to anyone. Tell me, or I will not allow you to do as you please with my husband." "Husband? You?" Celeste shifted her gaze to William and gave him a disapproving look. She already knew that William was her twin sister's first man, but her sister never mentioned that William was already married. Aside from the mission that was assigned to her, Celeste's motivation to come to the tower as soon as she could was due to her curiosity about her twin sister's chosen man. She wanted to see the person whom Celine had taken a gamble with, to try to break free from the prophecy that they had been fighting against all their lives. "You're married?" Celeste asked. "Big sister didn't tell me anything about this." "It's complicated," William replied as he placed his hand over Chiffon's shoulder. "But, Chiffon is indeed my wife. We got married here on the 51st floor. Was it part of the reason for how you were able to conquer this floor?" "Yes." "Interesting." Celeste eyed the pink-haired girl who had managed to marry her twin sister's disciple. "I will ask for more details later. You'd better not hide anything. I will report this to my sister. Whatever kind of punishment she will give you later, you better accept it without any resistance." The corner of William's lips twitched because Celeste was acting like a mother-in-law who had found out that her son-in-law was cheating on her daughter. While this was happening, the 2 fairy-like creatures that looked exactly like Celeste were looking at William like he was some sort of scum. "You still haven't answered my question," Chiffon insisted. "What virtue do you represent?" William pulled his feisty wife in his arms and patted her head. "It's fine. She's not hostile to us. You can feel it too, right?" "Will, you don't understand," Chiffon replied. "Each of the 7 sins carry a power that can break the laws of the world. Celeste is one of the 7 virtues, meaning she also has that kind of power. If you deal with them in a casual manner, they might stab you in the back." Seeing that his wife wouldn't take no for an answer, William sighed and nodded his head. "I'm sorry about this, but can you just tell us what virtue you represent?" William asked. "I am your sister's disciple. I swear on my name and hers that I will not tell a soul about it." Celeste knew that there was no other way to fix the issue because the pink-haired girl was adamant to know what her divinity was. Left with no choice, she decided to compromise and revealed the virtue she wielded. "Allow me to formally introduce myself." Celeste gave a simple curtsy as she eyed William from where she stood. "Aside from my given name, I also go by the name Castitas." Celeste smiled. "I am the maiden that represents the virtue of chastity." Celeste die Wisteria. "It is my pleasure and honor to meet the son of the Saintess of the World Tree, and the hero of the elves, as well as the one and only disciple of my sister, Celine. I have long wanted to meet you, William von Ainsworth. I pray that our relationship will be a good one, not only for your sake, but for my sister's as well." "Chastity." William arched his eyebrow. "So you are the counterpart of Sydney. If you are referring to the maiden that represents the sin of lust, then yes, I am her counterpart." Celine eyed William with curiosity. "Not only my sister, but he also has that little girl as his lover. Not to mention, he's also an acquaintance with the sin of lust. Having the three sins on his side makes him a very likely candidate to be the Prince of Darkness." The Silvermoon continent, as well as some of the factions that were aware of the prophecy, were keeping their eyes on possible candidates that matched the Elven prophecy. Some of them wanted to control the prince, while others wanted to eliminate him. Right now, Celeste was in the faction that wanted to kill the Prince of Darkness so the prophecy wouldn't come to pass. Her sister had used her body to test whether William was indeed the prince, but the result was negative. Celeste even used her divinity to sweep her twin's body, in order to look for the prophesied mark of ownership that the prince would bestow upon his rightful bride. Since she didn't see any mark on her sister, her suspicion about William being the prince had decreased, but it didn't disappear completely. If the half-elf even showed a small inkling that he was the one in the prophecy, Celeste wouldn't hesitate to kill him, even if her sister, Celine, would hate her forever. While William was pondering his next move, Chloe, the blonde little fairy that looked like Celeste, raised her little fist and made a demand. "We came here from far away to teach you, and you're just standing there like a fool. Are you a fool?" Chloe asked. "Aren't you at least going to serve us some tea? Some snacks? I like pancakes. Do you have pancakes?" The awkward atmosphere immediately disappeared due to Chloe's energetic demands. William patted Chiffon's head and asked her to stand down for the time being. Regardless of whether they came here to teach him or not, Celeste was his master's twin sister, so he had to at least be a good host and show her his hospitality. "Where are my manners?" William smiled at his three visitors. He then spread out his hands in a welcoming manner and proclaimed the name of his domain. "As the first visitors to my domain, I welcome you all to Asgard. Please, follow me." William held Chiffon's hand and walked towards the castle. Celeste looked at the rainbow bridge that was in front of her with great curiosity before taking a step forward. She had seen many amazing things during her childhood, but this was the first time she had seen this kind of scenery. The Bifrost Bridge was a wonder to behold. Even Chloe and Claire flew towards the ground and patted the bridge out of curiosity. "These bridges are made from laws of the domain," Claire muttered. She was the scholar, and her twin sister, Chloe, was the musclehead of their group. The little familiar was very curious about everything in the world that caught her interest. "Is this safe to cross?" Chloe inquired. However, she didn't wait for an answer. Using her little fist, she punched the bridge to test whether it was strong or not. Aya! Immediately, the place where she punched was destroyed and cracks spread at a rapid pace. Celeste, who was only a meter away from the destroyed portion of the Bifrost Bridge, pretended that nothing happened and continued to walk forward. However, if one were to look closely, the pace of her walk had drastically increased, overtaking the cracks that were forming behind her. "What kind of low-budgeted construction is this?" Chloe raised her little fist in anger. "Whoever made this bridge skimped on the materials." Claire flew forward and caught up with Celeste. Right now, both her and Celeste pretended that they didn't know the little troublemaker that was slapping the Rainbow Bridge, due to her irritation. The corner of William's lips twitched when he saw the destruction that happened behind him. The Bifrost wasn't something that could be destroyed by a single punch. Even Loki had to work in sabotaging the bridge for years before he succeeded in splitting it in two. "That Chloe is dangerous," William thought. Perhaps she has a skill similar to the rule breaker that I use. A skill that ignores the laws of the world and nullifies it in her presence. The portion that Chloe had hit earlier was starting to crumble, and the little familiar was still shouting crap like, cheap materials or dumb domain builder. William sighed and waved his hand. The cracks that were spreading in the bridge stopped their advance and started fixing themselves. Even the destroyed portion of the bridge was once again repaired, making the little familiar. Chloe laughed before once again hitting it with her little fist. It was as if she was playing a fun game. She wanted to know which would be faster, the bridge's recovery rate or the destruction that she was dealing it with. William finally reached the limit of his patience and gave Celeste a devilish smile. "Do you mind?" William asked. Celeste coughed lightly and called out to her familiar, who had gotten carried away in destroying the Bifrost Bridge like a little child that had found a fun toy to play with. Chloe reluctantly stopped her attacks as she obediently flew towards Celeste's direction. However, a few seconds later, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Without warning, she punched the Bifrost Bridge once again and continued her assault while laughing like a little witch, all the way towards Celeste. Seeing that the bridge was starting to collapse, William, Chiffon, and Celeste ran as fast as they could so that the mad, little familiar behind them would not accidentally kill them all due to her crazy stunts. Fortunately, the group managed to cross the bridge before it collapsed entirely. Chloe's mad laughter could be heard not far away, which made Celeste and Claire feel apologetic. "Please, control your pet," William said with a frown. "This domain is just newly built. Make sure she doesn't raise it to the ground." Celeste lightly cleared her throat before correcting William. "She's not my pet. She is my familiar. Soon you will have a familiar of your own, because I will mentor you in the way of the familiomancer." Claire flew in front of William and gave him an apologetic bow. "I will look after her and make sure she behaves for the duration of our stay. I apologize for her uncouth actions." William stared at the familiar with short, green hair with curls in the end, and gray eyes that was filled with wisdom. She looked exactly like a little Celeste. Both Chloe and Claire looked really cute, but their personalities were miles apart. The half-elf didn't mind having the polite Claire inside his domain, but the trigger-happy Chloe concerned him very much. "Very well, I'll trust that you can handle your twin," William replied. "Let's enter the castle." "Thank you." Claire nodded and flew towards Celeste's right shoulder. Chloe had already landed on Celeste's left shoulder and had a satisfied look on her face. Just as they were about to enter the castle, a flying mace appeared carrying a golden piglet on its head. Chiffon reached out to hold Gull and Busty, and patted Scherer's head before taking the lead to enter the castle. She really disliked that one of the 7 virtues had disturbed her 1-month honeymoon with William on the floor of Asgard. Even so, Chiffon was a sensible lady. William had already told her that Celeste was not their enemy, so the little glutton decided to not antagonize their guests for the duration of their stay. Chiffon only hoped that their guests were really guests, and not pests. However, due to Chloe's unexpected rampage, the pink-haired girl's first impression of Celeste and her familiars had dropped to the bottom. William had an idea about what Chiffon was thinking, but he was also very curious about the unique prestige class, Familiomancer. He had seen how powerful Chloe was. If his familiars would be just as powerful as her, then he wouldn't mind learning how this job class worked. According to the system, William needed the assistance of the Familiomancer's progenitor to unlock it. William didn't have to be a genius to know that Celeste was the progenitor of the Familiomancer job class, since she had just told him that's who she was. According to the system's calculation, Celeste is the only Familiomancer in the world of Hestia at this point in time. This was not the first time that he had seen a job class that required the permission of its progenitor in order to be unlocked. His incubus job class had been one of these. It required the user to get the permission of the goddess of lust before they could become an incubus or a succubi. This restriction was considered a special case, and not many job classes had this requirement. William was already looking forward to the newfound powers that he would be able to unleash once his new prestige class was unlocked. What he didn't know was that Celeste was also very interested in what kind of familiar William would be able to summon. The powers, Shape, size, appearance, and personality of the familiars were highly dependent on their summoner. Maybe he will summon a dragon, Celeste thought. A phoenix is also a possibility. The beautiful elf followed William with a helpless smile on her face. Not only had William become her sister's one and only disciple, he also became the first familiomancer that she would guide under her wing. Celeste felt that this was too much of a coincidence, but even so, she was glad that the profession she had acquired finally had its first follower. Okay, let me get this straight. You are the very first familiomancer in this world, correct? William asked the beautiful elf in front of him, who looked exactly like his master, Celine. Celeste nodded her head. Yes, I came here to teach you how to become one as well. William, Chiffon, Celeste, and her two familiars were currently in the dining room having breakfast. William lowered his head and pondered for a bit. I would like to learn how to become a familiomancer, but I won't become your disciple. Is that fine? The corner of Celeste's lips curled up into a smile as she eyed William with her beautiful blue eyes. Although she had an inkling why William refused to become her disciple, she still decided to ask to confirm her hunch. Is your reason for declining to become my disciple related to my sister? Celeste inquired. Her gaze never left William, as the latter stared back at her. Yes, William replied. The half-elf could feel a little pain in his chest because Celeste looked exactly like Celine. If not for the fact that the elf in front of him had long, light green hair and blue eyes, he would have definitely pulled her into his arms and kissed her passionately. Looking at Celeste made William remember his master, whom he had already marked as his lover. You're too greedy, Celeste stated before adding honey to the pancake on her plate. You wanted to become a familiomancer, and yet you don't want to become my disciple. Do you understand how unreasonable this demand is? Right beside Celeste, the two familiars were also busy eating pancakes. Not far from them, several elves wearing maid clothing stood straight, while taking turns to replenish the food and drinks on the dining table. Charmaine stood beside William and personally poured fruit juice into his glass. She was the half-elf's personal maid, and always performed her duty to the best of her abilities. Surprisingly, Celeste seemed indifferent to this setup. Although she, herself, was an elf, she didn't mind seeing the elves do these chores akin to servants. Can you just make me a familiomancer and leave me be? I'll just study the profession on my own. I'm starting to regret my decision to travel to the tower as fast as I could. Celeste sighed. If I only knew that you have this kind of attitude, I wouldn't have bothered coming here. Celeste could tell that William didn't like her. This was the first time that someone had treated her this way. In the Silvermoon continent, everyone would look at her with admiration. Even the royal family would greet her whenever she visited the palace. In Hestia Academy, all the boys would look at her with infatuation, and the girls with adoration. Even the kings and emperors in the central continent would give her invitations and marriage proposals due to her beauty and identity. However, on the floor of Asgard, a half-elf was treating her like a suspicious salesman who was peddling his wares on their front door. This feeling was very refreshing to her. Someone actually dared to turn her away? William didn't know that his constant rejection of Celeste only fanned her determination to make him the second familiomancer in the world of Hestia. Familiomancers must have this kind of attitude, Celeste thought. Unaffected by beauty, fame, and fortune. I guess my sister was right in choosing this person. If James was there and heard Celeste's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud due to how wrong her assumption was. William was unaffected by beauty? If he was unaffected by beauty, then he wouldn't have other thoughts of his beautiful master when they spent their time together when he was young. Unaffected by fame? Ha! What a joke! Although William might act low-key at times, and have a modest temperament when being praised, deep inside he was hinting for people to praise him, especially his good looks. As for not being affected by fortune, this was the biggest joke in the world. If William had his way, he would loot every bandit group, the treasury of every corrupt noble, and even sneak to and secretly mine the hidden resources in any empire he visited. Among James' bloodline, William shared his greedy character when it comes to hoarding fortune, As long as it had value, the half-elf would definitely snatch it without fail. Then how about this? Let Chloe teach you how to become a familiomancer. Claire, who had just finished eating her pancake, proposed. Regardless of what you think, you still need someone to teach you how to properly wield your newfound powers. We are Celeste's familiar, so we know a thing or two about familiars. What do you say? William glanced at the small familiar that looked like a young version of Celeste. He had a good impression of Claire because the latter had a good head on her shoulders. She also had this very calming personality that was very hard to reject. The half-elf would have readily agreed to this proposal if Claire had volunteered herself to be the one teaching William the way of being a familiomancer. However, the little familiar had delegated her all-brawn and no-brains twin sister, Chloe, to teach William. He glanced at the little fairy who was busy eating her pancake. Chloe's cheeks were bulging like a hamster that had stuffed its cheek pouches full from overeating and seemed completely oblivious of the discussion. After remembering what the maniacal familiar did to the Bifrost Bridge, William was very apprehensive in agreeing to Claire's proposal. "How about you teach me instead?" William inquired. "I think you would be a better teacher." Claire smiled but firmly shook her head. "That may be true, but I feel like both of us are going to get along really well," Claire replied. "For me, this is not a good thing. I don't want to feel attachment to people. It makes me feel weak." The little familiar gazed at William with her calm, steady, gray eyes that seemed to know all the secrets of the world. William had a feeling that only very strong emotions could make ripples in those gray depths that seemed to hold the entire world at an arm's length. William could feel that Claire was being sincere with him. The familiar didn't want to form any attachment, so she decided to push the responsibility to her twin sister, who had the ability to demolish the castle of Asgard if she were to use 70% of her true power. Chiffon quietly fed the golden piglet, Bacon, a piece of pancake. The piglet was currently on top of the table and enjoying his master's affection. Scherer, on the other hand, had transformed into an armguard and equipped itself into Chiffon's left arm. Just like Svalin, the mythical mace chose to stay with Chiffon and ensure that she was protected from harm. Chiffon was still a bit angry because her quality time with William had come to a premature end, but she also respected her lover's will to become stronger. Since she was his wife, Chiffon decided to support William in whatever endeavor he chose. After hearing Claire's proposal, she, too, glanced at the little familiar who had just asked for another serving of pancakes from one of the elven maids. Only after finishing her 9th pancake did Chloe feel that something was amiss. She glanced at everyone present at the table and realized that all of them were looking at her. Chloe frowned, but this only lasted for a brief moment. After that brief moment of hesitation, Celeste's familiar once again asked for another serving of pancake, which made everyone's lips twitch at the same time. After breakfast, William decided to compromise and accept Claire's suggestion. Celeste, on the other hand, felt amused by this turn of events. The beautiful elf wondered if Chloe was up to the task of teaching someone on how to become a familiomancer. Regardless of how it turned out, this was something that Celeste would like to see with her own eyes. William led the group to the training field. There was something that he had to test, so he decided to see just how strong a familiar was. Chloe's performance in the Bifrost Bridge had left a lasting impression on him. He wanted to fully understand how a small familiar like her could deal that much damage, even with her small body. When my master, Celine, taught me dark magic, the two of us would often spar together, William said as he turned around to look at Chloe. If you want to become my master, you need to prove yourself first. Let's fight. Show me how strong a familiar is. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. She didn't expect that William would challenge her to a fight. Celeste and Claire, who were standing at the side, sneered in their hearts. Among the three of them, Chloe was the one who advocated violence. The thing that she liked the most was to smash and beat up things that blocked her way. After the initial shock ended, Chloe's eyes sparkled in delight. She then turned her head to look at her twin, Claire, with a big smile on her face. "Ha! I told you that fighting is the best way to build relationships, but you didn't want to believe me." Chloe had a smug expression on her face, which made Claire sigh internally. "Hold your punches. Okay? We don't want you to accidentally kill him, Claire replied. Don't worry, I will do it in mode Madeira. Moderation. Yes, I will do it with monetization. Chloe shifted her gaze to William and the smile on her face widened. Celeste and Claire lit a candle for William in their hearts. They already knew that the word moderation was not in Chloe's dictionary. She couldn't even spell the words right even if her life depended on it. William summoned his wooden staff and took a fighting stance. Chloe, on the other hand, just crossed her arms over her chest. She had a confident smile plastered on her face. For a brief moment, William felt that no matter what he threw at her, the little familiar in front of him would be able to withstand it without fail. Are you ready? William asked. Chloe didn't answer. Instead, she raised her right index finger and made the come and get me gesture at William. William took a step forward and charged at her directly. Since he wanted to test Chloe's abilities, he should be the one to initiate the attack. With a powerful thrust, William's staff came flying towards the small familiar in a straight line. Chloe hovered in the air with her wings flapping behind her back. She had no intention of dodging William's attack. In fact, she, too, wanted to know what the half-elf was capable of doing. When the tip of the staff was only a few inches away from Chloe's body, the familiar casually raised her hand and punched it. Suddenly, an unexpected thing happened. The other end of the staff slammed on William's chest, sending him flying several meters in the air. Chiffon, who was holding bacon in her arms, gasped in shock after seeing the unbelievable scene. Celeste and Claire didn't have any changes in their expression. It was as if they had already expected this to happen. William immediately propped himself on the ground and massaged his right chest that was currently making breathing difficult for him. Everything happened so fast, and he didn't have the opportunity to react to Chloe's counterattack. This was the first time that his attack had been turned against him in this manner, and he found it unbelievable. Optimus, what do you think? William inquired. Did you gauge how strong she is? No. However, we can see her stats if you pay 100,000 God points. Do it. William's God points had dwindled to 1,000,000 after purchasing the legendary weapons for his battle with Belial. Fortunately, there was a hidden quest that activated after he acquired the 51st floor, which gained him 5,000,000 God points as a reward. Although 100,000 God points to view the stats of his enemy was not a small sum, he still decided to do it. Why? Because he wanted to know just how strong his opponent was. Spending 100,000 God points to use advanced appraisal skill. Remaining God points, 6,240,042. The corner of William's lips twitched after he saw the stats of the little familiar in front of him. He couldn't believe that Chloe's stats were actually stronger than his. Name Chloe. Race, familiar. Health points, 30,000/30,000. Mana, 100/100. Strength, 999, plus 999 if Juggernaut activates. Agility, 100. Vitality, 100. Intelligence, 5. Dexterity, 100. Skills. Combat Mastery, X. Unarmed Mastery, X. Progenitor Instinct, EX. Weapon Mastery, EX. Overwhelming Strike, EX. Can be used 3x a day. Dual EX. Stunning Strike. World-Ending Strike. Titles. Might over Magic. Juggernaut. Progenitor Instinct, EX. The sixth sense allows your body to move subconsciously to prevent any form of damage. This skill has a 30% chance of activation. Might over Magic. Has the power to nullify any kind of law or ability using brute strength. Increase resistance against magic attacks by 50%. The side effect of using this ability is being unable to stop cursing the one responsible for activating this ability. Juggernaut. Increases strength by 100% if health points is equal or below 70%. Strength stat cannot be lowered by spells or other abilities. World-ending strike. The damage of this attack is equivalent to the strength stat multiplied by 2. Your world will end if you get hit by this, along with the chances of you leaving any descendants behind. Deals 1000% additional damage if it hits anything below the belt. What kind of bullshit character sheet is this? William cursed internally. Progenitor instinct? World-ending strike? The fuck is this shit? The half-elf couldn't believe that such a cheat character existed. Even he, who had a system, didn't have stats that surpassed 500 points. Also, that was not the end of it. If Chloe suffered damage and her HP fell below 70%, her already cheat-like strength doubled. The second part that made William's liver ache was Chloe's skills. All of them were designed for close combat, and she even had the skills Overwhelming Strike and Dulex. These skills were William's trump cards, and he was well aware how powerful this combination was. Overwhelming Strike EX. Thrice a day you can deliver one full-powered, unarmed strike that contains all of your strength. Damage dealt is equivalent to your strength stat multiplied by 20. Knockback effect. Overwhelming Strike was a monk skill that multiplied the strength stat by 20. William had used it to defeat several opponents because this skill was something that they wouldn't expect. Chloe's strength stat without the Juggernaut ability was already 999. If she were to use this skill, her strength stats would be multiplied by 20, and would jump to 19,980. William had no doubt in his mind that if Chloe were to punch Drowham, the ancient golem of the Silvermoon continent, the bastard would be blown to bits instantly. The half-elf could only use this skill once a day, but Chloe could use it 3 times a day. With such a powerful skill at her arsenal, very few individuals under the realm of demigod would be her match. Another skill that was worth noting was Dulex. This skill would force her opponent to exchange one blow against her. William could already feel his liver itching for the second time at the thought of these skills being used on him. Even Optimus was speechless after it saw Chloe's stats. The system had no doubt in its mind that the only way that William could win against the small familiar was using the prestige class Einherjar. While William was sweating buckets internally, the little familiar raised her chin arrogantly and cursed him out loud. "Is that your best?" Chloe asked in disdain. The side effect of her lawbreaker skill had activated. "We just clashed once and you're already in a daze. The ante in the canteen of Hestia Academy packs a stronger punch than you. What's wrong? Did you get scared that you can't even fight back? As expected of a half-elf, your face looks like a pussy." William almost spat blood then and there. He had used those very same curses at his enemies in the past, and they went livid upon hearing it. Now that the same curses were being used against him, he felt like his intestines were hurting. The little familiar was still not satisfied and continued to ridicule William in a haughty manner. "I am only using 30% of my full power," Chloe declared in arrogance. "HMP, if you can make me use 70% of my powers, I will recognize you as my disciple. Now fight me." Chiffon, who was watching on the side, was half worried and half amused with her husband's current state. She was worried because it seemed that William's opponent was stronger than him, and half amused because this was the first time that she saw William have a constipated expression on his face. Celeste and Claire were snickering in their hearts because this was a very common scene in Hestia Academy. Chloe had been labeled as the juggernaut of Hestia Academy because she was the Academy's hoodlum. Even the headmaster was powerless against her. The only way to pacify her was to shower her with praises and give her rewards from time to time. In time, the students, professors, and staff of the Academy had learned how to deal with the notorious familiar that flew around the Academy. This was the first time that William fought Chloe, so Celeste and Claire were sure that the half-elf would find her to be a very hard opponent to defeat. William closed his eyes and calmed his breathing. He knew that there were many powerful beings in Hestia, but he didn't expect that he would find someone as strong as Chloe. Of course, the little familiar was not an omnipotent existence. Granted, she was indeed strong. However, if she were thrown to fight against Belial's horde of monsters, Chloe would definitely be defeated because her forte lay on one-on-one battles. Even if she was capable of beating a dozen opponents simultaneously, she was not like William, who could fight against tens of thousands of enemies at the same time. If you look at this angle, then Chloe was not that powerful. But the fact still remained that William wasn't fighting an army. He was fighting a single foe, and her power required him to take the battle seriously. It was at that moment when the atmosphere around William changed. His red hair grew and turned silver. Chloe also felt the changes in William's current state. However, instead of feeling anxious, a devilish smile appeared on her face. Stormcaller and Soleil appeared beside William. The two sentient weapons floated in the air as their bodies were covered in lightning and fire. Name: William von Ainsworth. Race: half-elf. Health points: 365,100/365,100. Mana: 396,600/396,600. Job class: Quick Shot Shepherd, level 30. Subclass: Einherjar, max level. Strength: 258, plus 972. Agility: 275, plus 997. Vitality: 254, plus 966. Intelligence: 295, plus 1027. Dexterity: 315, plus 1058. William understood that he would be facing strong opponents in the future. If he didn't even have the courage to face Chloe, then what was the purpose of him wanting to be stronger? Although his opponent dominated one-on-one battles, William didn't believe that he would be defeated easily if he went all out. "Good," Chloe said with a smile. "That's more like it. Since you decided to fight me seriously, I will use 60% of my power." Chloe took a fighting stance and her body glowed golden. "Familia over soul," Chloe declared. Suddenly a powerful shockwave erupted in the surroundings. The little familiar's body grew until her height was the same as Chiffon's. William stared at the young teenage version of Celeste, whose presence had changed drastically. Since William had already used the appraisal skill on Chloe once, he could use this skill again to check her stats without paying any additional god points. He immediately used his appraisal skill and checked the information of his opponent that was using 60% of her full power. Name: Chloe. Race: familiar. Health points: 150,000/150,000. Mana: 2,500/2,500. Strength: 5,000, plus 5,000 if Juggernaut activates. Agility: 500. Vitality: 500. Intelligence: 50. Dexterity: 500. William didn't expect that Chloe had a second form. Also, her stats had drastically increased as well. Although William's overall stats were stronger, Chloe's strength stat was nothing to sneeze at. If he were to get hit by her punch, he would definitely feel a world of pain. Chloe's beautiful face beamed with delight as she took a fighting stance. It had been a while since she had taken this form, and she was more than happy to go on a rampage after being cooped up in Hestia Academy for too long. Both of them were now in the initial stages of the Saint rank. Celeste, Claire, and Chiffon had retreated to a safe distance to allow the two fighters to go all out. They knew that they would only get in the way of the battle if they stayed. William looked at his opponent with a serious expression on his face. This was no longer a spar. This was a battle that would let the half-elf understand his limitations, while he was using the strongest job class in his arsenal. The half-elf didn't expect that he would be using his prestige class so soon, and he had to admit that his odds of winning against Chloe was 50-50. "Are you ready?" Chloe asked. This time, she was the one to take the initiative to ask William if he was ready. This was her way of showing respect to her opponent that had decided to go all out against her. "Yes," William replied. "I am ready." William understood that Chloe's threat was very real. If the familiar really intended to use Dulex and overwhelming strike against him, he would have to put his life on the line in order to survive the punch that was strong enough to obliterate the castle of Asgard with a single blow. William and Chloe were about to clash, when the system reminded William that it wouldn't be safe to fight near the castle using his full power. Wait! The half-elf immediately raised a hand to stop Chloe from charging at him. Let's change location. I don't want the castle to be destroyed. Chloe smirked and nodded her head. She then followed William as the latter flew towards the plains of Asgard, where the great battle of Ragnarok took place. Seeing that both fighters were changing location, Celeste and Claire followed suit using a flight spell. Chiffon, on the other hand, summoned B1 and B2. The two dumb birds merged with Chiffon and became her wings. She was still wary of Celeste and her familiars, so she didn't want them to be alone with William. If any of them made any suspicious moves on her husband, she would activate her divinity and devour them without mercy. When the pink-haired girl arrived at the plains of Asgard, the battle had already begun. Lightning and flames streaked across the battlefield as William fought Chloe in ranged combat. Although William was also a melee fighter, his opponent's strength stat was a powerful deterrent that prevented him from engaging in close combat. Chloe may not be as fast as William, but his attacks did very little damage to her because of her powerful skill set. After firing several long-range skills, William decided that he should take precautions just in case the battle went out of hand. Optimus, please disable the passive skill one who breaks the rules, William ordered. Understood. Although William was willing to test his limits, he didn't want to lose memories over this battle. The battle against Belial had hurt him deeply, because several important memories were lost, with no chances of returning ever again. Although they were memories of the past, William still treasured them in his heart. Cheap shot, Chloe shouted. If you dare, let me hit you once. William ignored the familiar's taunts and maneuvered around the battlefield. He used his superior speed to stay out of Chloe's range, and just peppered her with Stormcaller's and Soleil's elemental attacks. Quick shot war arts. First form. William aimed Stormcaller at the familiar, who was like a sitting duck waiting to get bullied from afar. Destroy everything in your path. Railgun. This was one of William's strongest and fastest attacks, that was strong enough to pierce through a mountain with ease. He wanted to test how Chloe would be able to handle an attack that surpassed the speed of sound. When William unleashed his skill, Chloe's leg also rose up. Soon a deafening sound erupted in the air as William's railgun was completely neutralized by the familiar's kick. Nice! Chloe's eyes narrowed. That is one dangerous ability you have there. William observed the familiar's foot, but not even a scratch could be seen on its surface. Clearly, his attack didn't deal any damage to his opponent, which made him take the battle extra seriously. Bloom in the battlefield, William roared. Fleur du Soleil. Soleil that was floating high above the clouds to absorb the power of the sun descended towards Chloe with fury. Its body was covered in flames and streaked towards its target like a meteorite. Fist of the South Star. Chloe shouted as she met the flaming spear head-on and punched it. Another powerful explosion took place in the air, sending William skidding a few meters from where he hovered. He stared at the beautiful flaming flower in the sky, and knew that Soleil hit its target perfectly. However, at the center of the flaming flower, a young lady with short blonde hair with curls at the end stared back at him with a devilish grin. Her beautiful blue eyes stared at William like a hawk targeting its prey, and it made the half-elf's evaluation of her rise another level. The power of a progenitor cannot be underestimated. Since they are the first of their kind, it also means that their powers are far above the norm. Be careful, Will. William nodded his head. He had read in some novels that vampire progenitors were stronger than other vampires because they were the first generation. As the first generation of familiars, Chloe's and Claire's powers far exceeded the norm, and far exceeded William's expectations. Try to find her weak point, William ordered. Understood. Unlike his railgun attack, Soleil managed to cause a bit of damage to Chloe. However, they were very insignificant. Her clothes were burned in some places, but that was it. William was paying close attention to her stats and noticed that her Juggernaut skill still hadn't activated. This meant that her health was still good, and Soleil's destructive attack was only akin to a small scratch. "'Tis but a scratch," Chloe said as she clenched her fist. "Since you don't plan to come to me, I'll make you come to me by force." The girl, who was as tall as Chiffon, pointed at William with a sneer. "Dual X." William was about to scoff at the familiar's bluff when suddenly, he felt his body being pulled towards her. The half-elf's eyes widened in shock because he made sure to stay out of the range of the forced aggression skill, Dual X. Since he had used it several times in the past, he was quite familiar with its range. He believed that as long as he stayed away, Chloe wouldn't be able to force him to fight her in close combat. What he didn't know was that Chloe's Dual X was different from his. The familiar's Dual X worked regardless of distance. As long as she could see her target, she could pull them to her location anytime she wanted. "Shit!" William cursed out loud as he summoned a Rondite from his storage ring. "Cut through the firmament!" William roared. "Raise the world!" A Rondite. A reddish-black beam of light erupted at the tip of the demonic sword and flew towards the familiar, who was also flying towards William with a fearless grin. Chloe pulled back her arm and her closed fist shone brightly. "World-ending strike!" Chloe shouted as she met William's attack with her bare fist. The powerful beam and the small fist collided, but William's attack was soon split in half. Chloe's attack broke through its center and the familiar flew towards William while roaring in laughter. William braced himself as he clashed with Chloe using his full-powered strike. A metallic sound rang in the air, sending shockwaves in every direction. William heard a resounding crack, followed by searing pain on his right hand. He knew that his right hand and arm had been broken, but that was the least of his worries. After the clash ended, William decisively pulled back and gained distance from the familiar whose eyes had turned golden. Chloe's Juggernaut skill had activated due to the damage she received from a Rondite, and now her strength stat had doubled. She hovered in the air and looked at William with a smile. "I'll give you an opportunity to heal yourself," Chloe said with arrogance. "I don't want others to think that I'm bullying you." William chuckled internally because of the familiar's condescending words. He looked at his arm that was bent in an unnatural angle and allowed the system to scan the extent of the damage he received. Fortunately, a Rondite's attack had greatly lessened the force of Chloe's attack. If the attack had hit him with its full power, his arm might have been torn off from his body due to its overwhelming raw power. If she used the overwhelming strike, I might have become a goner, William thought as he drank a high-quality rejuvenation potion. Although he didn't want to use any healing abilities during their battle, he deemed that it was necessary to face such a cheat-like character in his peak condition. Several cracking and popping sounds reached his ear as the damage in his arm recovered. Chloe watched this scene with fascination with her hands resting on her waist. After William's arm had fully recovered, the familiar once again took a fighting stance before giving her opponent an ultimatum. "I will end this in the next attack," Chloe stated. "If you have any trump cards left, use them now. I guarantee that you will not have an opportunity to use it again." William knew that the familiar wasn't joking around. He still wanted to test a few things, but he decided that it would be useless against her. He had already realized this when he used a Rondite against her. A Rondite was a sword that was said to be equal and even more powerful than Excalibur. Chloe's skill, Might over Magic, was the perfect counter to magical attacks. William was half tempted to ask the system to enable the skill that he asked to be locked, but decided against it. It simply was not worth it to sacrifice his memories just to beat the opponent in front of him. The air trembled around William as the elements of earth, water, wind, fire, and lighting gathered in his right hand. Soon, these elements merged together, forming a rainbow-colored ball of pure energy. Chloe yawned because she knew that this kind of attack wouldn't deal any damage to her. She thought that William had other tricks under his sleeve, but she was greatly disappointed. "Heroes of Valhalla," William said, and 13 perfect clones appeared all around him. Each of the clones carried the legendary weapons in their arsenal, and their presence made Chloe narrow her eyes. Just like William had suspected, Chloe was more of a one-on-one fighter. Her ability to deal with multiple opponents at once was not her strong point. This was especially true for opponents that had similar power levels like William's. Well, at least you're not stupid. I'll give you that. Chloe's expression finally became serious, but the smile on her lips didn't disappear. Her entire body glowed golden, and the fairy-like wings behind her back were set ablaze in golden flames. 70%, Chloe said softly. Not bad. Chloe had finally used 70% of her power, which increased her strength stat by 500, and her other stats by 100. Claire, who was looking at her twin from a distance, smiled. It had been so long since she had seen Chloe this happy, and it made her happy as well. However, Celeste, who was floating beside her, had a serious expression on her face. She had prepared a spell on her hand that would automatically summon Chloe to her side in case of an emergency. Celeste was afraid that Chloe might get carried away and use her overwhelming strike on William. The beautiful elf knew that if something happened to her sister's disciple, Celine, would definitely not take it lying down, and might even hate her for it. Forever. 14 Williams faced off against the beautiful familiar, who was looking at them with a fearless smile. Come, Chloe said. Or do you want me to force you to come to me? William raised his hand and his clones took a battle formation. This was his strongest combination attack, and if Chloe managed to beat this, then William had no choice but to recognize her superiority. For honor and glory, conquer my way to victory, William ordered. Charge, my knights of the round table. The 13 clones glowed and turned into rays of light. All of them flew towards Chloe as the powers of the legendary weapons activated in their hands. Go for the kill, Gaebolg, the legendary spear that was said to give its enemies a very gruesome and painful death shot towards Chloe with the intention of ending her life. The familiar turned her body to the side, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Strike with unparalleled precision, Gungnir, the spear that was said to belong to the king of the Norse gods, Odin, flew straight and true. This spear was said to have the uncanny ability to never miss its target, regardless of the proficiency of its wielder. Exterminate, Cursilicatos. A rain of arrows covered the skies, turning the surroundings dark. The aratips had an eerie green glow that was said to contain strong poison that was very effective against women. Chloe was facing the rain of arrows, while Gungnir came flying towards her from behind. However, the familiar was not fazed. She reached out behind her without even turning her head, and grabbed the tip of Gungnir's spear blade, stopping it in its flight. Fiery, golden blood seeped out of the wound on Chloe's hand, as she firmly held the spear at bay. A moment later, she grabbed the handle of the spear and twirled it around in front of her, deflecting the arrows that were falling onto her like rain. Although Chloe specialized in unarmed combat, her passive ability, Weapon Master EX, allowed her to effectively wield any kind of weapon she got her hands on. As the barrage of arrows were thinning out, a powerful voice reached her ear from behind. Pierce through the void. Longinus. Chloe shifted her body to the side, and a shower of golden fiery blood exploded into the air. Longinus had pierced through her left arm, but Chloe continued to deflect the arrows even with the spear sticking out of her shoulder. She had deemed the arrows to be a higher threat to her compared to the spear that was now struck in her body. Illuminate the world. Rongaminiad. Cut through the firmament and raise the world. Arondite. 2 beams of lights, one white, one black, descended on Chloe from opposite directions. The wings on her back glowed brightly, as her body was enveloped by a golden shield. The 2 beams hit their mark and exploded in midair. It created a mushroom-type explosion that momentarily blinded everyone in the battlefield. When the light receded, a young lady with tattered clothes appeared in everyone's vision. Her clothes were almost non-existent, revealing a body riddled with injury. Blood flowed everywhere, and anyone who saw it would definitely feel their heart breaking, due to the violence that was done on such a young girl. However, although she was currently in a very sorry state, Chloe's eyes were still clear and her lips still held the makings of a smile, despite her current condition. Dual X, Chloe said as she pointed her finger at William. The half-elf's body lurched forward, but he was not bothered by it. The power in his hand had reached its peak state. Even if Chloe had the ability might over magic, this attack that contained all the powerful elements in the world would devastate everything in its path. World end. Tempest. William roared as he thrust his right hand forward. Chloe pulled back her arm as a powerful aura fluctuated in the air. When all of the power in her body had been gathered in her hand, she unleashed the strongest attack in her arsenal. An attack that was strong enough to smash Drown to pieces. Overwhelming strike. Chloe met William's attack with her own. The moment the two attacks collided with each other, another powerful explosion rocked the entire floor of Asgard. William's clones were blown away and turned into particles of light. Chiffon, Celeste, and Claire were pushed back by the powerful shockwaves for several hundred meters before coming to a stop. As if coming to an understanding, the three of them immediately flew towards the glowing, miniature sun that was currently floating in the place where William and Chloe clashed. This was the first great battle that happened on the floor of Asgard since its conception, and it left a mark in the memories of everyone that was there to witness the battle unfold. Crater Empire. Ash abruptly woke up from her slumber when she felt a searing pain on the blue gem that was embedded in her chest. She gasped for breath because the pain was too much for her to bear. Princess Sydney, who was sleeping beside her, also woke up. However, it wasn't the princess that was currently in charge of the body, but her other half, Morgana. Morgana used her powers to help stabilize Ash's body as the latter endured the excruciating pain in her body. Several minutes later, the beautiful mermaid collapsed on the bed, completely bereft of any strength. Morgana was alarmed and immediately took out a pill from her storage ring and force-fed it to Ash, who was currently in a semi-vegetative state. A few minutes later, the mermaid's finger twitched, before slowly opening her eyes. The current Ash looked very haggard, as if she just fought 100 battles non-stop. For now, regulate your breathing, Morgana said as she helped Ash into a sitting position. Don't worry, I'm here. It will be all right. Ash weakly leaned her back on Morgana's body, and the latter held her firmly in an embrace. After several minutes, the mermaid's breathing had returned to normal, but she was still feeling very weak. What happened? Princess Sydney had swapped with Morgana and held Ash in her place. Did something happen to Will? Yes, Ash replied with difficulty. I don't know the specifics, but it seems that he fought an intense battle while pushing himself to the limit. However, you don't need to worry. He is fine. Because Ash gave half of her heart to William, she was able to feel his strong emotions, as well as the overflowing influx of power that came from her lover. When William activated the heroes of Valhalla and unleashed the full-powered world and Tempest, the excess energy traveled through time and space to reach Ash, who was sleeping peacefully in the Crater Empire. Princess Sydney frowned as she pieced the clues together. Suddenly a realization came to her mind. Will is currently staying on the floor of Asgard, Princess Sydney said. If I remember correctly, no one should be able to enter that floor. If what you said is true, doesn't it mean that Will just fought with someone, and this person is very strong? For him to use all of his powers and make you feel its effects just proves that this battle wasn't a simple one. Ash nodded because she didn't realize this fact right away. Although they weren't able to meet William in the Thousand Beast domain, they were still able to communicate just fine. William had told her about his current circumstance, so both girls knew that he couldn't leave the tower and had to stay in the floor of Asgard for an entire month. Not only that, he said that no one could enter the floor during this period of time. If that was the case, then who was it that their lover had fought? Let's go to the Thousand Beast domain, Princess Sydney stated. Let's get our answers from there. I'm sure that one of Will's people will know the answers to our questions. Ash nodded her head. A few seconds later, both girls disappeared from the room and teleported to the Thousand Beast domain. There they would discover that a certain elven beauty had wandered to William's floor of Asgard, which made them shake their heads helplessly. Another one? Ash inquired. B1 nodded his head in confirmation. Another one. Her name, Princess Sydney asked. B2 pruned his feathers before answering. Celeste. The two beautiful ladies glanced at each other. Although they hadn't seen her before, they were quite familiar with the name. Celeste. William had told them a bit about his master's twin sister, who was a well-known prodigy in the Silver Moon continent. The only thing that confused the two ladies was how Celeste managed to appear on the floor of Asgard when it was still closed to the public. Is she beautiful? Princess Sydney asked. She still hadn't seen Celine, but according to Ash, she was quite a beautiful woman, and quite possibly William's first crush. Even so, Princess Sydney prided herself of her beauty. She believed that no matter how beautiful Celeste was, she was still more beautiful than her. Very beautiful, B1 answered. Who is more beautiful, me or her? Princess Sydney inquired with a serious expression on her face. B1 and B2 glanced at each other before looking at Sydney with an expression that matched her seriousness. For them, all of William's lovers were beautiful, but of course, the two dumb birds were biased, so they answered Princess Sydney's inquiry with what they felt was right. Chiffon is more beautiful than her, B1 replied. B2 nodded in agreement. That's right. Our chiffon is the most beautiful of all. The corner of Princess Sydney's lips twitched as she looked at the two dumb birds who had returned to grooming their feathers. I didn't ask you if chiffon was more beautiful than her. Okay? Why aren't you giving me a straight answer? Ash, who was looking at the side, covered her lips and giggled. She had now recovered from her weakened state after drinking a recovery potion that William had left for her. The beautiful mermaid found Princess Sydney's question very endearing. However, she understood her concern. Celine was truly beautiful. If her twin was a perfect replica of her, then there was a chance that William would also think of her as someone very attractive. She already knew that William wasn't someone that was easily attracted to beauty. But if that beauty looked exactly like someone that you love, it was impossible to not feel anything. This was especially true for someone like William who cared too much about his lovers and the important people in his life. Princess Sydney kept pressing the two dumb birds for answers, but she wasn't satisfied with their replies. It was quite unfortunate that William couldn't drag them to the floor of Asgard because of certain restrictions that were in place. After getting a general understanding of what happened, they returned to the Creator Empire to look after another problem child, who was still in deep sleep. Kenneth was still asleep and hadn't woken up since his last battle with Lilith. The silver-haired elf was currently sleeping in Princess Sydney's guest room because she was afraid that others would take him away if he was left somewhere. The Amazon delegation had all returned to the Ares Empire with one exception, and that was Lilith. Princess Sydney and Ash had a feeling that she remained in order to meet William when he returned from the Tower of Babylon. Of course, the Amazon Empress had already sent an elite team to go to the tower to make contact with William. Unfortunately, the floor of Asgard wouldn't be open to anyone until a year had passed. The delegation from various forces in the lands had gathered in the city of Babylon to wait for William to make his appearance. They were there to do everything in their power to negotiate with William and see if they could strike a deal for the ownership of some of the floors that were currently under his name. All the floors in the Tower of Babylon held various lands and resources that would make any empire, kingdom, or clans rub their hands in greed. The temptation was too much to resist, and some of them were not afraid to use any means to get the result that their sovereigns had ordered them to get. A few hours later, Lilith appeared in Princess Sydney's room to have a chat with her and Ian. This had become part of her regular routine, which irritated Princess Sydney. The beautiful princess didn't bother to hide her annoyance and showed it openly to one of her sisters, who bore a similar sin to hers. "Why are you so hostile?" Lilith inquired as she arched her brow. "It's not as if I'm going to steal your man. I have standards, you know? My man is not good enough for you, so scram." Princess Sydney replied with a glare. "TSK, TSK, tisk." Lilith wagged her finger at the beautiful princess, who was so close to slapping her with her feathered fan. "It is not up to you to decide whether your man is good enough or not," Lilith replied as she crossed her arms over her chest. "I will be the judge of that. Believe me, I'm a very good judge when it comes to good men." Ian eyed the champion of the tournament from behind Princess Sydney. Since William was away, Ian had become one of the retainers under Princess Sydney's employ. In the past, this kind of setup might have been frowned upon by the royal family. However, after William's outstanding achievement was announced to the world, Emperor Leonidas had a change of heart and allowed William's follower to work under his granddaughter. This was the "what belongs to you also belongs to me" mentality, and Emperor Leonidas was similar to James in this regard. If a profit could be made, he would gladly compromise to make both parties happy. For some reason, Ian didn't find Lilith repulsive in the slightest. She had been around Princess Sydney, Morgana, and Chiffon, who all bore the divinity of the 7 deadly sins, and the mermaid had developed a certain level of curiosity towards these ladies who had been marked by the gods since that day they were born into the world. In truth, Ian found them pitiful. Princess Sydney would suffer several strong urges of lust when her divinity was starting to get out of her control. William and her had to be by the princess side in order to control the power that was close to a breaking point. Chiffon was another pitiful girl, whom Ian had a soft spot for. Unlike Princess Sydney, who had a strong and bold personality, the pink-haired girl was like a little angel who would quietly eat in the corner of the room, in order to not get in anyone's way. Deep inside, she was very happy that Chiffon had married William. Ian knew that her lover would care for his young bride, and ensure that she would never go hungry again. If not for the fact that she had also married William back in the southern continent, along with Wendy, she might have thrown a tantrum like Princess Sydney did, after she learned that the little girl had married William before her. "Will, I hope that you don't develop the hobby of collecting the sinful ladies of this world," Ash mused. "One of them might bring about your downfall." Ian didn't know why, but she had a feeling that there was a possibility that those who would share her lover would all be members of the 7 deadly sins. If that was the case, then the future would definitely be filled with uncertainty, because each and every one of them was a bomb that was waiting to explode at a moment's notice. Now, let's talk about familiars. Inside the conference room of Asgard, Chloe stood on top of the table with a smile on her face. William was seated in front of her and listened to her speech. On his right side, a pink-haired girl's head rested on his chest with her eyes closed. She had decided to stick beside William and learn a little bit about this unique profession. Chloe was in a very good mood, so she didn't mind that William brought an extra to her class. Although she would teach at the academy as a substitute to Celeste from time to time, this was not her forte. Claire was the one who was more proficient in teaching, but since the latter didn't want to feel attached to William, the duty of teaching him fell on Chloe's shoulder. "Familiars are different from beast companions," Chloe explained. "When you plan to have a beast companion, all you need to do is form an agreement, a pact, or a contract with them. Of course, you can also force them to submission by beating them up." As if to make her point, the little familiar raised her little fist and shook it in the air. She was someone that liked to beat up things, so she would always promote violence over a peaceful negotiation. "However, familiars are different," Chloe continued her explanation. "There are 2 kinds of familiars: those that you can summon from the world or different planes, and the ones that you give life using a part of your existence. I will explain more about this in a while. Frankly, it is too troublesome to do this, but since you are now my disciple, I will make sure that you understand how summoning a familiar works." William gave his 6th master a brief nod to tell her that he was paying attention to her. "Claire, if you please," Chloe called out to her twin sister, who was seated not far from her. Claire nodded her head and green flames erupted from her fingertips. The flames formed into words and hovered above Chloe's head like the writings seen on a whiteboard. "The 2 types of familiars have their advantages and disadvantages," Chloe stated. "Those that you can summon from planes of existence vary in power. Some are incredibly weak while some are incredibly strong. These familiars would bind themselves to you with an agreement or contract. Some will ask for a few years of your life, while some would require you to do things like killing all the citizens of a city in a day. The stronger the familiar, the stronger its requirements." Chloe paused to let William digest the meaning of her words. The little familiar then glanced at Celeste, who was seated at the corner of the conference room. As Chloe's owner, she was there to support Chloe as she taught her very first disciple. Although the current arrangement was a bit complicated, Celeste didn't mind as long as William received proper education about the path of a familiomancer. Celeste smiled and nodded her head at Chloe to tell her that she was doing well with her explanation. After getting her master's encouragement, Chloe resumed her lesson. The second type is purely creation, Chloe said. The power of the familiar depends on the kind of ritual you choose. In this ritual, you can choose to summon a familiar using an artifact, your blood, or your soul. Claire, I can't explain this part well. Take over for me. A groan answered Chloe's statement. Clearly, Claire wasn't in the mood to explain things. However, before she could reject, her twin had already grabbed onto her and dragged her onto the top of the table. Claire sighed before looking at Chloe with a disgruntled face. The latter only smiled and encouraged her twin sister to take charge of the troublesome explanation. Like my sister mentioned, there are two types of familiars, Claire said lazily. My sister and I are born through creation. If you choose to summon a familiar using this method, the familiar will forever be loyal to you. Although those that are summoned from other planes of existence could do the same, some of them may leave you if they feel that their lives are threatened. This is the difference between a summoned familiar and a familiar born from creation. If I were you, I'd just choose the creation method so we can all go home and call it a day, Claire stated, completely devoid of motivation. William's liver itched due to Claire's complete lack of interest in teaching him things about familiars. Although Chloe was quite troublesome, her approach to teaching was 100 times better than Claire's. Claire, explain this properly, or else he might just randomly summon a familiar without fully understanding their difference. It's too troublesome. Just let him summon one so we can go back to the academy. I missed reading books in the library. Okay, if you don't teach him properly, I will wreck the library when we return to the academy. Claire blinked once then twice while looking at her twin who had a big smile on her face. Chloe was not someone who made threats lightly. Whenever she declared something, she would do it without fail, which made Claire feel annoyed. How many times do I need to tell you that violence is not the answer? Claire stared daggers at William. The corner of the half-elf's lips twitched when he received Claire's hostile glare. It was your sister that said that she would destroy your academy's library. Why are you looking at me like that? William always had a good impression of Claire because of her calming effect. However, right now, the small familiar was not in the mood to cooperate and explain. For some reason, after his battle with Chloe, William felt that Claire had become a little hostile to him. What he didn't know was that his hunch was spot on. As Chloe's twin sister, she got angry at William after seeing Chloe's severely injured state at the end of their battle. Of course, Claire knew that getting hurt was only natural in a duel, but she was the type that got mad at those that hurt Chloe and Celeste. Although she, herself, understood that what she was doing was childish, there was nothing she could do about it. If William's family and lovers were his reverse scale, then Chloe and Celeste were Claire's. After a sigh, she faced William and decided to explain properly. I'll only say this once, so listen up. Claire finally compromised. Familiomancers and their familiars grow hand in hand. Like I said earlier, creating a familiar is much better than summoning one. Since I don't want to bother explaining the summoning method, I'll teach you the creation method. There are 3 types of creation methods. The first method is called the mica class. Claire waved her hand and green flames hovered above her head, forming rows of words that gave the information about the mica class. Mica class. A miracle was born, summons a familiar using an emblem, artifact, or an item, obtained from a dungeon, temple, kingdom, holy lands, and other places that have a high concentration of magic. The shape, size, form, race, age, gender, and other characteristics of the familiar are completely random. Familiars can be commanded to do your bidding, but they are intelligent creatures and can think for themselves. As you can see, this method is the easiest way because all you need is a catalyst, Claire stated. Once the creation is completed, the catalyst will be destroyed. If you have the horns of a dragon or any parts of legendary beasts, there is a 10% chance that you will be able to create the same creature using this method. Take note that you can only summon a familiar once. If ever you want to summon a different familiar, the familiar you summoned first using this method will cease to exist. Claire's tone suddenly became very serious. For her, summoning another familiar just because you didn't like what you got was akin to murder. William somewhat understood what Claire was trying to say, so he nodded his head and waited for her to continue her explanation. Claire eyed him for a few seconds before resuming her explanation. The words above her head changed, and she introduced the second way to create a familiar. Argonaut-class heroes are made, not born. This method summons a familiar using the master's bloodline. The shape, size, form, race, age, gender, and other characteristics of the familiar are completely random. Familiars can be commanded to do your bidding, but they are intelligent creatures and can think for themselves. This is almost the same as the Micah class, but instead of a catalyst, you will use your blood to summon your familiar. Claire smiled. This method is ideal if you have a unique ability that is exclusive in your bloodline. The influential families in this world have powerful bloodlines that have allowed them to become local warlords in their own territories. If your family belongs to this category, choosing this is quite ideal. Claire once again waved her hand and the words above her head rearranged themselves for the last time. Lazarus-class god has helped. Summons a familiar using the master's bloodline and a piece of their soul. The shape, size, form, race, age, gender, and other characteristics of the familiar are completely random. Familiars can be commanded to do your bidding, but they are intelligent creatures and can think for themselves. The last class is the Lazarus class. Claire pointed a finger to her chest, before shifting it to her sister, Chloe. Chloe and I were born using this method. This requires you to use your blood and a piece of your soul to give birth to a familiar. Take note that if you use this method, the piece of your soul that you used to summon a familiar will never again return to you. Also, don't use Chloe and I as standards. We are familiars born from the progenitor of this profession. Naturally, we are stronger than the average familiar. Summoning a familiar also requires luck. Regardless of what method you use, the result may not be as you expected. A familiar summoned using the Lazarus method might be weaker than a Micah-class summon. So, don't complain to us if the familiar you summon turns out to be weak. Claire didn't wait for William's reply and left the room by flying through the window. She had already done her part, and hurriedly left before her sister could drag her back to do something else. Right now, she didn't want to be around William because she was afraid. Afraid that she might not be able to control her emotions, and burn the handsome half-elf until only his ashes remained. William looked at the countless stars in the sky. These were the stars that could be seen in the world of Asgard, a world that had now ceased to exist. He was currently lying in the grasslands of Asgard and deep in thought. After their morning lesson ended, Chloe had given him some time to think about what kind of method he would use to summon a familiar of his own. He had already consulted Optimus about the best choice available to them, but even his dependable system was unsure about what course to take. Some magicians in the world of Hestia had their own familiars as well. However, an exclusive profession meant to boost the power of these familiars was something that no one had heard before. After fighting Chloe, William tasted firsthand how formidable these beings were. If he were to have his own familiar, wouldn't that drastically raise his battle prowess as well? As William pondered about these things, a soft rustling sound was heard beside him. Without saying anything, Chiffon laid down on the grass beside William and held his hand. She, too, looked at the vast starry sky that shone on them from the heavens. This was not the first time that Chiffon had seen the stars in the sky, but being around William made this already amazing sight extra special. The half-elf gently squeezed his wife's hand before turning halfway to kiss her cheeks. Chiffon returned William's kiss, and they stared at each other with gazes filled with tenderness and love. The two were about to kiss again, when a little golden piglet appeared between their faces and planted its snout on William's lips. Chiffon's eyes widened in shock, but this only lasted for a moment. Soon, a giggle escaped her lips because Bacon kept on kissing William, and the latter didn't know whether he should shove the piglet away or fry him in a frying pan. After a few healthy giggles, Chiffon grabbed Bacon and held it to her chest. William summoned a handkerchief from his storage ring and wiped his lips in a meticulous manner. "Bacon, the next time you do that I will cook you," William threatened. "Oink!" The little piglet looked at William with innocent eyes. Chiffon wasn't able to hold back another giggle at the funny exchange between her little pet and her husband, who was poking Bacon's snout with his finger. Chiffon pulled the golden piglet away from William and gently patted its head. Bacon closed its eyes because being petted made it feel good. "Have you decided?" Chiffon asked. William shook his head and sighed. "I'll sleep on it tonight. I'll make my decision tomorrow." Chiffon nodded her head in understanding. She once again gazed at the heavens and looked up at the stars in the sky. The stars on the floor of Asgard were very different from the stars outside the Tower of Babylon. They looked familiar, yet unfamiliar, to the pink-haired girl, whose heart was filled with love and happiness. William didn't hide anything and told Chiffon that both of them had been lovers in the past. Although a giantess and a human falling in love sounded absurd, the pink-haired girl readily believed William's story. She hadn't regained her memories about her past life, but her dreams allowed her to see the silver-haired Einherjar and the great battle that took place in a world that looked very similar to the floor of Asgard. William also took the form of that person, and her instinct told her that they were one and the same. For Chiffon, she didn't care about the past because it had already happened. What mattered to her was the present. And right now, she was very happy because she had found the one that would love her and not toss her away, like her father did to her mother. The two stayed in the grassland for one more hour before returning to their quarters to rest. William tossed Bacon to the Thousand Beast domain to prevent it from getting in the way of his intimate time with his wife. He already knew that Chiffon wanted to keep him for as long as she could while they were still trapped inside the Tower of Babylon, and he was more than happy to oblige his wife's request. The next morning, everyone gathered at the training ground to prepare for William's summoning ceremony. He had already decided on what method he was going to use, and prayed that he wouldn't be disappointed with the choice he made. Chloe hovered in front of William with her arms crossed over her chest. "Are you sure?" Chloe asked. "Once we do this, there is no turning back. I will ask you one last time. Are you serious about using this method?" William nodded his head. "Yes. I thought about it and decided that I will choose this method." Chloe nodded her head. She was the type that didn't want to complicate things. Since her disciple had already chosen this path, she would just guide him until he had mastered how to become a full-fledged familiomancer. William walked towards Celeste, who was wearing a ceremonial garb. Unlike Celine, who chose clothes that wrapped her entire body, Celeste's attire was quite revealing. The half-elf was finding it hard not to stare, because the twin sisters had the same body type. The memories of when he had his way with Celine's beautiful body flashed inside his mind. In a last attempt to regain his composure, he avoided looking at those revealing curves that were making him remember fond memories of when he tumbled in the sheets with Celine. Celeste was unaware of William's thoughts and held a golden goblet in her hands. William had chosen the last method, to summon a familiar of the Lazarus class. Using this method, he would offer his blood and a piece of his soul in order to create a familiar that would be with him for the rest of his life. A ceremonial dagger floated in the air, and its razor-sharp teeth were pointed at William's chest. William had already taken off his upper clothes and nodded to Celeste, telling her that he was ready. "Blood that flows within the body, give us your warmth in our time of need," Celeste said, and the dagger stabbed William's chest, before disappearing completely. A fountain of blood sprayed out, and yet, this blood didn't fall to the ground. It flowed like a small river and headed towards the golden goblet in Celeste's hand. After the golden goblet was half full, the wound on William's chest disappeared. Beauty attracts the heart, but character attracts the soul. Celeste waved her hand and William felt his inner world tremble. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted within his being, which made him scream out loud. It had been a while since he had felt this kind of pain. This was the pain he had felt when he had fought inside his spiritual domain against the astral worm who wanted to devour his soul. It was at this moment when the two orbs of light and darkness that had remained dormant inside William's consciousness finally woke up. They were the two dungeon cores that he had saved long ago, and had been sleeping inside his body for a long period of time. Right now, they were incomplete, but Celeste's ceremony had woken them from their slumber. Originally, only a piece of William's soul was needed, but when the two dungeon cores appeared, the tear on William's soul widened, until half of his soul was split from his body. That half of William's soul was divided into two once again, and the two dungeon cores merged with them. Soon, two glowing orbs of light, one light, the other black, shot out from the gem in William's chest, and flew towards the golden goblet filled with his blood. William collapsed on the ground because of the pain he was suffering. Chiffon hurriedly ran to his side and made him drink a rejuvenation potion. William's pain decreased to a level that he could endure, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He then stared at the golden goblet that was shining with great intensity. Celeste grit her teeth as she focused all of her power to stabilize the rampaging powers within the goblet. Chloe and Claire positioned themselves beside Celeste and allowed their power to flow to their host, which decreased her burden by a good margin. After 5 full minutes that felt like eternity, a powerful beam of light erupted from the golden goblet and shot towards the heavens. Everyone waited with bated breath to check whether the summoning was successful. It was also at that moment when particles of golden light fell from the heavens. When these golden particles fell on William's body, he felt the pain in his soul slowly fading away. As William looked up at the sky, he noticed 2 small dots that were slowly descending towards his location. Celeste had also noticed this as well, but all she could see was 1 white orb and 1 black orb. It didn't take long before the 2 orbs hovered a meter away from William's face. They didn't move from their position and stayed in a stationary state. After a minute of staring at each other, the 2 orbs glowed before dissipating into particles of light. The air smells so fresh. One of the familiars, who looked exactly like William, said with a smile, "This is a good day to be born in this world." The one who spoke was wearing a white outfit, and a pair of angelic wings flapped softly behind its back. On top of its head, a golden halo could be seen, which reminded William of angels in his past life. Kakik. Indeed, today is a good day to be born. Another creature, who looked exactly like William, commented. The creature had 2 horns on its head, a devil's tail, and bat-like wings behind its back. Both of them stared at William with an angelic and devilish smile on their faces. They were William's 2 familiars that were born from his blood and soul, and, right now, they were looking at their master with great expectations. With just a glance, the half-elf could tell that these were no ordinary familiars. Celeste, who was looking at the 2 newly born familiar, couldn't believe what she was seeing. She didn't expect that William would be able to summon not 1, but 2 familiars at the same time. This was something that was exclusive to the progenitor of the Familiomancer class. Even she couldn't determine whether this was a good or bad thing. She only hoped that when these 2 familiars reached their full potential, they would not use their powers to bring the world to ruin. The 2 familiars grinned at William. One an angel, the other a devil. The angel familiar had short blonde hair and green eyes. The devil familiar, on the other hand, had short black hair and green eyes. They looked exactly like William, just like how Chloe and Claire looked exactly like Celeste. Of course, there were minor differences such as hairstyles, but their identical eye colors and faces couldn't be denied. "Allow me to introduce myself," the angel said with an angelic smile. "My name is—" "Oh, I forgot. I still don't have a name." The angel pressed its palm on its forehead and looked at the heavens. "To think that someone as handsome and dashing as me has no name. This is the greatest sin that can be committed in this world," the angel said with such elegance, charisma, and exaggeration that William's liver was starting to itch. Yep, the familiar did indeed belong to him. "My dear comrade," the devil landed on William's shoulder and crossed his arms over his chest. "Come up with a good name for us. I want something that is domineering." The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at the smug-faced devil on his shoulder. Clearly, he didn't expect his familiars to be this shameless. A name, William thought as he looked at the angel who had started flirting with his sixth master. Chloe, you are the most beautiful familiar that I have seen in my lifetime, the angel said as he kissed the back of Chloe's hand. May I know your name, Miss Beautiful? Chloe didn't know how to react because this was the first time that someone called her beautiful. Also, the familiar's angelic smile made Celeste's familiar, who liked to beat people into a pulp, blush until her entire face turned beet red. Am I really beautiful? Chloe stuttered. The angel held Chloe's hand firmly and placed it on his chest. Truly beautiful. You look like the sun that shines brightly in the sky, the stars that guide people during the night, and the moon that watches over the lonely people in the world. In fact, I think the word beautiful is made so that the mortals of this world would have a means to describe your amazing grace. William and the devil clicked their tongues at the same time. Not only that, they also voiced their thoughts out loud at the same time. What a player! The perfect synchronicity made Chiffon, who was standing beside William, giggle. Clearly, she found William's two familiars quite interesting. While the angel was busy flirting with Chloe, her twin, Claire was looking at the devil who was currently seated on William's shoulder. The devil noticed her gaze and felt unnerved. He then flew behind William's head and peeked at the green-haired familiar. Right now, Claire was looking at the devil as if she wanted to dissect him and see what makes him tick. William didn't notice these changes because he was busy thinking of names for these two familiars. Okay, both of you come here, William ordered. The angel winked at Chloe one last time before flying towards William. The devil that was hiding behind his head flew in front of him and hovered beside the angel who was its twin. William gazed at the angel who was giving him a confident look. For some reason, William could tell that this familiar of his would bring him a lot of trouble in the future. Your name will be Elliot, William said to the angel. The angel crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes. It was as if he was pondering whether the name given to him matched his angelic image. You chose a suitable name for me. Elliot gave Williams a thumbs up. I like. Ding. You bestowed a name on your familiar. Familiar information now loading. Immediately several rows of words appeared on William's status page. Name Elliot. Race, familiar. Health points, 200/200. Mana, 1500/1500. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 10. Intelligence, 50. Dexterity, 10. Skills. Lightning bolt. Overflowing charisma, passive. Poker face, passive. Titles. Lightning adept. Natural playboy. Wingman. Lightning bolt. Fires bolts of lightning from your fingertips. Damage dealt is equivalent to intelligence x2. Has a small chance to stun and paralyze enemies. Overflowing charisma. Has a very high charisma and allows the familiar to get along with everyone. Poker face. Able to hide the familiar's true feelings with an angelic smile. Lightning adept. The familiar is able to use the power of lightning to smite his enemies. All lightning attacks deal 20% more damage. Naturally playboy. With good looks and overflowing charisma, the familiar has a very high percentage in getting along with the ladies. Has a moderate chance that the familiar will be able to get under their skirts as well. Wingman. When partnered with another familiar, all stats and the effects of abilities increases by 50%. William massaged his temple because his worries had finally come to life. In the beginning he was only thinking that it was a coincidence, but after seeing Elliot's stats, he now fully understood that this familiar was definitely a skirt chaser. God damn it! William cursed silently. You better behave yourself and not get yourself into trouble. It was at that moment when Elliot chuckled and smirked at him. "Don't worry, Will. I will use protection," Elliot replied through telepathy. "You can count on me." Williams almost choked on his saliva because he didn't expect that Elliot was able to read his thoughts. Before he could give a reply, another person joined their conversation. Hello, mic test," the devil familiar said. "How about me? What about my name?" William gave Elliot the "you and I will need to have a long talk later," before shifting his attention to the devil familiar, who was looking back at him with great expectations. Clearly, it was also very excited to receive its name from William. "Your name will be Conan," William answered. "The name means little wolf." "Little wolf?" The devil rubbed its chin before nodding its head. "I like this name. Very well. From now on, I am Conan." Ding. You bestowed a name on your familiar. Familiar information now loading. William received another batch of notifications, which held Conan's information. Name Conan. Race, familiar. Health points, 2,500/2,500. Mana, 300/300. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Vitality, 50. Intelligence, 10. Dexterity, 10. Ability. Iron Wall. Rotating elemental shields. Title: Fortress Disciple. Calculus. Wingman. Iron Wall. Summons an iron wall to serve as a defensive structure. The iron wall will be able to absorb damage equivalent to the familiar's maximum health points. The higher the familiar's health, the more durable the wall is. The iron wall will break once the damage surpasses its limit. Rotating elemental shields. Creates 3 shields that revolve around the target. The rotating elemental shields will be able to absorb damage equivalent to the familiar's maximum health points. The higher the familiar's health, the more damage the shields can absorb. The rotating elemental shields will break once the damage surpasses its limit. Fortress Disciple. Increase all defensive abilities by 20%. Calculus. Very good in calculation. This ability also works during battle. Wingman. When partnered with another familiar, all stats and the effects of abilities increases by 50%. William sighed in relief because Conan's information wasn't as exaggerated as Elliot's. After looking at his information, the half-elf realized that the 2 familiars complemented each other really well. One was made for offense, the other for defense. Right now, the 2 familiars were very weak because William still hadn't upgraded their abilities using the skills of the Familiomancer. Just as he was about to check his new prestige class, another set of notifications appeared on his status page. Ding. Congratulations. Unique prestige class. Familiomancer has now been unlocked. Familiomancer. Life is too short to be living somebody else's dream. The Familiomancer job class is a new profession that was recently born in the world of Hestia. Few know its true powers and the changes it will bring to the world. You have learned the skill, Summon Familiar. You have learned the skill Familiar Psi View. You have learned the skill Familiar Smite. You have learned the skill Dance of the Fireflies. You have learned the skill Battle Tactics EX. You have learned the skill Detect Invisibility EX. You have learned the skill Spell Resistance EX. You have learned the skill Soul Fusion. You have learned the skill Tactician. You have acquired the title Teamwork is Dreamwork. Ding. Congratulations. Host's second subclass has successfully been unlocked. Familiomancer is permanently locked on the second subclass. No other job classes may be equipped in the slot of the second subclass. William's eyes widened in shock because of the last message that he saw on his status page. Originally, he had 1 main class and 1 subclass. Having these 2 options already gave him plenty of flexibility. Now that a second subclass had been unlocked, It gave William a new set of powers that he could use, without the need to switch the familiomancer job class with other professions.